Good morning friends, welcome back to Panika's tutorials. In this video, I want to discuss what is an algorithm, what are the characteristics of an algorithm, how to write an algorithm for a particular problem, and then I will discuss how to analyze an algorithm. So I request everyone to watch the complete video for better understanding. First let me define what is an algorithm. Algorithm is a step-by-step procedure which defines set of instructions to be executed in a certain order to get the desired output. You can find the statement here. Algorithm is a step-by-step procedure which defines set of instructions to be executed in a certain order to get the desired output. Let me give with a simple example. You have a problem that perform the addition of two numbers and display the result. For this problem, what you will do? First, you will identify a solution. Once you identify a solution, you will write the solution in a step-by-step manner. And then you will execute the solution in a proper order to get the desired output. Am I right or wrong? So that is what the definition of an algorithm. Hope you have understood. Now let me discuss what are the characteristics of an algorithm. Every algorithm should satisfy these 5 characteristics. One is that input, output, definiteness, finiteness and effectiveness. Let me discuss each one in detail. First let me discuss input. Every algorithm should take 0 or more inputs. Now you can ask me, sir, if it takes 0 inputs, what is the output it will give? Let me give it a simple example. You are writing an algorithm to display your own name. You are writing the simple algorithm, display your own name. For that one, does you need to give any input? You are writing printf. Suppose you are writing in the C program. Printf, you will write your name. Are you giving any input? You are not giving any input. But is it giving any output? Yes, it is displaying your name. After executing the program, it will give you the output as your name. Am I right? So, an algorithm can take 0 inputs or more inputs also. So, the output is that every algorithm should produce an output. At least it should produce one output. Now why it should produce at least one output? If it does not produce any output, then you will not know whether your algorithm is right or wrong. Am I right or wrong? So any algorithm should produce at least one output. Let's take that you are writing an algorithm to perform the addition of two numbers. And then what you want to do? You want to display the result to the user. So here how many inputs it is taking? It is taking 2 inputs because you are performing the addition of two numbers. How many outputs it is giving? One output. Even let's take that you are writing an algorithm to display your own name. So one output it is giving. What is the output it is giving? Your name it is giving. Am I right or wrong? So every algorithm should produce at least one output. Then let me discuss what is definiteness. Definiteness means each instruction or each step or each instruction should be clear. Each instruction should be clear and it should be unambiguous. What is meant by each instruction should be clear? Let's take that you are displaying your name. You need to write display my name is Jagadish or something. You need to write. Am I right or wrong? Suppose you are displaying the variable C. You need to write display variable C. You should not write a statement like display. If you write display, what it should display? It does not know. This instruction is not clear. Or similarly, let's take that when you are reading the input, you should read like read variables a comma b, or you should write read num1 comma num2. Okay, you should not write an instruction called just read. then this instruction is ambiguous because what it should read, it is not having a clear information. So this type of instruction you should avoid while writing an algorithm. So each instruction should be clear and it should be unambiguous. Any instruction should not consist of ambiguity. Okay, so that is about the definiteness. Now let me discuss about finiteness. Now, every algorithm should complete or should terminate after certain number of instructions. You should not write an algorithm which consists of infinite number of steps. Okay, every algorithm should terminate after certain amount of time. Meaning is that it should consist of only finite number of instructions. Suppose let's take that you join in a software company. Your team leader has asked you to write a program for certain task, and then he said that after 1 week you display or you present your code and output to the client. Then you have written the program, everything, you did not test it, okay, and directly you went to the presentation and there you have executed. The presentation has started at morning 10 a.m. You have executed and it is running, it is not giving any output up to 5 p.m. Then what they will do? They will be frustrated. The client will not have that much time. And even the team leader will be frustrated and they will say that you write the program in a proper way and present it after 2-3 days. So, or any algorithm or any program should terminate after certain amount of time. Is it clear? So, any algorithm should consist of only finite number of steps. So it should consist of finite number of steps. Finite number of steps or finite number of instructions. Now let me discuss the last characteristic, which is effectiveness. Now each step in the algorithm or each instruction in the algorithm is useful. You should not write an algorithm that my algorithm should consist of 1000 instructions. You should not keep certain goals. You should write the instruction which is useful for to solve the problem. Am I right or wrong? Suppose let's take that I am writing an algorithm or a solution for a particular problem. That solution can be done with 10 instructions at max. Whatever the way you do, it should be completed with 10 instructions. But you have kept the goal or you have a sentiment that my algorithm, all my algorithm should have 100 instructions. Then what you are doing? You are keeping some 90 instructions which are not relevant to this problem. Am I right? Then these instructions are useless. Am I right? So every instruction in the algorithm should be useful to solve that particular problem. So I hope you have understood all the characteristics of an algorithm, such as it should have 0 or more inputs. At least an algorithm should produce one output. All the instructions should be clear and the number of instructions should be finite, and every instruction should be useful. Okay. So these are about the characteristics. Now let me discuss one simple example to write an algorithm so that you will understand the concept in a better way. Now I have a problem that perform the addition of two numbers and display the output to the user. This is the basic algorithm. So let me discuss it. Okay. So what I want to do, what is my problem? I have a variables a comma b. Okay, a and b are the two variables. It consists of some values. Okay, and then I want to perform the addition a plus b, and I want to store the result in the c, and c I want to display to the user. This is my problem. How I will write the algorithm? Step 1. Every algorithm should start. Am I right? Whenever you are solving a problem, you will have the start. Am I right or wrong? Then step 2 is that, okay, read the, okay, before reading you should declare. Am I right? Declare the variables a comma b comma c. You should declare the variables, and then you need to read the variables. Okay, read the variables a comma b, and then step 4 is that once you have read the values from the variables a comma b, you need to perform the addition. Perform the sum of a comma b and store the result in C. Okay, now step 5 is what? Once you store the result in the C, you need to display the variable C or the value in C. Okay, and step 6 is that you should stop the algorithm. Now this is an algorithm to perform the addition of two numbers and display the value to the user. Now let's check it whether this algorithm is satisfying all these characteristics or not. First one is that input. How many inputs this algorithm is taking? It is taking two inputs. One is that a value and b value. What is the output it is giving? Every algorithm should at least give one output. What is the output it is giving? It is giving the value of the variable c. So it is giving one output. Now definiteness. Each instruction should be clear. Yeah, I am saying that start. Declare the variables a comma b comma c. Read the variables a comma b. Perform the addition and store the result. Display. So every instruction is clear. And finiteness. I have completed this algorithm in 6 steps. So it is finite. And effectiveness is each instruction is important to solve this problem. So I hope you have understood how I have written the algorithm and how I verified whether it is satisfying the characteristics of algorithm or not. Now let me discuss how to analyze an algorithm. Okay, so let me use this space. Remember one thing, you have a particular problem. For this problem, you can find n number of solutions. Solution 1, solution 2, solution 3, solution 4. So many solutions you can find. Am I right? Is it clear? For a particular problem, only one solution is not possible. Am I right? You can find more than one solution. So this is what generally we will talk. So for a particular problem, you can find more than one algorithm, because a solution is nothing but an algorithm. Am I right or wrong? Now how can you find which is the best algorithm, which is the worst algorithm? Am I right or wrong? Similarly, let's take that when you are solving a problem, among these 4 solutions, which solution is the best one we will find, that solution we will do it. Am I right? Similarly, whenever you are solving a problem, you can find more than one algorithm. Which algorithm is better? How can we analyze? We can do with the help of two things. One is that we can do that a priori analysis and a posteriori analysis. Hope it is visible for you. Okay, a priori analysis, a posteriori analysis. Sometimes people will say that priori analysis and posteriori analysis. Now what is meant by priori analysis and what is the posteriori analysis? Priori analysis is a theoretical analysis, whereas posteriori analysis is the empirical analysis. Let me discuss with a simple example. You have a problem, you have written an algorithm, and then among these 4 algorithms, you want to find which is the best algorithm. How we will analyze is that in the priori analysis, we will analyze with the help of 2 parameters such as time complexity and the space complexity. What is meant by time complexity? What is meant by space complexity? If I write this algorithm in a certain program, how much time it will be executed, that is what the time, and how much time or how much space it is required to execute this program, that is with respect to the time and the space complexity. I hope you have understood. If you have written a particular problem, a particular program, then how much time it is required to execute it and how much space it will occupy while executing, that is with respect to the time complexity and space complexity. In the priori analysis, we will analyze the time complexity and space complexity with respect to the input. Okay, with respect to the input size, we will analyze what is the time complexity, what is the space complexity. Coming to the time complexity, we will have three cases. One is that we will have the best case, we will have the average case, and we will have the worst case. Okay, so we will have a best case algorithm, average case algorithm, worst case algorithm. Let me discuss with a simple example. You have an array of inputs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, now what is meant by best case is that you want to search the element 1, whether the 1 is there in this list or not. Okay, if you start searching 1, you will find it here itself. So this is the best case. Now what is the worst case? You want to search whether 7 is there or not. If you want to search whether 7 is there or not, you need to traverse the entire list. Here you will find 7. So this is the worst case. What is the average case? Whatever the element you are searching, if it is there in the middle itself, then you will say that it is the average case. Okay, so best case, worst case, average case. We will discuss it in the design analysis of algorithm with respect to the asymptotic notation such as big O, omega, theta. Okay, so here I don't want to discuss with them in detail. Okay, so the priori analysis is the theoretical analysis where the processor speed and the memory, everything is constant. Whereas the posteriori analysis is the empirical analysis. They will give you certain values. Suppose you have written the algorithm, that algorithm you have taken a certain programming language and you convert it into a program, and then you have executed in the particular hardware, and then you have tested how much time it has taken to execute this program. Now how much time it has taken, it depends on the hardware. What is the processor you are using, what RAM you are using, everything it will depend on the hardware, but it will give you the exact value. So a priori analysis is the theoretical analysis and a posteriori analysis means it will give the exact values. So I hope you have understood what is an algorithm, what are the characteristics of an algorithm, how to write an algorithm, how to analyze an algorithm. I want to discuss how to write an algorithm to find the roots for a quadratic equation. What is the problem here? Identifying the roots for the quadratic equation. For that problem, you want to write an algorithm. First, you need to find the solution. Once you know the solution, then you can easily write it as an algorithm. What is the problem? Find the roots of a quadratic equation. Let's take that I have a quadratic equation called ax square plus bx plus c. For this quadratic equation, I want to identify the roots. Now what I will do, first I will compute the discriminant, which is b square minus 4ac. I will call it as d. D is equal to b square minus 4ac. If d is greater than 0, then I will have two real roots which are minus b plus square root of d by 2a. This is my root 1, and my another real root is minus b minus square root of d by 2a. So first what I will do is that I will compute the d value, which is b square minus 4ac, which we will call it as discriminant. Once the d value if I got which is greater than 0, then I will have two real roots. The real root 1 is minus b plus square root of d by 2a, and another one is minus b minus square root of d by 2a. If it is equal to 0, if d is equal to 0, then I will have one root which is minus b by 2a. The two roots will be equal and they will be minus b by 2a. If it is less than 0, if the discriminant is less than 0, then I will have the roots which are imaginary roots. How I will compute is, first I will compute the real part which is minus b by 2a, and I will compute the imaginary part square root of minus d by 2a. Then I will write it as root 1. R1 is equal to rp plus j into ip, and another root is minus j ip. So these are the two roots you will have if it is less than 0. If it is equal to 0, the two roots will be equal to minus b by 2a. If it is greater than 0, then you will have these two roots. So this is the way you will find the roots for the quadratic equation. Once you know the solution or procedure to identify the roots, then it is very easy to write it as an algorithm. So let me write it as an algorithm. So any algorithm will start. The step 1 is the start. And what is the step 2? You need to declare the variables which we will use it in the algorithm. So declare the variables, a, comma b, comma c are the inputs, because ax square plus bx plus c. So a value, b value, c value need to consider, and then you will have the variables called r1, comma r2 are the roots, and you will have the real part and imaginary part. So these are the variables I will use it in the algorithm. And then what I need to take, I need to read the values for a, comma b, comma c. Am I right? Even I will use a variable called d, so I will write it here. So read the values for the variables a, comma b, comma c. Then what you will do? You will compute the discriminant, or you can write it as the compute the d value as b square minus 4ac. Am I right or wrong? So you are reading the values for a, comma b, comma c, and then you are computing the d value as b square minus 4ac. That is the value you need to compute. Then what is the step 5 I need to write? If d is greater than or equal to 0. So I am considering these two cases. If d is greater than or equal to 0, then I will have step 5.1. What is that step 5.1 consists of? Compute r1 as, okay, minus b plus square root of d by 2a. Step 5.2 will consist of compute r2 as minus b minus square root of dA by 2a. Once you computed r1 and r2, if it is equal to 0, if d is equal to 0, then r1 and r2 will be minus b by 2a only. So once you computed the r1 and r2 value, you need to display them. Step 5.3 is display the values of r1 and r2. Is it clear? Are you able to understand? So we have started the algorithm. We have declared the variables. What are the variables we will use it in the algorithm? And then first we are reading the input a, comma b, comma c, comma value. Then we need to compute the discriminant, which has b square minus 4ac. Then I need to check whether the d value is greater than or equal to 0. If it is greater than or equal to 0, then I need to execute certain steps. If it is less than 0, I need to perform something. So if it is greater than or equal to 0, what are the steps I need to execute? I have written. If it is else, means if this condition is failed, meaning is that if d is less than 0, then what are the steps you need to do? Okay, let me use this space to write the remaining algorithm. Okay, else what I will do, I will call the step 5.4 as, okay, if it is less than 0, then what I will do, compute the real part. Compute the real part rp as minus b by 2a. Imaginary part, compute step 5.5. Compute the imaginary part as square root of minus d by 2a. Then you will display, let me write here, step 5.6. okay, display the roots as, okay, rp real part plus j into ip and rp minus j of ip. These are the two roots will be there if d value is less than 0. Once you display these things, then you can stop the algorithm. So you need to check the characteristics if it is satisfying or not. So this is the algorithm I have written. You can do it in your own way. I have written this process. Now we need to check the characteristics. What are the 5 characteristics the algorithm should satisfy? One is the input, output, definiteness, finiteness, and effectiveness. Am I right or wrong? Now we will check whether this algorithm is satisfying these 5 characteristics or not. What is the input? Input should be either 0 or more input should be there. How many inputs I am taking here? 3 inputs I am taking. So it is okay. And what is the output it is giving? It is giving either these two as an output or these two as an output. So it will give the minimum 2 outputs. Am I right? And what is the definiteness? Each instruction should be clear. See, if you see here, start is clear, declare is clear, read the values clear, every instruction is clear. So it is satisfying the definiteness. And it is finiteness because only we have completed this algorithm with 6 steps. So finite number of steps are there. Effectiveness means each instruction is required to complete this task. So it is satisfying all the characteristics of an algorithm. So I hope you have understood how to write an algorithm to find the roots of a quadratic equation. I want to discuss how to write an algorithm to find the factorial of a number. I request everyone to watch the complete video for better understanding. First, let me discuss how to compute the factorial of a number because the problem is finding the factorial of a number. So you need to identify the solution for it. Once you identify the solution, it is very easy to write the algorithm. So how to compute the factorial of a 3? So 3 factorial is equal to 1 into 2 into 3, which is equal to 6. So how you computed the 3 factorial? You started from 1 till the 3, you have keep on multiplying, finally you got the 6. Similarly, if you compute the 5 factorial, you will get it as 1 into 2 into 3 into 4 into 5, which is equal to 120. What is the 0 factorial? 0 factorial is equal to 1. So once you know this how to compute the factorial of a number, it is very easy to write the algorithm. How to write the algorithm? Step 1. What is the step 1? Start. What is the step 2? You need to declare the variables which you will use it in the algorithm. What are the variables I will use? So, declare the variables I, n, factorial. Okay, so these are the variables I will use it in the algorithm. So I have declared them I, n, factorial. Now, what is the step 3? I need to initialize the few variables. So, initialize the variables I, factorial as 1. So, I is equal to 1, factorial is equal to 1. Okay. Then what I need to do? I need to read the value of n. Read the value of n or the variable n. For this one, I need to compute the factorial. What is the step 5? I need to check whether n is equal to 0 or not. If it is 0, I no need to do any mathematics or any computation. I can simply say that factorial of 0 is 1. So, if n is equal to 0, okay, factorial is equal to 1. Okay, step 5.1 says that factorial is equal to 1. Else, meaning is that if n value is greater than 0, then what will happen? I need to repeat few steps. What are those steps? I will write. Repeat the below steps, or repeat the steps, you can write it. Repeat the steps, or repeat the below steps until I is greater than n. What are those steps? Let me write. Step 5.2.1 is factorial is equal to factorial into I. Okay. Step 5.2.2 says that I is equal to I plus 1. Okay. Once it is done, step 6, you need to display the factorial value. Display the value of factorial. Step 7, stop. Now we will discuss this algorithm. Okay. Now to make you understand how this algorithm will work, I will take the n value is equal to 4. Okay. So we have started. We have declared the variables I, n, factorial. We have initialized the variables I is equal to 1. So I value is initially 1. And factorial value is also initially 1. Okay. Read the n value. We have read the n value is equal to 4. Now what is the step 5 says? If n is equal to 0, whether n is 4, 4 is equal to 0? No. If it is no, you will come to this else block. What is this else block will say? Repeat the below steps until I is greater than n. Okay. What are those steps? Factorial is equal to factorial into I is equal to I plus 1. If you check it here, initially we have multiplied 1 with 1 plus 1, 2, then 2 plus 1, 3, like that we have performed. So that's why I have written a step called I is equal to I plus 1. Now we will execute this one. You check it, I value is 1. 1 is greater than 4? No, 1 is not greater than 4. So you need to execute the steps. Factorial is equal to factorial into I. What is the factorial value? 1. What is the I value? 1. So 1 into 1, factorial is still 1 only. Okay. Now I is equal to I plus 1. I value is initially 1. 1 plus 1, I value will be updated to 2. Okay. Is it clear? Now again you check I value is 2. 2 is greater than 4. No, condition is failed. So again you need to execute these two steps. Factorial is equal to factorial into I. What is the factorial value? 1. What is the I value? 2. So 1 into 2, you will get the factorial as 2. Now I is equal to I plus 1. 2 plus 1, I value will be updated to 3. Okay, is it clear? Now again you will check I is greater than n. What is the I value? 3 is greater than 4. No, condition is failed. Again you will execute the steps. Factorial is equal to factorial into I. So 2 into I value is 3. So 2 into 3, you will get the factorial as 6. Now I is equal to I plus 1. 3 plus 1, I value will be updated to 4. Now again you will check 4 is greater than 4. No. Am I right or wrong? 4 is greater than 4. So this condition is still not satisfied. Okay. So because 4 is equal to 4. 4 is not greater than 4. Okay. So factorial is equal to factorial into I. So factorial value is 6. 6 into 4, because I value is 4, so 6 into 4 is equal to 24. So factorial value is updated to 24. I is equal to I plus 1. 4 plus 1, I value will be updated to 5. Now you will check I value is 5, n value is 4, 5 is greater than 4. So this condition is true. If this condition is true, you need to stop. You no need to execute this one. You need to go to the step 6. What is the step 6 is saying? Display the factorial value. What is the value is there? 24. 24 will be displayed. So this is the way you will write the algorithm for finding the factorial of a number. You need to, once you write in the algorithm, you need to check whether this algorithm is satisfying all the characteristics of an algorithm or not. What are the characteristics? Input. It should take 0 or more inputs. How many inputs it is taking? 1 input it is taking. N value it is taking. Am I right? How many outputs it is displaying? Every algorithm should produce at least one output. It is displaying the factorial value. So it is giving the one output. And each instruction should be clear. All these instructions are clear. And the number of instructions are finite. And each instruction is very useful to compute the factorial of a number. So this algorithm is satisfying all the characteristics of an algorithm. So I hope you have understood how to compute the factorial of a number. If you still have any doubts related to this concept, feel free to ask me in the comment section. I will try to clear your doubts in less than 24 hours. I want to discuss what is a flowchart and what are the symbols will be used in the flowchart and how to draw a flowchart for a particular problem. All these things I will discuss in detail. So I request everyone to watch the complete video for better understanding. First, let me define what is a flowchart. Flowchart is a diagrammatic representation of an algorithm. Now you may ask me, what is an algorithm? Algorithm is a step-by-step procedure which defines set of instructions need to be executed in a certain order to get the desired output. So you have a problem. For that problem, you have the solution. Now using this solution, you will write an algorithm. Once you can easily write an algorithm, easily you can draw the flowchart. Now using the algorithm or the flowchart, easily you can convert the solution to any program using any programming language. Now you may ask me, sir, I know the problem, I know the solution, then I can directly write an program using any programming language which I am familiar. Why should I go for this algorithm or why should I draw the flowchart? The answer is very simple. Suppose let's take that you are a civil engineer. You are good at constructing the houses. Suppose let's take that some customer came and say that, sir, this is the land I have. Please construct a 2 BHK house or 3 BHK house. Now what you should do first? First, before constructing the actual house, you need to show the owner that, sir, using this place, I can construct the house like this. I will use this much space for the parking, this much space for the hall, this is the place where you will keep the puja mandir. This is the place where you will sleep, your master bedroom. Like that you will have to show either a video for him, or you should show an animation for him, or at least on a piece of paper you need to show him. So this is the size of the hall, this is the size of your master bedroom, this is the size of your kitchen. Like that you need to show him. Without satisfying him you cannot construct the actual house. If you are doing, then you will lose lot of money, because the customer will say that nah, this is not the house I want. So similarly, before writing any program you should draw an algorithm or a flow chart. Okay, so I hope you have understood the importance of an algorithm and the flow chart. So now let me discuss what are the symbols will be used in the flow chart. We will use a oval. I hope it is looking like a oval. Okay, for representing start and stop, because every flow chart should have a start and a stop. They will act as a terminals. Okay, and similarly, to process anything we will use the rectangle symbol for process. Suppose let's take that you want to perform an arithmetic operation like a plus b. C is equal to a plus b, meaning is that you are performing the addition of the values in the a and the b, and the result you are storing in the variable c. So those kind of operations you will represent using the rectangle. Now you will have the input and output. This input and output you will represent using the symbol called parallelogram. Okay. Now, every algorithm will take either 0 or more inputs, and every algorithm should produce at least one output. So, similarly, to represent the input and output in the flowchart, you will use the symbol called parallelogram. Now, you will have the decision. You need to take the decisions like if conditions. If some condition is true, you need to do certain things, else you need to do something. So those kind of decisions you will represent using the diamond symbol. Now you will have the connectors which will be represented using the circle. Okay, now you can ask me what is the need of a connector. Let's take that for a particular problem you have started drawing the flowchart. Now this flowchart has become very lengthy, you could not able to complete in a single page. Then these connectors will be useful to connect the two pages. Okay, is it clear? Then important thing is that the arrows, they will be useful for you to represent the flow. Okay, so we have represent the start and stop, process, input, decision, connectors and flow. Now the last thing is that the predefined process or the functions, they will be represented using this symbol. Okay, which is predefined process or function. What is a function and how to write the user defined function, all these things in a C programming language we will discuss in the coming classes. Now first let me discuss how to draw a flow chart for a particular problem. The problem is performing the addition of two numbers, and I want to store the result in some variable and then display the result to the user. This is the problem I have. Now already we have written the algorithm for it. Now I want to draw the flowchart for it. So now the solution is very simple, because every flowchart should start and should end. Am I right or wrong? So you will draw a oval to start, and then you need to declare the variables which you will use it in the flowchart. So declare variables A, B, C. So these are the variables I am declaring. I will represent using the rectangle. Okay, is it clear? Now what I need to do? I want to perform the A plus B. Now before performing the A plus B, I should read the values of A and B from the user. So read the values for variables a comma b. Now this is what? It is an input operation. So input operation we will represent using the parallelogram. Okay, is it clear? Then what I need to do? I need to perform the a plus b and store the result in the variable c. So I need to write c is equal to a plus b. Now can you tell me what operation, what symbol I need to use? I need to use the process symbol using a rectangle. Is it clear? So we have performed the c is equal to a plus b. Now I need to display the value of c to the user. So display c, I can simply write display c. Now this is what operation? It is an output operation. So I need to represent using the parallelogram. Okay, is it clear? So I am done. I have started. I have declared the variables a comma b comma c. I have read the values for a comma b and I performed c is equal to a plus b and the result I have displayed to the user. Then I need to stop. This is very important. Every flowchart should have a start and should have a stop. So this is a flowchart for performing the addition of two numbers and display the result to the users. I want to discuss how to draw the flowchart to find whether the given number is even number or odd number. So I request everyone to watch the complete video for better understanding. First, before drawing the flowchart, you need to understand what is the problem and you need to find what is the solution for the problem. Once you got these two things, then easily you can draw the flowchart for the particular problem using a solution. Now first let me understand what is the problem here. User will give some input and using that input you need to check whether the input is even number or odd number. What is an even number? If the given number is successfully divisible by 2, you will say that it is even number, else you will say that it is an odd number. Now let me take an example. Suppose you have the value 5. You will divide the value by 2. If you get the remainder as 0, you will say that it is an even number, else you will say it is an odd number. Now remember one thing, in C programming language, you can use the two symbols. One is the division and another one is the modulus. Now you can ask me what is the difference between these two. This will give the quotient and this will give you the remainder. Okay, now if you do the 5 by 2, what is the quotient will get? You will get the quotient as 2, whereas the remainder you will get it as 1. Am I right or wrong? So this will be useful for you to find the remainder. So now let's check that. I am doing 4 modulus 2. What is the remainder will get? You will get the remainder 0. If you are getting the remainder as 0, then you can say that it is an even number. If you are getting the remainder as 1, you can say that the given number is odd number. So I hope you have understood how to solve this problem. Now using this solution, I will draw the flowchart. So every flowchart will have the start, okay? And the start will be represented using the symbol called oval. Now you need to declare the variables. What variable you will use here? You will declare variable, let's take that n. Okay. Now this declaration you will represent using the rectangle. Okay, because it is a process. Now once you declare the variables, what are the variables you will use it in the flowchart, you need to read the input. Okay, read the value of n. What kind of operation it is? It is an input operation. So input operation you will represent using the parallelogram. Okay, then once you read the value, now you need to check, okay, is n modulus 2 means whatever the value you are reading in the variable n, you are checking n modulus 2 is equal to 0 or not. Okay, so these kind of decision things you will represent using the diamond. Okay, is it clear? Now this condition will have the two outcomes. One is that it can be a true, the condition can be true, or the condition can be false. If the condition is true, what you are supposed to do, you have to represent here. If the condition is false, what are the steps you need to follow? You need to draw here. So if the condition is true, what is the meaning? If n is successfully divisible by 2, meaning is that if you are dividing the n by 2, if you are getting the remainder as 0, what I can say? I can say that the given number is even. So you need to display the given number is even. Okay, else what you need to show? You need to display that the given number see, you can display anything, or you can simply say that even number, or you can say that odd number. Now these two are the output operations, am I right? So output operations you will always represent using the parallelogram. Okay, okay, is it clear? So based on this condition, either this one will be displayed or this one will be displayed. Once you displayed either this one or this one, you need to stop it, am I right or wrong? So any one of them is satisfying. After displaying that one, you need to stop the flowchart. So you are representing the stop using the vowel will act as a terminal. So let's see how this one will work using a simple example. Let's take that I read the value as 5. Now 5 modulus 2. What is the remainder you will get? 1. Now whether this condition is true? No, this condition is saying that n modulus 2 is equal to 0. So this condition became false. If it is false, what is the step you are doing? See, you should not connect in the air, you should connect like this. Okay, now you should display the given number is odd number. Okay, is it clear? Once it is done, you will stop. Suppose let's take that you have taken the n value as 6. 6 modulus 2 is equal to 0. So 0 is equal to 0. So the condition is true. Then it will display the given number is even. So either it will display this statement or this statement, then it will stop. So I hope you have understood how to draw a flowchart to check the given number is even number or odd number. So using this one, you have understood how to use the decision symbol. I want to discuss how to draw a flowchart to find the roots of a quadratic equation. Now what is the problem here? The problem is finding the roots of a quadratic equation. Now once you got the problem, you need to identify the solution. Once you got the solution, easily you can draw it as a flowchart. Now let me discuss how to find the roots of a quadratic equation. Let's take that I have a quadratic equation as ax square plus bx plus c. Now how I will find the roots? First I will compute the discriminant. Discriminant I will compute as b square minus 4ac. Now you will have the two conditions. If the discriminant is greater than or equal to 0 or the discriminant is less than 0. Now if the discriminant is greater than 0, first we will discuss if it is greater than 0 what will happen. You will get the two roots as minus b plus root d by 2a. This is the one root you will get, and you will get another root as minus b minus root d by 2a. If the discriminant is equal to 0, then you will get the both the roots as r1 and r2 as minus b by 2a. Is it clear? If the discriminant is less than 0, you will compute the minus b by 2a, and then you will compute square root of minus d by 2a. Okay, then one root is that. Is it clear? Suppose let's take that you are considering it as ip and this is rp something. Now ip plus, okay, j into rp, R2 is equal to IP minus J into RP. So this is the way you will compute the roots. So first you will compute the discriminant and you will check if the discriminant is greater than 0, then you will get the two roots. If it is equal to 0, you will get the two roots which are equal and minus b by 2a. If it is less than 0, you will compute the roots in this way. So once we got the solution, we will draw the flowchart for it. Okay, we will start, because every flowchart should have a start, and we will use the symbol vowel to represent it. Okay, then once we have start, we need to declare what are the variables we will use. Declare variables a, comma b, comma c, comma r1, comma r2. We will use ip and we will use rp. All these variables we need to declare and we have to represent using the rectangle. Now, what are the values you need to read? You need to read the value of a, value of b and value of c. And I forgot to declare the variable d. Now, read the values for a, comma b, comma c. Now, this is what kind of operation? It is an input operation. So, input operation you need to represent using the parallelogram. Once you read the value for a, comma b, comma c, you need to compute the discriminant as b square minus 4ac. Now this is the process operation, so you will represent using the rectangle. Now you need to check whether d is greater than or equal to 0 or not. Okay, so you will represent using the decision. Okay, decision you will represent using the symbol called diamond. Now this can be true or this can be a false. If it is true, what you will do? You will compute R1 is equal to minus b plus root d by 2a. You will compute R2 is equal to plus minus root d by 2a. Okay, and then you will represent both of them using a rectangle. Okay, is it clear? Else you will compute the roots as, first you will compute the ip is equal to minus b by 2a, and you will compute rp is equal to square root of minus d by 2a. Okay, then you will compute R1 as IP plus J into RP and R2 as IP minus J into RP. Okay, so this is a processing operation, so you will represent using a rectangle. So any one of the condition can satisfy. If the condition is true, you will compute the roots like this. If the condition is false, you will compute like this. Now, after doing this one, you need to display, am I right or wrong? You need to display the roots. Display R1, comma R2. Now, this is a output operation you will represent using the parallelogram. Okay, and then you need to stop it. So let me write here. Maybe I don't think it will be visible for you if you draw here. So I am representing like this. So you have a start, you have declared what are the variables you will use it in the flowchart, you have read the values for A and B and C, then you have computed the discriminant, you are checking whether the discriminant is greater than or equal to 0 or not. If it is true, you are computing the roots like this. If it is false, you are computing the roots. After computing the roots R1 and R2, you will display them. Now you can ask me, if it is true, you will get the roots as like this, you will display them. If it is false, you will get the roots as R1 and R2 like this, you will display. And once you display those values, you need to stop that one, and you are using a symbol called oval to terminate the flowchart. So this is the way you will draw the flowchart to find the roots of a quadratic equation. I hope you have understood. If you still have any doubts related to this concept, feel free to ask me in the comment section. I will try to clear your doubts as early as possible. I will discuss about brief history of C programming language. Some people may think that if I say the word called history, they will think that sir will discuss about the Akbar, Mughal, all these things. I will not discuss about them. I will discuss about how the C programming language came into the picture. Before C programming language, what are the other programming languages are there? All these things I will discuss in detail. So I request everyone to watch the complete video for better understanding. In the 1960, there was a group called International Group has designed a programming language called ALGOL. This is the first structured programming language, because C is also a structured programming language, but ALGOL is the first structured programming language in computer. Now, this programming language was never famous in USA, but it was widely accepted in the European countries. Then in 1967, Martin Richards have developed a programming language called BCPL. The BCPL stands for Basic Combined Programming Language. This language has been developed to design the system software. Now, using the features of the BCPL, in 1970, Ken Thompson have developed a programming language called B. Now, using this B programming language, the researchers have developed Unix operating system. Okay. Now, the problem with the B and BCPL is they are typeless programming languages. The B and BCPL languages are typeless programming languages. So they have used the features of the B. In 1972, Dennis Ritchie have developed a programming language called traditional C. Now, what are the modifications he has done is that he introduced the concept called data types. We have int, we have a float, we have the char, we have the double, all these data types are there. Even we have the user defined data types such as structure, pointers, all these things. All these things came into the picture with the help of introducing the concept called data types, and even they have introduced powerful features which was earlier not there in the B language. And one more thing is that using this traditional C, they have started designing the Unix operating system also at the Bell Laboratories. Okay. Now the C programming language became very famous. In 1978, Ritchie has written a textbook called K&R C, so that other people can read about the C programming language. Then between 1978 to 1989, so many versions of the C language came into the picture. People used to get confused which version is better, which version is not better, all these things. Then in 1989, there was a committee has been formed, ANSI committee. ANSI means American National Standard Institute Committee. Okay, this committee has approved a version of a C programming language, and that version will be called as ANSI C. Then in 1990, the ISO committee has approved the whatever the in 1989 ANSI committee has approved, the same thing in 1990 ISO committee is also approved, International Standard Organization Committee. Okay, then between 1990 and 1999, other programming languages also came into the picture, such as C++ and Java. Then they have added few more features to the ISOC, and they come with a version called C99, which was developed by the Standardization Committee. So this is about the history of the C programming language, how the C programming language came into the picture. Before C, there was a programming language called B. So this is about the history. I hope you have enjoyed the video, and thank you for watching the complete video. If you still have any doubts regarding this history, please ask me in the comment section. I will try to clear your doubts as early as possible. I want to discuss the features of C programming language. I will discuss each feature in detail, so I request everyone to watch the complete video for better understanding. First, let me discuss what are the features in the C programming language. The first one is the robust in nature. What is the meaning of the robust is that it has rich inbuilt functions. It has the rich inbuilt functions and operators. And even the C programming language is a type oriented programming language. You have the data types, whereas in the B and BCPL they are typeless programming language. Now you can ask me, what is the meaning of rich inbuilt functions? You have various inbuilt functions are there, which is printf, scanf, like strlen. You have the malloc, calloc, realloc, free. All these various inbuilt functions are there. Using these inbuilt functions, we can design complex programs using the C programming language. And we have the various operators. We have 8 types of operators are there, such as arithmetic operator, relational operator, logical operator, increment and decrement operator, special operators are there, bitwise operator are there. All these things are there in the C programming language. So that's why it became very famous. And about the various types of operators, I will discuss in a separate video in detail. So the C programming language is robust because it has the rich inbuilt functions and the operators. And another important thing about the C programming language is that the C compilers supports the assembly language and also the high level language. Because of that one, we can design the system softwares using the C programming language. You can ask me, what is the meaning of the system software? We can design the system softwares and also the business applications using the C programming language. What is the system software? The system software is nothing but your operating system. Even the first traditional C program was used to design the Unix operating system, which is one of the system software. So C is robust, and also using the C we can design the system softwares and we can design the business applications also. Then C program is efficient and fast also. As I said in the last video, before the C we have 2 programming languages such as BCPL and B. What is the BCPL stands for? Basic Combined Programming Language. As compared to the BCPL and B, C programming language was fast and also efficient. Okay, and these 2 programming languages are typeless programming language, whereas C is type oriented. We have the various data types such as int, float, char. We have a long, double, all these character data types are there, and even we have the user defined data types such as structures, unions, pointers. All these things we will discuss one by one in the coming videos. Okay, and another thing is that it is portable. This is very important for any high level programming language. What is meant by portable? You have written a one program in one computer, a C program. Let's take that you have written hello.c. This program will display an output called hello. Okay, in one computer you have written. Now in another computer you want to execute it, means you have executed, you have sent the file to your friend. He is using a different computer, the specifications, everything is different. Now with little bit changes or without changes, you can execute this hello.c program in your friend computer. So that is what the portable. Okay, you have written the one program in one computer and you have executed and you got the output. Now you want to execute it in another computer without modifications or with little bit modifications. You can successfully execute this program in another computer. So this is the meaning of the portable. And another important thing is that C is a structured programming language. C is a structured programming language. Now, what is meant by structured programming language? It has a specific structure, like you have to go for the documentation section, you have to write the link section, then declaration section, global means definition section, global declaration section, then you have the main function, then you have the sub functions. Like that we have a specific structure for the C programming language. In the next video I will discuss about the entire structure of the C programming language, such as what is documentation section, what is the link section, what is the definition section, what is the global declaration section. All these things I will discuss in detail in the next video. So what I want to tell the point is that C is a structured programming language. If you want to write any C program, you have to follow that structure. Okay, and another important thing about the C is that it is easily extendable. It is easily extendable. Now, suppose you have written some add.c. Okay, what is this add.c is doing is that it is taking two variables a comma b and it is performing the addition and then displaying the value c to the user. Now you have written the program, you got the output. Now you can open the program and still you can add few more instructions such a way that you can perform the subtraction, you can perform the multiplication, you can perform the division. All these things are possible. And also you have the, already I said that we have inbuilt functions in the library. We have to use those header files and we can use this inbuilt functions. And even you can write your own functions and add it into the library. So that's why the C programming language, we can say that it is easily extendable programming language. So I have discussed various features such as robust. What is the advantage of C programming language? We can design the system software and business applications, and it is efficient and fast compared to the previous programming language, and it is portable, and it is a structured programming language, and it is easily extendable. You can write your own functions and add it to the library. Okay, so this is about the features of the C programming language. I hope you have understood all the concept. If you still have any doubts related to this concept, feel free to ask me in the comment section. I will try to clear your doubts less than 24 hours. I want to discuss basic structure of a C programming language. Now you can ask me why we should discuss about the basic structure of a C program. Because one of the feature of the C is structured programming language. If it is a structured programming language, we need to follow a particular structure whenever you are writing the program. So in this video, we will discuss what is the structure, what are the various sections will be there in a C program. All these things I will discuss in detail. So I request everyone to watch the complete video for better understanding. First, let me write various sections in the C program. Then I will discuss each section in detail. The first section we will have is the documentation section. We will have the documentation section. I hope it is visible for you. And then we will have the link section. Then definition section. We will have the global declaration section. And then we will have the main function. The main function will consist of two parts. One is the declaration part, and then you will have the executable part. Okay. Once this main function is completed, you will have the subprograms or user defined functions. So this is about the basic structure of a C program. We will have various sections such as documentation section, link section, definition section, global declaration section, and we will have the main function which consists of two parts such as declaration part, executable part, and then we will have the user defined functions. Now let me discuss what is this documentation section. The documentation section consists of various information such as what is the name of the program. You are writing some C program. What is the name of the program? Who is the author for that program? On which date he or she has written this program? All this information, if you want to write, you can write in the documentation section. Now you can ask me, sir, all these things will be there in the English. Now how can I write them? Because we said that C programming language follow certain syntax. We will have a various number of tokens such as keywords, we will have identifiers, we will have the constant, string constant, special symbols, operators, all these things will be there. But what is the name, author, all these things, how the C program or the C compiler will look at. Now this information you can write using the single line comments. Okay, single line comments means whatever the information you want to write, if it is finished in a single line, then you can use the two backslash symbols. Then whatever you want to write, you can write it. So this is about the single line comments, and even you can write it as a multiple lines or double lines. More than one line is also permitted. So you will write line number 1, line number 2, line number 3. At the end you will write star and backslash. Is it clear? So this is the way you will write the single line comments and double line comments. Whenever the C compiler compiling this program, it will neglect this single line comments and double line comments, and rest of the program it will execute it. Okay. So this is about the documentation section. Now let me discuss about the link section. When I discussed about the features of C programming language, I said C is robust. Why I said the C is robust? It has the rich inbuilt functions and operators. Even we have said that various inbuilt functions such as printf, scanf, malloc, calloc, okay, realloc, free is there, std, strlen, so many inbuilt functions are there. If you want to use those inbuilt functions, you need to use the header files. Okay, now what are the header files you need to use, such as hash include stdio.h, hash include stdlib.h, hash include math.h, because if you want to use a particular inbuilt function, you need to use the particular header file. So all those header files, whatever you want to use, you will write here in the link section. Now let me discuss what is the definition section consists of. The definition section consists of symbolic constants and macros. Now what is this macros and symbolic constants? Let me discuss with a simple example. The syntax for it is hash define variable name or the identifier. Let me take it as pi. And you have the value such as, let's take the 3.14. You know that pi value is 3.14. Now, every time instead of writing the pi value 3.14 every time, you can write at once in the starting of the program such as hash define pi 3.14. Please remember these two important points. Whenever you are writing the hash define, you should not use equal, okay, and you should not end with a semicolon, okay. Once you have written hash define pi 3.14 in the program, suppose let's take that you have pi into pi is there, then automatically when you are running it, the pi will be replaced with a value called 3.14 and 3.14. It will perform the multiplication and it will give the result to you. So this is about the definition section. Now let me discuss what is the global declaration section. To make you understand about the global declaration section, I need to discuss about the variables. We have various types of variables. We have the local variables, or even can say that auto. We have the register variables, we have the static variables, we have the global variables, which is external variables. Now let me discuss about the local variables and the external variables. Now to make you understand that one, let me give a simple example. Let's take that in your home TV is there. Your father has purchased the TV. Now everyone can use the TV. Am I right or wrong? Only it is not specific that your father will use or you will use like that. It is for the entire home. All the members in your home can watch the TV. Suppose let's take that a father has given a mobile phone to you. Now what you will do, once the mobile phone come into the picture, you will install all the applications and also you will keep a lock. If someone want to use your mobile phone, then they need to take your permission. How they will take the permission? They will ask you, please enter the password so that I can call to my friend, or I can use the WhatsApp, or I can watch a YouTube, some short film in a YouTube, all these things. But before using your mobile phone, they need to ask your permission because it is your own mobile phone. So now let me discuss within what is the local variable. The local variable is, we have said that we have a main function, we have the user defined function. Suppose let's take that I have declared a variable inside the main function, then I can use it only inside the main function. Similarly, let's take that I have defined one user defined function called sum, okay. Then in this function I have declared a variable called a. Then this variable, suppose let's take that it is int a, data type also we should specify, okay. Now it is a local variable. This variable you can access or you can use it only inside this function. So that's why it is local. So the example is your mobile phone. If it is your own mobile phone, you can only use it. But someone else can use it with your permission, but here it does not permits. So any local variable, if you have declared inside a particular function, you can use it inside the function only. The scope or the life of a local variable is only for a particular function. Now, if I write it as a global variable, then the main function can use and all the user defined functions also can use. So the example is the TV in your home. Everyone can use the TV. So the global declaration variable meaning is that whatever the variables you have declared as a global variables, those variables you can use it in the entire program. Meaning is that inside the main function you can use it, inside the user defined functions also you can use it. So that is the basic difference between the local variable and global variable. Okay, and detail about the local variables, auto variables, external variables, all these things we will discuss when we are discussing about the scope of the variables. Now we will discuss about the main function. The main function is the starting point of the program execution. Okay, it consists of two parts. One is the declaration part and executable part. Remember one important point. If you are using any variables in the C program, before using them, you should declare them. Is it clear? Suppose let's take that you have written a statement called C is equal to A plus B. Now here C is a one variable, A is in another variable and B is in another variable. Equal and plus are the operators. So before writing this statement, you should declare a particular data type. If they all are integers, you should declare with a data type called int, and then you have to declare them a comma b comma c. So the declaration part consists of all the variables, everything will be declared, and in the executable part you will write the executable statements. Okay, and then user defined functions will consist of whatever the functions you are declaring, such as sum, add, your own wish. You can keep the name as per your wish. So this is about the basic structure of a C program. I hope everyone have watched the complete video and you have understood. If you still have any doubts related to this concept, feel free to ask me in the comment section. I will try to clear your doubts in less than 24 hours. I want to discuss what is a character set, what are the different types of characters are there in C language. Then I will discuss what is a token, what are the different types of tokens are there in C programming language. So I request everyone to watch the complete video for better understanding. First, before discussing about the character set, let me discuss with a simple example. Now I am speaking with you in English. Now how I able to generate the sentence? The sentence is a collection of words. What is a word? Collection of alphabets is a word. So in English, we have 26 lowercase alphabets and 26 uppercase alphabets are there. Similarly, if you take any language, suppose let's take that I am taking Telugu, we have characters like E like that. So a C language is also a high level language. Even it also have the character set. So what are the different character sets are there in C language? We have letters, we have the digits, we have the white spaces, we have the special characters. So first let me write each one and then I will discuss in detail about each one. So we have the four types of character sets. One is the letters, we have the digits, and special characters are there, and we have the white spaces. Coming to the letters, as you know that we have small a, small b up to small z. Similarly, we have capital A, capital B, so on up to capital Z. Similarly, coming to the digits, we have digit 0, 1, 2, 3, so on up to 9. And we have the special characters such as comma, we have the semicolon, we have the open braces, we have the closed braces, we have the open curly braces, we have the closed curly braces, we have the backslash, we have the slash. Like that we have the various special characters are there. Okay, now coming to the white spaces. Before discussing what is the white space, first let me tell you with a simple example. Let's take that I am writing a statement called hi, how are you? Now if you look at here, each one is a word. This complete one is a one sentence. Now this is an each word. Now each word is separated by a blank space or a white space. Now using the white space we could able to differentiate the words. So similarly the white spaces will be useful for you to differentiate the various tokens in the C language. What are the various white spaces we have is that we have the blank space, we have the horizontal tab, we have the new line, we have the form feed, and then we have the new line, form feed, horizontal tab, we have the carriage written also. To use the carriage written, we will use the backslash r. For the form feed, we will use the backslash f. For the new line, we will use the backslash n. For the horizontal tab, we will use the backslash t. So about each one, what is this backslash t, what is the use of this backslash n, backslash f, backslash r, I will discuss in while I was discussing about the escape characters. We have several escape characters. Let's take that black space is there, backspace, okay, backslash b, alarm backslash a, single quotation is there, question mark is there, we have the new line, char is written, horizontal tab, vertical tab, several escape characters are there. So when I will discuss about those escape characters, I will discuss about this one in detail, okay. So now coming to the token. First, let me define what is a token. Token is the smallest individual unit in a C language. Okay. Now we have 6 different types of tokens are there. 6 types of tokens are there. One is the keyword. We have the identifiers. We have the constants, such as we have the integer constants, real constants, single character constants, string constants, and then even we have the strings, we have the special symbols, and we have the operators. So these are the 6 different types of tokens are there. Okay, what is a keyword? How many different types of keywords are there? What is an identifier? What are the rules we should follow when we are creating an identifier? What is an constants? What is an integer constants? Even in integer constants, we have the decimal integer constants, octal constants, we have the hexadecimal constants. All these things in detail I will discuss in the coming videos. So I hope in this video you have understood what is a character set, what is the definition of a token, what are the different types of tokens. If you still have any doubts related to any concept, feel free to ask me in the comment section. I will try to clear your doubts in less than 24 hours. I want to discuss about a keyword. What are the different types of keywords are there? What are the rules you need to follow when you are giving a keyword? And then I will discuss what is an identifier. What are the rules you need to follow when you are creating an identifier? So all these things I will discuss in detail. So I request everyone to watch the complete video for better understanding. First, let me define what is a keyword. The keyword has a specific meaning. We cannot change the meaning of the keyword. And in C language, we have 32 keywords are there, such as we have the keyword called if to write the if statements. You have the for the for loop. We have the do. We have the while. Okay. We have the switch. Okay. This is small s only. Okay. You have the case, you have the break, like that we have 32 keywords are there, okay, and this meaning we cannot change it, okay. And remember one more important point, all the keywords you should write it in the lowercase only. This is one of the important point every student should remember. Meaning is that if you write if in small letter, it is a keyword. If you write if in capital letters, then it is not a keyword. It will give you an error for you. Okay, suppose if you are writing like this, if condition something in between a C program, then it will give an error for you because it is not a keyword. The keyword should be used in lowercase letters. So we have 32 keywords are there whose meaning we cannot change it. So this is about the keyword. So I hope you have understood what is a keyword, what are the rules you should follow, because all the keywords you should write it in the lowercase, and how many keywords are there. Now let me discuss what is an identifier. What are the rules you should follow when you are creating an identifier. Identifier is the name of a variable or an array or a structure or any name of something. Okay, suppose let's take that I have my name. My name is Jagadish Kakarla. Someone would have kept my name, like my father, my grandfather or grandmother or mother. Someone would have kept my name. Am I right? What is the use of having the name? To call someone or to identify someone, we will use their name. Am I right? Because we don't know their Aadhaar card, we don't know their PAN card. Because sir, you say that sir, if you come to the DBMS, you will say that we will use the key attribute to identify someone uniquely. But we should have that information when we are going on the road. Some old friend, when we are studying engineering, a 10th class friend you have seen on the road, then you will call him with his name. You will not call him with his Aadhaar card number or a PAN card number. You does not remember these things. Am I right? So a name is useful for to identify someone. Similarly, an identifier is a name of a variable or a structure or an array. Okay. Now remember one thing. Whenever someone have kept a name for you, you should follow certain rules. Am I right? Suppose if you follow the horoscope, then you will see the horoscope of the baby, and then you will go to the Pujari. Then Pujari will say that according to this horoscope, the name should start with P, the name should start with J, or the name should start with some letter, he will say. Then you will look at a good name with that alphabet and you will keep the name. So similarly, we should also follow certain rules when we are creating the name for a variable or structure or a array, all these things. So what are those rules? We will discuss. We have totally 5 rules. The first rule is that it should not be an keyword. This is very important point. Then identifier should not be a keyword. Okay, and this another thing is that if you look at any identifier, suppose let's take that I am keeping an identifier called NUM. I am writing int NUM. Okay, now this int is a data type. Okay, data type will tell you what kind of values you can store and what is the range of the values you can store. Now let's take that this is an identifier, means this is a variable and the name of that variable is NUM. Okay, now if you look at here, this is consists of 3 characters, NUM. So the length of this string is 3. Now this first character should always be a character, a letter or an underscore only. So please write down this point. This first point is that the first character in an identifier should be either letter or alphabet or underscore. You can keep underscore or you can keep a letter. Meaning is that you can keep underscore NUM, that is also a valid identifier, or you can keep AUM, this is also valid. But what I want to tell you is that you cannot keep 1UM. This 1 is a digit. Is it clear or not? Okay, so you should not keep a digit as the first character of the variable. Okay, and all the identifiers should be collection of letters, digits, underscore only. You should not use any special symbols in an identifier. Now let's take that. You can write NUM1. This is a valid identifier. You can write NU underscore 123. This is also a valid identifier. Now you can ask me, NUM question mark, is it a valid identifier? It is not a valid identifier because the question mark is a special symbol or a special character which is not allowed in the identifier. Okay, is it clear? So these are the 3 rules. We have the 4th rule is that we should not use any white spaces. You should not use any white spaces, or you should avoid the white spaces. Suppose let's take that I want to keep a variable called Jagadish Kakarla. Okay, int Jagadish Kakarla. When I write my name Jagadish, I will write, and then space I will give, I will write Kakarla. But when you are writing it as a an identifier, you should not use any white spaces. Then you will use the underscore here. Okay, so you can use the underscore, but you cannot use a white space to differentiate like Jagadish Kakarla. Okay, even you can write num 1 2 3 underscore abc like that. This is also a valid one, but you should not write 1 2 3 space num 1 2 3 space abc. This is not a valid identifier, so you should avoid the white spaces. And another important point in the identifier is that it will consider only first 31 characters only. Suppose let's take that you have created a identifier which is consists of 63 characters. Let's take that someone, if I ask someone name, he will say Naga, Surya, Venkata, Varalakshmi, Rama, Sita, like that they will say. Am I right? One student name, if I ask, someone will say that they would have kept his father name, mother name, grandfather name, grandmother name, God's name, all these things they will keep. Am I right? But if I ask his name, he will say any one of it. So similarly, even if you like to create an identifier of 63 characters or 100 characters, but the compiler will consider only first 31 characters in the identifier. Okay, so these are the 5 rules you should follow whenever you are creating an identifier. The first rule is that you should not use a keyword. Suppose let's take that you are writing int if. Now tell me whether it is a valid identifier or not. It is not a valid identifier because if is a keyword, so you should avoid using the keywords as an identifiers. The first character in an identifier should be either letter or underscore. It should not be any digit. And the identifier should be a combination of letters, digits and underscore, and you should avoid using the white spaces, and it will consider only first 31 characters. Now lot of students will ask me this doubt. If I write an identifier as if underscore abc, now tell me whether it is a valid identifier or invalid identifier. They will say that it is an invalid identifier. Why they will say? They have also the reason. They will say that, sir, if is a keyword, you only said that keywords we should not use. But if you are using only the if, such as int if or float if, like that any data type, and you are using the variable name, this is invalid. But here you are using if underscore abc, then it is a valid identifier because it is not a keyword now. But whereas if is a keyword, but if underscore abc is not a keyword, so this is a valid identifier. So I hope you have understood what is a keyword, how many different types of keywords are there, and what is an identifier, what are the rules you should follow for a valid identifier. If you still have any doubts related to this concept, feel free to ask me in the comment section. I will try to clear your doubts as early as possible. I want to discuss about constants in detail. So I request everyone to watch the complete video for better understanding. The constants are broadly classified into 2 types. One is the numerical constants and another one is the character constant. The numerical constants again classified into 2 types, such as integer constants and real constants. The character constants are again classified into 2 types, such as single character constants and strings. Even in the diagram you can look at here. The constants are classified into 2 types, and again the numerical constants are classified into 2 types. Character constants are again classified into 2 types. So first let me discuss about the integer constant. Now, what is meant by constant? The constant is nothing but the value is fixed. You are not changing the value. Suppose let's take that you are saying 100. It is an integer constant, okay, whose value is 100 only. If I talk in rupees, I will say that it is 100 rupees. Okay, if I talk in a value, I will say that it is 100. If I say it as a binary number, it will be 100. Okay, is it clear? But I am talking it as an integer constant, so I am using the digit 1, 0, 1. So even you can use the digits 1, 2, 3 because you have the digits from 0 to 9. So using those combinations of digits, you can generate the integer constants. But remember one thing, if I say 10,000 rupees, then usually we will write like this. Am I right? If I say 10,000, you will say 10 comma 3 zeros. This is for 10,000 rupees. Even if I say 10,500, you will write 10,000 comma 500. But when you are writing the integer constants in the C programming language, you should avoid the commas. You should avoid the white spaces. You should avoid the non-digit characters such as dollar, okay, any hash or anything you should avoid. Like usually when we write then the money, we will write even the currency symbol, but those things you should avoid when it comes to the integer constants. You should avoid the commas, you should avoid the white space, you should avoid any non-digit characters. Okay, is it clear? Suppose if you are writing 10,000, tell me one thing, whether it is a valid? No, it is invalid integer constant because you should not use the comma. Now if I write 10,000, even this is also not a valid because you should not use any white space. Suppose if I am writing $10,000, even this is not a valid integer constant. So I hope you have understood what is an integer constant, what are the rules you need to follow when you are initializing any integer constant, means when you are using any integer constant. Okay. Now, even in the integer constants, we have three types of constants. One is the decimal constant, and another one is the octal integer constant, and we have the hexadecimal constant. Till now whatever we have discussed is the decimal constant because the decimal number is base 10. So base 10 is nothing but you have the digits from 0 to 9. So the minimum value possible means minimum digit is 0 and the maximum digit is 9. In the number system I have discussed about these ones in detail. If you want to watch those number system videos, I request you to go to computer organization playlist. There I have discussed about the number system, what is the base, what is the decimal number, octal number, everything I have discussed in detail. Okay, so one is the decimal and another one is the octal, which is base 8. So you will have the digits from 0 to 7, and you have the hexadecimal, which is base 16. You will have the digits from 0 to 9 and then A to F. Now you can ask me what is this A to F? Is that now you have base 16. Base 16 meaning is that you have the minimum digit is 0 and maximum digit is base minus 1, which is 15. If you look at here, when I said base 10 or radix 10, the decimal number maximum digit is allowed is 9, which is base minus 1, 10 minus 1, which is 9. Even in the octal number, I said base 8 or radix 8, the maximum digit allowed is 7, which is 8 minus 1. Similarly, when it comes to the hexadecimal, which is base 16, so the maximum digit allowed is 16 minus 1, which is 15. So, you should not write 15 like this. If you write 15, then people will think that it may be a 1 and 5. Am I right? Is it clear? So, that's why what they have done, they have used the digits from 0 to 9. To represent 10, they have used A. To represent 11, B, 12, C, 13, D, 14, E, and 15, F. So these are the notations they have used to represent the values from 10 to 15 with capital A to capital F. A, B, C, D, E, F. So this is the way you have to represent the hexadecimal numbers, octal numbers, and decimal numbers. Now you can ask me one question. Sir, you are saying it is base 8, base 16, all these things. But if I give the value, how it will be able to differentiate whether it is a decimal value, whether it is a octal number or it is an hexadecimal number? That is a good question. Okay, please watch it carefully. Let's take that I am using a data type called int and I am using the variable a and I am writing it as 1000 semicolon. I am completing. This I can say that it is an integer constant and also it is a decimal number. Okay. Similarly, if I use int a is equal to 0, 1, 2, 3, then I can say that it is an octal number. Please remember one thing. If you have 0 initially, means the first one, okay, after that you have 1, 2, 3, okay, then you can, this is the most significant bit, am I right? This is the least significant bit, this is the most significant bit. If your most significant bit is 0, okay, then you can say that it is an octal representation. If you want to represent a hexadecimal number, you should write 0, x, 1, 2, 3. So this is the way you will represent the hexadecimal. See, this 1, 2, 3, you can change anything. I want to tell that if you have the 0 in the MSB, then you can say that it is an octal number. If you have 0x, then it is an hexadecimal number. Now you can ask me one question. Sir, we know that, as we know little bit about the C programming, so if I want to display the value of an integer, then I will use %d as the format specifier. Am I right? Suppose let's take that I want to print this a value. Then I will write a statement called printf. Please see this one. This p is a small letter. Maybe it looks like a capital letter for you. Printf %d a you will write. Then you will end with a semicolon. So as it is an integer, you are giving the format specifier as %d, and what is the name of the variable you are giving. If you are writing like this, then whatever the value is there, that value will be displayed. Let's take that this is b, this is c, to avoid the confusion. Okay, is it clear? Sorry, I should not write comma. It will give the 10,000 value. Similarly, if I want to display this octal number, then I need to use the format specifier as %o. Okay, if I want to display the hexadecimal number, I have to use the format specifier as %x. Is it clear? Are you able to understand? Suppose, to make you understand, let me discuss further. If I want to display this octal number as it is, then I will write printf %o b. Then it will display 1, 2, 3 as an output, because you are printing it as an octal number, so it will print as an octal number. Suppose instead of that one, instead of %o, you are writing printf %d b. Now what is the meaning of this one? You want to print the whatever the value is there in the variable b in the integer format, because percentage is for integer. So then what will happen? This octal number will be converted into a decimal number and it will display. Are you able to understand it or not? Let me repeat again. This b is a variable which is storing the octal number, but you want to print it as a decimal number. Then what it will happen? It will convert this octal number to decimal number and it will print the value. Is it clear? What is the way to convert? If you have an octal number 1, 2, 3, how you will convert into decimal number? It is very simple. 3 into 8 power 0 plus 2 into 8 power 1 plus 1 into 8 power 2. Okay, so 3 into 8 power 1 is 3 plus 2 into 8 power 1 is 16 plus 1 into 8 power 2 is 64. So you will get the value 83. That value will be displayed. So if you are using the format specifier %o, then it will display the octal value. If you are using the %d, means you want to print it as a decimal number, then this octal number will be converted into a decimal number and it will be displayed. Suppose if you want to print the hexadecimal number, then you will use %ox, okay, and you will use the whatever the variable name, okay, then it will display the octal number, hexadecimal number. If you want to convert into a decimal, then you will write like this, %d and the variable name c. Then this 123 will be converted into a decimal and it will be displayed. How you will convert this 123 into, means the hexadecimal number into decimal? It is again simple. 3 into 16 power 0 plus 2 into 16 power 1 plus 1 into 16 power 2. Whatever the value will come, that value will be displayed. So this is about the integer constants. I hope you have understood about what are the rules you should follow whenever you are using any integer constants, and I have discussed about the decimal, hexadecimal and octal. Now coming to the real constants. Okay, let me discuss about the real constants. You will use the decimal values, meaning is that let's take that you have 10.23, the real numbers you will use. Okay, similarly let's take the 10.456 or 15.123. These kind of representation you will use it in the real constants. Usually these real constants will be represented in the form of mantissa e exponent. Okay, mantissa and exponent form it will be represented. We have the single precision format, double precision format that I have discussed in the computer organization course. Okay, so this is about the real constants, and we will use the data type called float, double, long double, all these things. About these things I will discuss about the data types in a detail in a separate video. Now coming to the single character constants, you have a character. Suppose let's take that you want to use a character C. Then you will use within a single quotation. So this is the way you will represent the single character constants. Suppose if you want to represent a character A, then you will represent using the single quotation. So always remember one point, the single character constants will be enclosed within the single quotation. Whereas the strings is nothing but a collection of single character constants, or nothing but if you group all the single character constants, then you will generate a string. String is nothing but your word. Okay, suppose let's take that if I say hi, H is a one character, I is another character. So the single strings can be enclosed within the double quotation. Suppose let's take that hi, how, okay, or like that. These are the strings. The strings should be enclosed within the double quotation. So I hope you have understood about the constants, integer constants, real constants, single character constants and strings. I want to discuss about escape sequence or backslash character constants. I request everyone to watch the complete video for better understanding. We have several escape sequences such as audible bell, backspace, new line, form feed, carriage written, single quote, double quote, backslash. All these things we will discuss one by one in detail. Okay, so coming to the audible bell, you will use the backslash A. For the backspace, you will use the backslash B. For a form feed, you will use backslash F. For a new line, you will use backslash N. For a carriage written, you will use backslash R. For a horizontal tab, you will use backslash T. For a vertical tab, you will use backslash V. For a single quote, you will use backslash single quote. For a double quote, you will use backslash double quote. For a backslash, if you want to print backslash, then you have to write backslash backslash. So this is about the constant and the corresponding meaning. Now first let me discuss what is the audible bell. Now let's take that you are writing a statement called printf welcome to Parnika tutorials. Okay, in a C program you are writing welcome to Parnika tutorials, and then you have written backslash A, and then you have ended with a semicolon. If you are writing such statement and you are writing the backslash A, then what will happen in the output when it is printing? After printing the welcome to Parnika tutorials, it will give you a sound which will stay for very small amount of time, but after printing it will give a bell sound. Okay, so this is about the audible bell. Now you can ask me, what is this backspace? Now in the same example I will discuss for you. Okay, now if I write backslash B here, when the output is printing, it will print the entire thing, welcome to Pernica tutorials. Okay, everything it will print, and the output will be depend on the compiler what you are using. Based on the compiler, the output will vary, but whatever the compiler I am using, it will give the output as welcome to Pernica tutorials, and the cursor will pointing to the last character. Is it clear? If I does not use \b, then it will print the welcome to Pernica tutorials and it will point to the next one. Okay, the cursor, where the cursor is pointing, it will point to this one if you does not use \b. If you are using the \b, it will point here. But some compilers, what it will do is that it will remove this yes and it will stay here. Okay, are you able to understand? Now you can ask me one thing. Sir, I have written welcome to Pernica tutorials. Instead of using single \b, I am using two \b. Then what will happen? For first \b, the cursor will point here. For the second \, it will point here. So finally it will print welcome to Pernica tutorials and the cursor will be pointing to here. If you are using some other compiler, it will remove this L and S. Is it clear? So I want to tell you one point is that this \b, the output will vary based on what compiler you are using. Okay. Now coming to the form feed. The form feed, you will use \f. Okay. Now it will print welcome Pernica tutorials and it will give you some character here. Some unknown character it will give. But what is the purpose of this form feed is that you have written a very lengthy C program. It consists of 1000 lines. When you are printing it, you cannot print it in a single page. Am I right? Now let's take that you have written 100 lines of the C code. Now after this 100 lines, you want to, whatever the statements are there, you want to print them in the next page. Is it clear? You want to print them in the next page, then you can use \f. So whatever the statements are there, after this printf, all the statements will be printed in another page. Okay, so this is about the form feed. Now let me discuss about the new line character, which is \n. Okay, if you write welcome Pernica tutorials \n, then it will print the entire output and the cursor will be pointing to the next line. Okay, let me discuss with a simple example. You have written int a is equal to 3, b is equal to 4. See, I am not writing the entire syntax. I am writing only what are the statements which will be helpful for me to understand the concept for you. Okay, so int a is equal to 3 and b is equal to 4. If you write printf %d a comma b value, then if you see the output, it will print it as 3, 4. It will not even give any space between the 3 and 4. Okay, then lot of students will be thinking that as a beginners, if you are middle level or you are expert, you can understand that a value is 3 and b value is 4 is printing. But as you are a beginners, you will think that I have given a value as 3, b value is 4 and I am asking to print it, so it should print it as 3 and 4, but it is printing as 34. So lot of students will ask this doubt, sir, it is printing 34, what happened to my program? So if you want the output in a proper way, okay, then what you can do is that you can write printf %d \n %d a comma b. Then what will happen? A value 3 will be printed in the new line. After printing the 3, it will go to the new line and whatever it is there, it will print. So it will print it as 3 and 4. So this is the way, the use of the \n. So after printing it, it will go to the new line. Okay, is it clear? So now let me discuss about the carriage return. Okay, and I request everyone, please try executing this one in your computer and you can see these outputs. Okay, if you are a beginners, I request everyone to practice these concepts after watching my video. Okay, now let me discuss about \r. If you are writing \r here, which is a carriage return, okay, then what will happen? it will print welcome to Parnika tutorials, and the cursor will be pointing to the first character. Is it clear? If you does not write backslash r, the cursor will be pointing after s, but if you are writing backslash r, the cursor will be pointing to the first character. Okay, so this is about backslash r. And you know what is a horizontal tab? You are giving a tab space in a horizontally. If you are giving vertical tab, you are giving a space, tab space. Okay, tab amount of space. If you want to see what is the tab space, you can open the notepad or word file and you please press tab. You can see that the cursor will go after certain amount of space. Is it clear? If it is here, it will go up to here, so it will take a tab space. So if it is horizontal tab, it will take the tab space in horizontally. If you are using the vertical tab backslash v, it will take tab space vertically. And now let me discuss what is this single quote. Okay, now let's take that. I want to display the output as welcome to Parnika tutorials, but I want to highlight my Parnika tutorials channel little bit more. If I simply write welcome to Parnika tutorials, it will, if I'm using backslash r, whatever it is, okay, it will print in a single line. But I want to highlight my Parnika tutorials in little bit. I want to print like this, welcome to Parnika tutorials, means within the single quotation I want this output. Then how can you change it? Then what is the changes you have to do is that you have to use a backslash, a single quote, a backslash, single quote. Then it will display the output as welcome to single quote Parnika tutorials and again single quote. So it will be highlighted within the single quotation. So this is the use of the using single quotation. Now you can ask me, sir, without using this backslash single quote, I will just write like this, single quote, what will happen? I want welcome to Parnika tutorials. Why should I use the single quote? I will simply write welcome to single quote Parnika tutorials and I will end with a double quotes, closed brace and semicolon. Then it will give an error for you. So if you want the output like this, you should use the backslash single quote, backslash single quote. I hope it is clear. Similarly, if you want double quotation, I want to highlight further. I want to enclose within the double quotation. Then what I will do is that I will write the backslash double quotes, backslash double quotes. So then the output will be printed as welcome to double quotes Parnika tutorials double quotes. So this is the way we will print the output within the double quotes. If you want backslash itself, you want welcome to backslash Parnika tutorials, then you will write like this. In the printf, you will write backslash, backslash. Okay, one is for this, it is an escape character to represent that it is an escape character, and you want to print a double means backslash. So you have to write the escape sequence backslash, and you want again a backslash symbol, so you are writing like this. So it will print the output as welcome to backslash Parnika tutorials. Even if you want a null value, you should write backslash 0. So this is for the null value. So I hope you have understood various escape sequence and how to use them. If you still have any doubts after executing them, if you are getting any different output, please ask me in the comment section. I will try to clear your doubts in less than 24 hours. Please remember this point. Few of them will be depend on what compiler you are using. I want to discuss what is the purpose of data type, what are the different types of data types are there, such as primitive data types, user defined data types, derived data types. All these things I will discuss in detail. So I request everyone to watch the complete video for better understanding. First, let me discuss what is the purpose of the data type. Let's take that I am writing a statement called data type some variable v1. It specifies that, the data type specifies that what kind of value you can store in this variable, okay, and how much amount of memory will be allocated for this variable. Okay, these are the two things the data type will specify. The first one is that what value you can store, okay, and how much memory will be allocated for this variable in the memory. how much memory or space will be allocated for this variable in the main memory. Okay, so this is the purpose of data type. It will tell you what kind of values you can store and how much memory will be allocated. Suppose let me tell you with a simple example. We have int is a variable. It specifies that you can store the integer values, integer constants you can store. Now one more important thing, you said that integer values we can store. Now the second thing is that how much memory will be allocated. The memory will be allocated depends on what kind of compiler you are using. If you are using a 16-bit compiler, the memory allocation will be different. If you are using a 32-bit compiler, the memory allocation will be different. Just for make you understand, only for the int I am telling, if it is a 16-bit compiler, it will occupy 2 bytes, means 2 bytes of memory will be allocated for this variable v1. If it is a 32-bit compiler, 4 bytes of memory will be allocated. If it is a 16-bit compiler, 2 bytes of memory will be allocated. If it is a 32-bit compiler, 4 bytes will be allocated. Now those who are confusing, sir, I have read in the textbook in terms of bits, you are telling it in terms of bytes. Don't worry, 1 byte is equal to 8 bits. Okay, so if you have 2 bytes, it will be 16 bits. If you have 4 bytes, it will be 32 bits. Okay, is it clear? So the int will tell you what kind of values you can store and how much memory it will be allocated for the variable. So this is the two things the data type will specify. So based on this one, the data types are broadly classified into 3 types. One is the primitive data types or the fundamental data types, and second one is the derived data types, and the third one is the user defined data types. We have primitive or fundamental data types, derived data types, user defined data types. So the primitive data types again broadly classified into 4 types. One is the, let me write here, the primitive data types are again broadly classified into 4 types. One is int. It allows you to store the integer constants. Another one is the char. It will allow you to store the character constants. You have the float, which allows you to store the real constants. And fourth one is a void, which does not allow you to store any values. Okay, I will discuss about the void when I will discuss in the functions. Okay, and then the derived data types. The derived data types have the arrays, functions, structures, and pointers. All these things we will discuss in the coming videos. What is an array, what is the syntax of an array, functions, structures, pointers, everything I will discuss in the coming videos. And coming to the user defined data types. User defined data types, we have the typedef, we have the enum. I will discuss about the typedef and enum in a separate video. Okay, so the data types are broadly classified into 3 types. One is primitive, derived, and user defined. And again, the primitive data types is broadly classified into 4 types. So in this video, we will concentrate on the primitive data types. In the upcoming videos, I will discuss about the arrays, and in the next video, I will discuss about the user defined data types. Okay, so now let me erase this one and I will discuss the primitive data types such as int, char, float, and void. Okay, now as I said earlier, excuse me, let me erase properly so that I can discuss with you in detail. Okay, so as I said earlier, the int is allowed to store you the integer constants. Now, the int is again broadly classified into three types. One is the short int, second one is the int, and the third one is the you have long int. Now you can ask me, sir, why this int is divided further into short int, long int? Because the int data types will tell you that you can store integer constants. Am I right? That is okay. And I said about the data type, what kind of values you can store and how much memory will be allocated. Now, the short int, okay, will suppose if it is a 16-bit compiler, if it is a 16-bit compiler, the short int will occupy 1 byte. If it is a 32-bit compiler, the short int will occupy 2 bytes. Means if you define short int, any variable, let's take that A you are writing. Now, if you are using a 16-bit compiler, let's take that you are using a 16-bit compiler. 1 byte of memory will be allocated with some address. Let's take the 1000 address location. Okay, totally 1 byte of memory will be allocated. Means you can have the 8 bits value. So using those 8-bit value, you can store some value. If it is a 16 bits value, you can store some other value, because I will tell you one more thing. If it is a 3 bits, let's take that you have a 3 bits memory, then you can store either 0, 0, 0, because the computer can able to store either 0 or 1. If you store all zeros, you can represent the value as 0. If you store all ones, this represents the 7. So if you have a 3 bits, then the minimum number you can store 0 and the maximum number you are storing it as 7. Similarly, if you have 8 bits, then the minimum value you can store it as 0 and the maximum value you can store it is 2 power 8 minus 1, which is 256 minus 1, which is 255. So based on the how many bits of memory is allocated, the range of values also will vary. Okay, if it is an int, again the memory will be different. If it is an int and if it is a 16-bit compiler, it will occupy 2 bytes. If it is a 32-bit compiler, it will occupy 4 bytes. Meaning is that if you are declaring a variable as an int, if you are using a 16-bit compiler, it will allocate a memory of 2 bytes. If it is a 32-bit compiler, it will allocate a memory of 4 bytes. Coming to the long int, if it is a 16-bit compiler, it will allocate a memory of 4 bytes. Even in the 32-bit compiler, it allocates a memory of 4 bytes. Is it clear? Are you able to understand? So, based on the data type, if it is a short int, the memory allocation will be different. Int, the memory allocation will be different. Long int, the memory allocation will be different. And another classification is that coming to the short int, again we can classify it as a unsigned and signed. Okay, you have unsigned short int, you have signed short int. I hope you are able to understand. First, let me discuss. Sorry for it. First, let me discuss what is unsigned short int, and then we will discuss about signed short int. Okay. Now, the numbers, you can store only positive numbers, and another way you can store both positive numbers and negative numbers. If it is unsigned, you are storing only positive numbers. Okay. If it is signed, then you are storing both positive and negative values. Is it clear? This is negative and positive values you are storing. Is it clear? And in the computer, if you are storing the signed representation, means you are storing a negative number and a positive number. I will tell you with a simple example. If you are simply writing it as a 5, then what it is? It is a positive plus 5. If you are writing like this, then you can say that it is a minus 5, means negative number This is a positive number. Okay, as we are a humans, we can able to differentiate. As there is no plus in front of it, by default we will consider it as a positive number. If there is a negative sign, we will consider it as a negative number. But how a machine can understand? Now let me discuss about the sign representation. In sign representation, one bit, suppose let's take that I'm talking about the short int in 16-bit compiler. If it is 16-bit compiler, 1 byte, meaning is that 8 bits of memory will be allocated. Okay, out of this 8 bits, suppose let me write this 8 bits, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Out of this 8 bits, first bit will be allocated for the sign. Whether it is a positive number or negative number will be telling by the sign bit, which is an MSB bit. If it is the sign bit is 0, then I can say that this number is a positive number. If the sign bit is 1, then I can say that the given number is a negative number. Is it clear? And even I have discussed in the number system concept when I was discussing about the computer organization course, I told you that the sign numbers will be represented in any of the three formats. Means you have the sign magnitude, 1's complement and 2's complement. Even I have discussed what is the drawback with the sign magnitude representation and 1's complement representation. Because for the 0, you have the two different representation. But coming to the 2's complement, for the 0, you will have the only one representation. So that's why in a computer, if you are storing a negative number, it will be represented as a 2's complement representation. Okay, is it clear? So I request everyone, please watch those videos. I will provide in the description section. Okay, so what I want to tell here is that if it is a 0, then it is a positive number. If it is a 1, it is a negative number. Okay, now let me tell you one thing. The remaining bits, how many bits are there? 7 bits are there. So you can keep all zeros here and you can keep all ones here. Am I right or wrong? So if it is all zeros, then you can store the 0. If it is all ones, 7 ones are there. 7 ones is nothing but if you convert into decimal number, which will be 127. If you want to convert, you can convert it. How I just directly tell you is that 7 ones, you can write it as 2 power 7 minus 1, which is 128 minus 1, 127. Okay, are you able to understand it or not? Now this is what? This is a negative number. Are you able to understand why I am telling it is a negative number? Because the 1 is there, which will say that it is a negative number. So if it is a only sign representation, okay, only the sign representation, what we are saying, it will store only the positive values. The positive values, then it will be in the range of 0 to 2 power, okay, 2 power n minus 1. If it is a negative numbers, you will store minus 2 power n minus 1 to 2 to the power n minus 1 minus 1. If you want the proof for it, I will just tell with a simple example. Now if it is why I am stored, let me tell you about the negative numbers. As I told you that the negative numbers will be represented in the 2's complement form. So this is the range of the negative numbers. If you have a n bits memory, then the minimum negative value will be stored as minus 2 to the power n minus 1 and maximum positive value can be stored as 2 power n minus 1. Coming to the signed, unsigned one, as I told you that we can store the positive numbers. Am I right? So if you have 8 bits, you can keep 8 zeros. That is the minimum value. Okay, and the maximum value is 8 ones you can keep. If you keep 8 ones, this value is nothing but 2 power 8 minus 1. So that's why for the unsigned, you can store the minimum value is 0 and maximum value is 2 power n minus 1, where the n represents the number of bits are allocated for the memory. And if it is assigned, you can store these values. So based on that one, if you are using a 16-bit compiler, just let me tell you for the 16-bit compiler, if you are using a 16-bit compiler for the unsigned short int, the range will be 0 to, it is 8 bits, so 2 then n value is now 8. Okay, so 2 power 8 minus 1, which is nothing but 256 minus 1, which is 255. So 0 to 255 values you can store it in a variable which if you are declaring it as a short int. If it is a signed, then it will be minus 128 to 127. You can keep the n value here it as 8. So minus 2 to the power 7, which is minus 128 to positive 127. This is the range of signed short int. Similarly, you can say that int. Again, int is classified into unsigned and signed int. Is it clear? Okay, now again using this formula, you can tell me the range of the unsigned int and signed int. Let me write it as unsigned int and signed int. Okay, now lot of students would have this doubt. Sir, if I just till now you are saying that int a, you are saying int b. Now till now you did not say that whether it is a unsigned or signed. If you just specify it as a int a, then it is by default it is a signed int. That's why you are able to store both the positive numbers and negative numbers. If I just only specify the unsigned int, then you are allowed to store only positive values. If you intentionally write a negative value, what will happen? I will discuss for you. Don't worry. Okay, just remember one thing. If it is an unsigned, you can store only positive values. If it is a signed, you can store both the negative numbers and the positive numbers. Now let me tell you, if you are using the 16-bit compiler, now the unsigned int, what is the memory it is allocated? It is allocating 2 bytes. So 2 bytes meaning is that 16 bits. So if it is 16 bits, you just keep the 16 value in this formula. Okay, and for the signed also, here in place of n you keep the value 16, then you will get the range. Okay, you no need to by heart the range. A lot of students will try to by heart. You don't by heart, you just remember this formula. And even I told you why this formula came into the picture, because we are storing the signed numbers using the 2's complement form. This is the range of the 2's complement form. Okay, and even I discussed why it is minus 2 to the power n minus 1. So you just remember this formula, and if you know this value, how much memory will be allocated, easily you can tell the range. Range means what kind of values you can store in that variable. If it is 0 to 255, you can store any value between 0 to 255 in the unsigned short int. Is it clear? So now next thing you will have the doubt, if it is a, sir, you said int, short int, all these things, but what is the format specifier I should use? Okay, now let me discuss about the format specifier for the short int, long int, then we will go for the char. Okay, now let me tell you, if you have the signed short int, this is the keyword you should use, signed short int, and another one is the unsigned short int. But if you simply say short int, by default it will be signed short int. Then you have the signed int, unsigned int. Similarly, you have long int. Long int, if I write, it is by default it is signed long int, unsigned long int. Okay, what is the format specifier? What is the meaning of the format specifier? Whenever you want to read the value, whenever you want to print the value, we are using the scanf and printf functions. In that one, if it is an int, we are writing %d. So if it is a short int, what should the format specifier? We will discuss now. Okay, if it is a signed short int, then you should write percentage hd. This is h, okay, hd. If it is a unsigned short int, you should write hu, small u only. Okay, if it is a signed int, you should write percentage d. If it is an unsigned int, you should write percentage u. Okay, if it is a signed long int, you should write ld. Unsigned means lu. Is it clear? Are you able to understand it or not? So these are the format specifiers you should use when you are using the signed, unsigned, and int, long int, all these things. So I request everyone to please note down this one. Okay. So I hope you have understood the integer constants such as short int, log int, what is the ranges also. If it is a 16-bit compiler, what values you can store. If it is a 32-bit compiler, what values we will store. I request everyone please note down this one. Okay, so now we will discuss about the character data type. We will use the keyword called char. Okay, now let me discuss about the char. Okay, now the char is also broadly classified into two types: unsigned char and signed char. As I said earlier, the char data type will allows you to store the characters. Okay, if it is unsigned character, you can store both the negatives and the positive. If unsigned means only positive, signed means both positives and negative. I want to tell you one important thing. If it is a 16-bit compiler and a 32-bit compiler, the character will occupy only 1 byte of memory only. Is it clear? The char data type, if it is a 16-bit compiler or 32-bit compiler, it occupies or it allocates a memory of 1 byte. 1 byte means 8 bits. So if it is 8 bits, you can say that unsigned char, we know the range is 0 to 2 power n minus 1. If it is assigned minus 2 to the power n minus 1 to 2 to the power n minus 1 minus 1. So what is the range of unsigned? Then it will be 0 to 255, because the n value here it is 8, because 1 byte is 8 bits, so the capital N value is 8. If it is signed, then you will have minus 128 to 127. Is it clear? So this is about the unsigned char and signed char with respect to the memory allocation and what is the range of the values it will store. Now you can ask me one thing. Sir, what is the format specifier for the unsigned char and signed char? For the signed char, please remember this one. For the signed char, it is percentage %C. Okay. For unsigned char, we will use percentage capital C. Is it clear? So this is about the char, unsigned and signed. I hope you have understood how much memory, what is the range of values, what is the format specifier. Whenever you are learning about the data types, these three things you should remember. How much memory will be allocated, what is the range of values, and what is the format specifier. So this is about the data types such as int and char. I want to discuss about the float, which allows you to store the real constants. So I request everyone to watch the complete video for better understanding. So the float is able to store the real constants. The real constants will be in the form of mantissa, e, exponent. Okay, is it clear? Mantissa, e, and exponent. Now the float, okay, is again classified into three types such as float, double, and long double. Okay, is it clear? If it is a 16-bit compiler, how much memory will be allocated? If it is a 32-bit compiler, how much memory will be allocated for each one we will discuss. If it is a 16-bit compiler, it will allocate 4 bytes, meaning is that 32 bits of memory will be allocated for the variable if you are using a data type called float in a 16-bit compiler. If it is a 32-bit compiler, it will be 4 bytes only. If it is a double, and if you are using a 16-bit compiler, it will allocate a memory of 8 bytes. Okay, for this one it will allocate a memory of 10 bytes long double. Is it clear? If you are using a double and you are using a 32-bit compiler, it will be 8 bytes, and this one will be 16 bytes, meaning is that 128 bytes, 128 bits of memory will be allocated. This will be 64 bits, this will be 32 bits, and here it is 80 bits because 1 byte is nothing but 8 bits. Are you able to understand? So this is the memory will be allocated. Now you can ask me, what is the range of values you can store if it is a float, if it is a double, and if it is a long double? I will discuss with respect to the 16-bit compiler. You can go and search for the 32-bit compiler. Okay, so if it is a float, I am talking with respect to the 16-bit compiler. Okay, you can store 3.4 e minus 38 to 3.4 e plus 38. This is the range of values you can store if you are using a float data type in the 16-bit compiler. If you are using the double, okay, you can store values of 1.7e minus 308 to 1.7e plus 308. Okay, this is the range of values you can store. If you are using a long double, you can store the values within the range from 3.4 e to, okay, minus 4932 to 3 e plus 4932. This is the range of values you can store for the float, double, and long double in a 16-bit compiler. Now you can ask me one thing, sir, you told you how much memory will be allocated, what is the range of the values will be allocated. Can you tell me the format specifier whenever I am using the float, double, and long double? If you are using the float, the format specifier will be percentage %f. If you are using the double, it will be percentage small l small f. Okay, if you are using the long double, the format specifier you should specify it as capital L and small f. So this is the format specifiers you should use whenever you are using the float, double, and long double. So this is about the float, and void I will discuss whenever I am discussing the functions. Okay, so this is about the data types. Now let me give you the entire table for the 16-bit compiler and 32-bit compilers. What is the memory will be allocated and what is the format specifier you should use. Okay, so I request everyone to please note down this table so that it will be very easy for you to revise the concepts before the exam. Now let me discuss. We have the int. For the int, we have the signed int. First let me discuss signed short int. Okay, signed short int, unsigned short int. We have another one is that signed int, okay, unsigned int, okay. We have the signed long int, unsigned log int. This is about the int. We have the signed char, we have unsigned char, we have the float, double, and long double. Okay, if you are using a 16-bit compiler, if you are using the 32-bit compiler, what is the memory will be allocated, we will discuss now, and then I will even write the format specifier. Okay, is it clear? Anything else we have missed? Okay, now if it is a short int, if it is a 16-bit compiler, you will allocate a memory of 1 byte. Whether it is a signed or unsigned, it will be 1 byte memory only. For a signed int, integer will occupy 2 bytes. Long int will occupy 4 bytes. Char always will be 1 byte. Okay. Float will be 4 bytes. Double will be 8 bytes. And long double will be 10 bytes. Okay. If it is a 32-bit compiler, the short int will be occupying 2 bytes. Int will be occupying 4 bytes. Long int will be occupying 4 bytes. Character will be 1 byte. Okay. Float will be 4 bytes. Double 8. Long double 16 bytes. Okay. So this is the memory allocation. Now let me discuss the format specifier. Whether it is a 16-bit compiler or 13-bit compiler, the format specifier will be depend on what data type you are using. The memory will only depend on what compiler you are using. Okay, if it is a signed short int, you should remember it as for short int it is %h. Okay, but if it is a signed, you should write d. For unsigned you should write u. You can remember like unsigned, u and u, like that you can remember. And in short, signed means d. Okay, is it clear? If it is signed int, %d, unsigned int, %u. For long int, l is there. So l, d, unsigned l, u. For a signed char, it is %small c. For unsigned, it is capital C. Okay, is it clear? Float, it will be %f. For double, it will be %small l, small f. For a long double, it is capital L, small f. So this is about the various data types, their ranges and the format specified. First, let me read what is the program I have written. Then I will discuss the concepts related to that one. I have written a statement called hash include stdio.h, which is a header file of standard input and output. And you have the main function which is returning the integer value. So that's why I have written a statement called return 0. You have taken a char, okay, and num. The char is a data type and num, and you are assigning a value to 127. Maybe some people will think that this is a wrong, this is a right statement, because some people may thinking that, sir, you said that for a character we have single character constants and string constants. When you said about the single character constant, you said that it should be enclosed within the single quotation and it should be a character, but you have initialized an integer here. Well, how it is correct? It is correct, you don't worry. Okay, and you have written a statement called num is equal to num plus 1, print of %d num. And again there will be a confusion. Lot of students will say that, sir, this program will not run, it will give an errors. Why they will say, sir, in the last video itself you said that character you should use %c. If it is an unsigned, you should use capital C. If it is a signed, you said %small c. And even you said if you simply say char, it will be a signed char. But why you are using an integer constant here, means %d? Then it is a wrong, but it is not a wrong. I will discuss why it is not gives an error for you. Okay, so now let me discuss few concepts related to this program, and then I will discuss what is this program will give you the output for you. Okay, now first let me discuss few things regarding the character. Now a char will store the character constants. You are writing, suppose let char ch. Now ch is the variable and char is the data type, and if you are writing equal to small a, then what is the meaning? You are initializing the char ch variable with a value a. Now if you are printing printf percentage c ch, what is the output it will display? You can simply say that, sir, it will display the a character a. If I write printf percentage d ch, then lot of people will think that as a beginners they will think that it will give an error because it is a character. You are writing a format specifier percentage d, you did a mistake, you should overwrite with this c, then only the output will come. No, it will give you the output, it will not give any errors, and what is the output it will give also I will discuss. Before discussing what is the output it will give, let me discuss one interesting thing for you. You are using several apps to send a message to you. Let's take that you are using a WhatsApp and you are sending to your friend, hi, how are you? Okay, now you know that computer can understand only ones and zeros. Am I right? But you are writing in English, but how your mobile phone or your computer is able to understand it and sending to your friend? Now, even you are writing a character, it will convert this one to a decimal number. How it will convert a decimal number is that we have a standard called ASCII. A stands for America, Standard Code Information Interchange. This is the ASCII format. This ASCII format, we have the letters such as capital A to capital Z, small a to small z. It has the equivalent ASCII values for it. Means that ASCII values means if it is a capital A, you have 65. Capital B, the ASCII value will be 66. Capital C, the ASCII value will be 67. If it is a small a, it will be 97. Small b, it will be 98. Small c, it will be 99. Like that you have the ASCII values. This ASCII values is nothing but the decimal number. Okay, are you able to understand? If this is a decimal number, you know how to convert a decimal number to binary number. Am I right or wrong? So, if you convert this into a binary number, you will get the binary number as in the ones and zeros. So, that is the what the computer will store it actually. Are you able to understand? Store it and send to your friend. So, now let me discuss this one. You said that if it is a percentage d ch, you said that how the memory will store means as it is a character, 1 byte of memory will be allocated and the name of this memory location will be ch because the name of the variable is ch, and it will store even if you are writing a in the memory, it will store its ASCII value in the binary format. Okay, what is this ASCII value? 97, and it will convert into binary number and it will store. Is it clear? How many bits it will store? 8 bits because it is in 1 byte information. Okay, is it clear? Now, if you are writing percentage d ch, what is percentage d? You want to print whatever the value here it is there, you want to print it as an integer constant. So, even you are storing it as a, it will print its ASCII value 97. So, what I want to tell you the point is that even if you are storing it as a character, if you want to print it as an integer, then it will print the ASCII value of the corresponding character. If you want to print it as a character, it will print the character. Is it clear? Are you able to understand? So, this will not give any error for you. It will give some output. Okay. So, I hope you have understood this point. Now, let me continue with the program what we have written. Now, lot of students will ask me this doubt. Sir, you have written char. Is it okay? Now, if you simply write char, you know that it is a signed char by default. Am I right or wrong? What is the meaning of the signed char? It can store both negative numbers and the positive numbers. And you know what is the range also. What is the range? As it is a 8 bits because a char will occupy 1 byte of information, and even you said that formula is minus 2 to the power n minus 1 to 2 to the power n minus 1 minus 1. where n is the number of bits. Okay, as it is a 8 bits, I can substitute it as 2 power 8 minus 1 to 2 to the power 8 minus 1 minus 1, and which is minus 128 to 127. Am I right or wrong? Okay, this is the range the sign char will store the information. It is okay. Now char num 127. So in the memory location, okay, some memory location, let's take the 1000 memory location. Okay, a char value 127 with the name of that variable is num is stored. Okay, now we have written a statement called num is equal to num plus 1. This is an assignment statement here. Num is equal to num plus 1. If you are writing in a mathematics, you all think that it is an LHS and it is RHS. You are checking LHS is equal to RHS. But in a C program or any programming language, num is equal to num plus 1 means first it will perform num plus 1. What is the num value? 127. 127 plus 1, 128 will be stored here in the num. Means you are performing num plus 1 and whatever the result you are storing it in the num. So 127 plus 1, 128. Now you can ask me one thing. Print of percentage d num. It will print 128 or what value it will print? Now first remember one point. As it is a char, it will have 8 bits of information and that too it is a signed char. If it is a signed char, maximum number you can store 127. How you can store 128 here? That is not possible. Am I right or wrong? I hope you have understood the point. Because as it is a signed char, the maximum positive value you can store it as 127. But here you are storing 128. Will it store 128 or not? That we will discuss now. Is it clear? Please remember this one, then you will understand. How the numbers will be stored is that, okay, you will have the circle. You have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, so on up to 127. Okay, and then here you will have minus 1, minus 2, minus 3, minus 4, minus 5, so on up to minus 128. Okay, like that the numbers will be represented in a cycle. Is it clear? Now remember one thing. You are writing 127. 127 plus 1, which is nothing but what? 127 plus 1, which will go to the next one. Because you are writing 0, 1, 2, 3, so on, 127. Then you are adding a plus to it. So its value will be 127 plus 1, it will be minus 128. If you are writing percentage d, because you want to print it as an integer, and if you are printing num, it will print minus 128. Why it is that? Even if you are performing 127 plus 1, it will store minus 128 and that value it will be printed. Is it clear? What I want to tell the point is that if you are storing the information like this, if you are, because it can store plus 127, if you add 1 it will be minus 128, if you add another one it will be minus 127, if you add another one it will be minus 126, because it will go in a cycle. Are you able to understand it or not? This circle you will go. For 0 if you add 1 it will be 1, for 1 you will add 2 it will be plus 127, if you add 1 it will be minus 128, plus 127 if you add another 1 means 2, if you add it will be minus 127. Okay, are you able to understand it or not? So this is the way the numbers will be storing. Now let me discuss another thing for you. Okay, suppose let's take that you are storing it as a signed int. Okay, signed int a is equal to some 100 you are storing. Okay, is it clear? Then it will print the 100 value. If you are writing unsigned int a is equal to 100, then also it will print the 100. Is it clear? Because this 100 is there within the range of signed int and also in the unsigned int. Okay, but in the unsigned int, if you are initializing -100, what will happen? That is what the people will have the doubt. Then lot of people will think this is equal. Let me erase. Okay, lot of people will directly say that, sir, you said unsigned int, then it will only store the positive values. If you initialize a negative number, it will give an error for you. No, it will not give an error for you. Why it is so? Because unsigned int will have the values from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so on up to what? What is the range of unsigned int? Let's take that you are using a 16-bit compiler. If you are using a 16-bit compiler, it is 2 bytes. Okay, are you able to understand? If it is a 2 bytes, it will be 16 bits. You only said that if it is a unsigned, it will be in the range of 0 to 2 to the power n minus 1. So which is nothing but 0 to 2 power 16 minus 1. 2 power 16 value will be something 65,536 something. Exactly I could not able to remember. 65,536. If you subtract 1, it will be 65,535. So it will be there 65,535. Are you able to understand it or not? So you have written 0, 1, 2, 3, so on like this. Now you have written 65,000 minus 535. Then if you are writing minus 100, you will get the value here, because after 65,535, if you are writing any value, then it will go here plus 1, plus 2 like that. It will go minus 100, some positive value it will give for you. Okay, I hope you are understanding. It will not give an error. It will go to the cycle. If you are simply writing it as, suppose let's take that, I want to tell you one more thing also. 65,536 you have written here. Okay, you know that 65,535 is the max number. If you are initializing, then 65,000 plus 1 is the 65,536. So it will store the value 0. Is it clear? Are you able to understand it or not? So this is the way the data types will work. And one more important point. Sir, you are saying that if you are using a 16-bit compiler, 2 bytes will be there. If it is a 32-bit compiler, 4 bytes will be there. How I should know whether my compiler is occupying 2 bytes of memory or allocating 2 bytes of memory for the int or 4 bytes? You can simply write size of function and you can write int. Okay, so what is that one is that let me write the complete statement. Print of %d size of int. If you write like this, it will display the value. If it is displaying the value 32, then you can say that it is occupying 32 bytes of 32 bits of information for that one. Okay, but usually it will give in terms of bytes only. Okay, are you able to understand it or not? So it will give you the output in the bytes. So based on that one, you can understand whether your computer is allocating 2 bytes or 4 bytes. So you can use it. The size of function is an inbuilt function. It will give you how much memory will be required for allocating the memory for this data type. So this is what about the data types. So I have discussed enough about the data types. If you still have any doubts related to the data types, feel free to ask me in the comment section. I will try to clear your doubts as early as possible. What is an enum? It is a user-defined data type, okay, which assigns name to the integral constants. First, let me discuss with an example. Then I will discuss some more concepts related to the enum. Okay, suppose let's take that you are taking an enum, a variable a, true and false. Okay, you are defining it as a globally, and you have void main. Okay, inside that one you are declaring a variable b of type enum a. then what you are doing, you are assigning b is equal to false. Okay, is it clear? And then you are printing printf percentage d b. Okay, and then you are writing get ch and closing. Okay, now let's see what will happen. This p is small p, don't worry, this is printf percentage d b. Now look at this one. Enum is a user defined type. Okay, and I am giving the names such as true and false. What is this one will do? Assigns name to integral constant. So you are assigning name true and false. Okay, and you are creating a variable of enum a, and you are assigning the value false to the b. Okay, now print of percentage db get ch. What is this program will give you the output? That is the first thing. Remember one thing, if you look at here, you have assigned the names but you did not assign the integral constants to it. Now by default enum will assign the value as 0. This one it will assign the value 0, and the next one 0 plus 1 it will be 1. If you have another name, it will be 1 plus 1 2. So for the true the value is 0, for the false the value is 1. So you have written a statement called b is equal to false, nothing but it is b is equal to 1. If you are printing the b value as an integer, obviously it will print the output as 1. So this is about the enum with an example. I hope you have understood. Now lot of students will ask me the doubt, sir, the same thing the hash define also will do, because even it also assigns names to the integral constants. What is the syntax of hash define? Hash define some b10. This is the syntax of hash define. Am I right or wrong? Now wherever you want to use the b, then the macro will keep the value 10 there. But what is the problem with the hash define is that it should be assigned as a global variable, or it should be defined as a global variable. But enum, you can even define it as a local variable also. But here for your understanding, I have defined it as a global variable, but always the hash define, you should declare it as a global variable. And one more thing with the hash define is that the compiler will not assign a default value to it. But whereas in enum, if you look at here, for the true, the default value is assigned as 0, and for false, it has assigned the value as 1. That is not possible in the hash define. Okay, now let me discuss with an example where you can declare this enum as a local variable. Now if you declaring it as a local, then what will happen? Within that function only you can use. But if you declare it as a global, then you can use it in the entire program. Okay, now let me discuss where I can declare the enum as a local. Okay, void main. Okay, the same program I will write enum a true comma false. Okay, is it clear? And or even I can write here the variable name b. Okay, now I can write b is equal to false printf percentage d b get ch. Now also it will print the output as 1. But what is the difference? We are declaring the enum as a local variable within this function only. So I hope you have understood the difference between hash define and the enum. Now let me discuss some interesting points related to the enum. Okay. Now listen carefully. The first interesting point is that the names can have same number of integral constants also. Let me tell you with an example. Suppose let's take that you have void main. Okay, and you have the enum A, okay, x is equal to 0, y is equal to 0, z is equal to 0. Okay, is it clear? Now if you look at here in the previous one, if you does not assign any values here, by default it is taking it as 0. Here it will be next 0 plus 1, it will be 1. But here I am assigning the names to the integral constants. For 0 I am assigning the name called x. Here also for 0 I am assigning the name called y. Here for 0 I am assigning the value z. Whether it is allowed or not, we will look at it. Okay. So now if I do printf percentage d, because I want to display this x, y and z values as an integer, so I am writing this statement. Okay, is it clear? See, there will be hash include stdio.h. You can write that one. Just to make you understand this one, I am writing this one. Now if you look at this one, what is the output it will be displaying? It will be displaying 0, 0, 0. So this is the first interesting point. Don't think that you should assign a name for an integral constant uniquely. But here if you look at here, for a 0 you are assigning the name as x. For 0 you are again assigning the name as y. For 0 you are assigning the name as z. And if you are displaying them, you are getting the zeros and 0 and 0. 3 zeros you are getting. Is it clear? This is the first interesting point. And another interesting point is that you can assign the values randomly. Okay, suppose let's take that here you assign the value 34. Okay, here you did not assign any value. Then here you assigned a value called -2. Let's take that. Now if I display these values, what are the values it will display? I hope it is visible for you. For x I have assigned value 34, y I did not assign any value, z I assigned a value -2. Is it clear? Meaning is that for the integral constant 34, I assigned the name as x. For integral constant -2, I assigned the name as z. Now if I display the values, what is the values it will display? People will say that, sir, for 34, means for x 34 will be displayed, for y we don't know, for z -2 will be displayed. These two things you are very confident. Am I right? 34 and -2 is very confident. What is the y value it will print? As I told you earlier, here when it is 0, the next value will be 0 plus 1, that's why it was 1. So similarly here y, what is the previous value? If you does not assign any value for this one, what is the previous value is there? Even if it does not have any value, then this will be 0 and this will be 1, because this is the first one. But here it has some value 34, so then it will be 34 plus 1, it will be 35. Is it clear? So this is the second interesting point related to the enum. Okay, I hope you have understood. It is not like that every time you have to assign from starting from the 0. You can assign any random value. If you does not assign any value, then this value will be previous value plus 1. Okay, so this is about the next interesting point. Now the third interesting point I want to discuss is that, can I write z is equal to 2.5? Is it a valid statement or not? You know that 34, x is 34, you will think that it will print 34. Y is, just now you said that, sir, y does not assign any value. It will be 34 plus 1, it will be 35, and z is equal to 2.5. If you are thinking that this is the output, then it is wrong. Please read the definition of an enum. What I am saying, it assigns names to the integral constant, whereas 2.5 is a real constant. So it is not possible, and when you execute this program, it will give an error, because enum is useful for us to assign names to integral constant, whereas 2.5 is a real constant, so it will give an error for you. Please note down this point. Okay, is it clear? Now let me discuss another fourth important point related to the enum is, suppose let's take that here you have written enum some a, x is equal to 0, y is equal to 1, z is equal to 10. This is okay. enum, another enum thing I have done. Now here I am assigning x value is 10, y value as some 12, z value is 15. Is it clear? And if I am trying to print x and y and z values, what will be displayed? What will be the output? Lot of people will think. They will think that, sir, x value here was 0, here it is 10. So the updated value is 10. So it will print the value as 10. Okay. Here y value is 1. Here y value is 12. So the updated value was 12. Here the z value is 10. Here it is 15. So updated value is 15. So lot of students will think that it will display the output as 10, 12 and 15. This is also not possible. Why it is? So that in the same scope, meaning is that in the same function, you are assigning a name with a value 0 and again you are assigning the name x with 10. This is not possible. It will give an error for you. If you are using in another function, that is okay, but in the same function, if you are doing like this, it will give an error for you. So I hope you have understood what is an enum, how to use the enum, what is the difference between the hash define and the enum, okay, and even I have discussed 4 interesting points related to the enum. If you still have any doubts related to the enum, feel free to ask me in the comment section. Now let me discuss about the typedef. Typedef is also another user defined data type. Okay, it can be used for aliasing the data types, primitive data types. Okay, now let me discuss about it. I have typedef, I have a data type, we have a data type and we have the alias name. Suppose let's take that alias name I am keeping. Okay, now what will happen? You have a data type and you have the name. If you does not write here, then this alias name will be the variable name of the corresponding data type. Am I right or wrong? Just for making you understand, let's take that I am writing it as int a. Then what is the meaning? Here int is the data type and a is the variable of integer. If you are using a 16-bit compiler, then 2 bytes of memory will be allocated. That just few videos back we have discussed this concept. Am I right or wrong? Now in place of this one, if I add a typedef statement, then what it will do, we will discuss now. Is it clear? Typedef int a. Now let's take that from beginning of the C program, you are habituated to write int a comma b comma c. Am I right? Where a comma b comma c are the variables and int is a data type. Similarly, float, some d, like that you are habituated to write it. But now you are thinking that I was feeling bored every time. Why should I write int? Why should I write float? But they should be written. Am I right? Because they are the primary data types, because it will tell that these are the integer constant. This is a real constant. If you are using a char, it is a character constant. But in place of this int, you want to use your own name. Am I right? Similarly, here what I want to do is that in place of int, I want to use Parnika. Parnika a comma b comma c. But it should work same way as the integer data type is working. Then how I can write it is that I can write typedef int Parnika. Then what is the meaning of this one is that in this program, wherever you want to use int, you can use the Parnika. So here if you write Parnika a comma b comma c, then it will work without any problem. Is it clear? You are aliasing the name of the data type int with Parnika. Just to make you understand, let me discuss with a simple example. Okay, let's take that hash include stdio.h. You have written void main. Okay, you have written typedef int Parnika. Okay, and you have written int d is equal to 10, Parnika a is equal to 5, b is equal to 6, c is equal to some 7. If you are writing printf percentage d, percentage d, percentage d, percentage d, because I want to display a, b, c, d values. So if I write a, comma b, comma c, comma d and get ch, if I write, what is the output will be printed. Now you know that int d is equal to 10, meaning is that you are creating a variable called d whose data type is int and you are initializing the d variable with a value called 10. Similarly for a, b and c. Now if you look at here, for the int you have given a duplicate name called Parnika. So in place of int you can use Parnika, and these are the integer variables only, but the name only changed. Now a lot of people will think, sir, you changed the name of int to Parnika, so this will give an error. Am I right? Lot of people will think, sir, this statement is correct, but instead of int, you are writing it as a Parnika. So here also you should write Parnika, but you have forgotten and you have written it as an int, so it will give an error. Don't think like that, because it is the original name and you are making it as a duplicate name. Still the original name you can use it. So that's why this will work properly and it will give an output as 5, 6, 7 and 10. Is it clear? You can write it as int or you can write it as a Parnika. Anything you can use it. So I hope you have understood about the enum and typedef. If you still have any doubts related to these two concepts, feel free to ask me in the comment section. I will try to clear your doubts in less than 24 hours. First, let me define what is a variable. Variable is a data name which stores a data value. Okay, now first let me discuss what are the rules you need to follow whenever you are keeping a name to a variable. Always you should keep a meaningful name to the variable. Suppose let's take that in the program you are computing the average. Then for that variable you should always keep a meaningful name. Let's take that you are computing an average. Now that average value you want to store it in a variable. Then you should write a meaningful name, AVG in a shortcut, or you should declare it as A average. So you should keep a meaningful name to the variable so that the user can able to understand when they are reading your program. Is it clear? And one more thing, you should follow certain rules whenever you are keeping a name to the variable. Already I have discussed what are the rules you should follow for an identifier. We should follow 5 rules. All those rules is applicable to the variable also. Let me discuss what are the rules and then we will discuss how to declare a variable also. Okay. Now the first rule is that only letters, digits and underscore is allowed to naming a variable. You cannot use any special characters or special symbols in the variable name. And the second rule is that always the first character of a variable, should be either character or underscore. You cannot keep the first letter of a variable as a digit. And the third rule is that, okay, you can use the lowercase or uppercase whenever you are naming the variable. Now please remember one thing. If you declare a variable as int a and if you are declaring the variable as int a, both are valid and these two variables will be treated as different. They will not be treated as a single variable called a. This is a small a, this is a capital A, so it will be treated as a two different variables. Okay, and then next rule is that, okay, it should not be a keyword. You cannot use a keyword as a variable name. Suppose let's say that we have a keyword called if. That you cannot use it as a variable. If you write int if, then it will give an error for you. Is it clear? But you can write like this, int if. Now remember one thing, always the keyword should be in the lowercase. So this is a keyword, but this is not a keyword. So if you are declaring int if, this is not a keyword, so it is a valid. Okay. And another thing is that white spaces are not allowed. White spaces are not allowed. Suppose let's take that you want to write like Jagadish Kakarla. Okay, this is the what the variable name you want to keep. Then you should not write it as Jagadish space Kakarla. You should write Jagadish underscore Kakarla. This is valid. Okay, white spaces are not allowed. Okay, and the next important rule is that it will only consider the first 31 characters only. Even if you give more than 31, it will consider only first 31 characters in the variable. So these are the rules you should follow whenever you are creating a variable. Now let me discuss how to declare a variable. Already I have discussed int average. This is nothing but an AVG is a variable and you are declaring it as an integer data type. But just let me tell you the basic syntax of declaring a variable. You should write data type and the variable name. Okay, this is the way you have to declare a variable. Suppose let's take that you are declaring it as an int v1 comma v2 comma v3. This is valid, where three variables are there whose data type is int. These variables can store the integer values. Remember one thing, whenever you are declaring it as a variable with a corresponding data type, it will tell you two things. One is that what kind of values this variable will store, whether it will store a character constant, whether it will store a real constant, whether it will store a integer constant. All these things will be tell you based on the what data type you are using. If you are using an int, then these variables can store the integer constant. So what kind of value will be stored? Okay, and another thing is that it will tell you amount of memory will be allocated for the variables. Amount of memory will be allocated for the variable also will be depend on what data type you are using. Suppose let's take that you are writing int a and you are compiling this program in a 16-bit compiler, then it will allocate 2 bytes of memory. Okay, 2 bytes means 16 bits. If you are compiling it on a 32-bit compiler, then it will allocate a memory of 4 bytes. Is it clear? So the data type will tell you of a particular variable what kind of value you can store, how much amount of memory will be allocated. So this is about the variable. Now let me discuss about two important things such as how to make the variable as constant. I forgot to tell one important point. The value in the variable can be changed. Suppose here you have written int a is equal to 10. Till now we have discussed about the integer constants, real constants. There the value of the constants will not be changed, but the value of the variable can be changed. Suppose you have written int a is equal to 10. After that you have written a is equal to 5. If you print the a value, then what is the value will be displayed? Initially you have assigned the a value as 10. So in a memory, the value 10 will be stored in a address location. Suppose let's take that in a 1000 address location, the value 10 is stored with a variable name as a. Later you changed it as 5, so it will be removed and 5 will be stored there. If you are printing the value, 5 will be displayed as an output. Okay, so the variable can change its value, whereas the constant will not change the value. Okay, now let's take that I want to keep a variable as a constant, means the value within the variable should not be changed in the entire program. How can I do it? Okay, suppose let's take that I am writing a void main. Okay, and I am using a keyword called const, const, okay, int a is equal to some 10, okay, and here I am writing a is equal to 5, then I am writing a statement called printf percentage d a get ch. Then lot of students will think that, sir, in the previous one without const you have written the same program and you told that it will display the output as 5. So now also the constant will not change much. So a is a variable. Initially we have initialized to 10, later we changing to 5, so it will display the output as 5. If you are thinking like that, it is wrong. Why it is that you are making this variable a as a const, meaning is that you cannot change the value in the variable. So if you are trying to change, it will give an error for you. You are violating the rule of a constant variable. Is it clear? Are you able to understand? If you want to change it, you can simply avoid this const, or you instead of const, you can write it as a keyword called volatile. Then you are permitted to change the value, then it will display the output as 5. Is it clear? So I hope you have understood how to make the variable as a constant with a keyword called const. If you does not write volatile also, it will work as a volatile, meaning is that you can change the value of a variable, but if you want to write it or if you want to practice, you can write it as a volatile. Int means volatile data type, name and some value, that is also valid. Or if you does not write, by default it will be considered as a volatile variable, because the variable can change its value at any time of the program. If you want to restrict, then you can make the variable as a constant. So I hope you have understood what is a variable, what are the rules you should follow when you are declaring a variable, and how to declare the variable, okay. And then what is about a constant variable, volatile variable, I have discussed. If you still have any doubts related to this concept, feel free to ask me in the comment section. I will always there to clear your doubts in less than 24 hours. First, let me write all the 8 different types of operators. We have arithmetic operator, we have relational operator, we have logical operator, okay, we have assignment operator, okay, we have increment or decrement operator, and then we have the conditional operator, okay, bitwise operator, and then we have the special operator, okay. Is it clear? So totally we got 8 different types of operators such as arithmetic, relational, logical, assignment, increment and decrement, conditional, bitwise and special operator. So I will discuss each one in detail. First, let me discuss about the arithmetic operator. This arithmetic operator supports addition, subtraction, multiplication, division and modulus. Is it clear? These are the 5 different arithmetic operators the C language permits. Now already you know what is this unary addition. Suppose let's take that you have 2 plus 3, it will give the output as 5. You already know about the addition. Similarly, you know about the subtraction and also the multiplication. Now let me discuss about the division and the modulus. Now let's take that you are dividing 10 by 2. Now you will get, whenever you are dividing, you will get 2 things. One is the quotient and the remainder. The division operator will give you the quotient and the modulus operator will give you the remainder. What is my point here I want to tell you is that if you are doing 10 by 2, the division operator will give you the output as 5. If you are doing 10 modulus 2, then it will give you the remainder. So the division operator will give you the quotient and modulus operator will give you the remainder, okay. And one more important point I want to tell you is that related to the modulus operator. The modulus operator, you can use it only for the integer constants. Suppose if you are writing 10 modulus, suppose 10.0 modulus 2.0, this is not valid. You can use the modulus one only between the integer constants. You cannot use it them for the real constants. And one more thing I want to tell you about the modulus operator. If the, let's take that you are thinking 14 modulus 3, what is the output it will give? 14 modulus 3, what is the remainder and what is the quotient? 3 fours are 12. So you will get the remainder as 2 and quotient as 4. So if both the numerator and denominator is positive, you know that result will be positive. Suppose let's take that you have the numerator as a negative number and denominator is a positive number. Then what is the modulus operator will give you? It will give you minus 2. Suppose let's take that you are dividing 14 modulus minus 3. Then lot of people will think that it will give minus 2 because one is positive and another one is negative. So finally the result will be a negative. Am I right? If you are thinking like that, it is wrong. Always remember one thing. The sign of the result will be depend on the sign of the numerator. Whatever the sign of the denominator, it does not look. Whatever the sign of the numerator, that sign will come for the result. So here it is a negative, it will come negative. As here the numerator is a positive number, the result will be plus 2. This is correct, where minus 2 is wrong. Similarly, let's take that you have minus 14 modulus minus 3, then also it will give you the minus 2. Lot of people will think that it will give a plus, but the numerator has a negative symbol, so the result will also get a negative. So this is about the modulus. The modulus, you cannot use them for the real constants, and the result sign will depend on the sign of the numerator. So this is about the arithmetic operators. Okay. Now let me discuss about the relational operator. The relational operators use is to compare two operands. If you want to do the comparison, suppose let's take that you want to compare between the me and someone, then you will use some relational operator, whether I am greater than that person or I am less than this person. Like that you will compare between the two integral constants. Suppose let's take that we have the less than. Okay, usually in mathematics this is less than, I agree. Okay, is it clear? Now less than or equal, we will write in mathematics like this, but in C language you should write less than or equal. Is it clear? It is less than or equal, less than or equal. This is for greater than, this is greater than or equal. Okay, this is for equal. You want to compare whether two operands, let's take that, or two variables. Suppose you want to compare a value is equal to b value or not. Okay, where a and b are the two variables. If you want to compare, whether you want to check whether these two are equal or not, in mathematics we will write a is equal to b. Then it is a comparison because it is an LHS and RHS. We are checking LHS is equal to RHS or not. But in C, if you want to compare two things, whether they are equal or not, you should use this one. Okay, you want to check whether they are not equal or not, you should write like this, not equal. Is it clear? Now let me tell you one more thing. Suppose let's take that you have written int a is equal to 5, b is equal to 5 also, and you are writing int c is equal to a is equal to b, you have written a statement. Then what is the c value you will get? Now look at the first thing, it will check whether 5 is equal to 5. Tell me whether 5 is equal to 5. 5 is equal to 5. So it is true. Okay, because when you are comparing, you will get any one of the outcome, whether it is a true or false. If it is true, you will get the value 1. If it is false, you will get the value 0. So as a is equal to, means 5 is equal to 5, so this will give the result as 1. So that value c will be assigned with a value 1. If you are displaying the c, you will get the output as 1. Suppose let's take that b value is 6 here. If you are comparing A is equal to B, then what is this? A value is 5, B value is 6. Whether 5 is equal to 6? No, false. Then it will give you the value as 0. That value will be assigned to the variable C. So this is about the relational operators. They will be useful for comparing the two things. If the comparison is true, means if the result is true, you will get the output as 1. If the result is false, you will get the outcome as 0. Okay. So this is about the relational operators. Okay. Now let me discuss about the logical operator. The logical operators, we have the logical AND, okay, logical OR and logical NOT. Okay. Is it clear? Are you able to understand it or not? You have the logical AND, logical OR and logical NOT. Now let me discuss about these things. Now this logical AND and logical OR, you will use them for the more than one condition. If you have, let's take that you have a condition 1 and you have a condition 2. Suppose let's take that, okay, let's take that you want to go to college, okay, that is the primary objective you have. When you will go to the college, if it is a weekday and you have a mood to go to the college, is it clear? Then only you will go to the college, am I right? If it is a weekday and also you have the interest to go to the college, then only finally you will go to the college. If any one of them is wrong, meaning is that even if it is a weekend or if it is a weekend, still if you have a mood, then you will not go to the college because it is a holiday. Similarly, let's take that if it is a Monday and you don't have interest to go to the college, then also you will not go to the college. So the condition end is nothing but the final result will be true when this condition and this condition both are true, then only it will give you the output as true. Are you able to understand? If this one is true and this is also true, then only the outcome will be true. Suppose if you want to check it, let me check it for you. Condition 1, condition 2. Each condition can have true or false. If this is true and this is true, then only the final result, let me write it as a result, then only it will be true. If any one of them is false, then the final result will be false. Okay. If both are false also, then it will be false. Is it clear? Are you able to understand it or not? If both are true, then only the final result will be true. That is about the logical AND operator. Now let me discuss about the logical OR operator. The logical OR operator is the logical OR operator. If any one of them true, then the final result will be true. Is it clear? If condition 1 is true or condition 2 is true, then the final result will be true. Suppose let's take it. If both the conditions are true, then it is true. Any one of the condition is true, then the final result will be true. Okay. And this is false. So this is about logical logical OR. If any one of the condition is true, then the final result will be true. Usually you will see them in the if conditions. Am I right? If you want to check more than one condition, then you will use this logical AND and logical OR based on your logic. Okay. Now you already know what is logical NOT. It is a negation. Is it clear? It is like a complement, meaning is that you have some condition NOT. If this condition is true, then negation of that one, it will become false. Is it clear? Not condition, not true is equal to, are able to understand it or not? So this is about the logical NOT. It will act as a negation. Okay. So now let me discuss about the assignment operator or shorthand operator. Okay. Let me discuss about the next operator, which is assignment operator or shorthand operator. The assignment operator, suppose let's take that you are writing a statement like a plus is equal to 1. Then it will act as a is equal to a plus 1. Okay. Is it clear? This one we will call it as an assignment operator or shorthand operator. A plus is equal to 1, meaning is that a is equal to a plus 1. Similarly, let's take that you are writing a into is equal to b, then it is nothing but a is equal to a into b. Is it clear? Or sometimes you will look like this, I plus is equal to 1, that is nothing but I is equal to I plus 1. Okay, so this is about the assignment operator. A plus is equal to is nothing but a is equal to a plus 1. If you are writing a into b is equal to b, is nothing but a is equal to a into b. So this is about the assignment operators. First let me discuss about the increment operator, then we will go for the decrement operator. Okay, first let me discuss about the increment operator. If you understand the increment operator, the decrement operator also work in the same process. The increment operator is broadly classified into two types. One is post increment and second one is the pre-increment. Okay, the increment operator is broadly classified into two types. One is post increment and the other one is pre-increment. Usually the increment operator will be defined as plus plus. Okay, now what is meant by post increment? You have the variable a and then you are writing an increment operator, then it is called as a post increment operator. If you are writing the operator first, then you are writing the variable name, then we will call it as a pre-increment. So I hope you could able to differentiate between the post increment and pre-increment. Now first let me discuss how the post increment will work, then I will discuss how the pre-increment will work, and then you will easily able to differentiate between the post increment and pre-increment. Let's take that some a value is equal to 5. Okay, you have written a statement called y is equal to a plus plus. Okay, after writing the statement, you want to predict what is the y value, what is the a value. Now we will discuss this one. You have initialized the a value as 5 and you have written a statement called y is equal to a plus plus. After executing the statement, if you want to see what is the y value and what is the a value, we will look at it. This one y is equal to a plus plus. If you split it into two operations, how it will work is that if you look at here, it has two operators. One is the assignment operator and another one is the increment operator. You have two operators. So as it is a post increment, why I am saying it is a post increment? You have the variable and then you have the increment operator. So it is a post increment. So it will be executed as first it will perform y is equal to a, then it will perform a plus plus. What is meant by a plus plus? A plus plus is nothing but a is equal to a plus 1. Okay, now if I split it into two different operations as single operation y is equal to a plus plus, if I am splitting into two operations, this is the way it will be executed. Now look at what is the a value. Initialized as 5. So y is equal to a, y will get the value as 5 and then you are performing a is equal to a plus 1. Then a value will be 6 and y value will be 5. I hope you have understood. Let me discuss again. Y is equal to a plus plus. As it is a post increment, you will have the assignment first, y is equal to a, then you will perform the increment. So y is equal to a, so a value is already 5, so y will get the value 5 and a will get the value 6. Suppose the same thing you are performing pre-increment. You are writing y is equal to plus plus a. Then what is the y value? What is the a value? Now as it is a pre-increment, okay, first you will perform the increment pre. So first you will perform the increment and then you will assign the statement. So now if you look at here, a is equal to a plus 1. Meaning is that 5 plus 1. So a value will be updated to 6 and that updated value you are assigning to y. So y also will get the value 6. So I hope with this example you have understood the difference between the post increment and pre-increment. Similarly, if you want to look at the decrement, here you can perform the decrement. Instead of performing addition, you will perform the decrement by 1. Is it clear? Now to make you understand in a better way, let me write a simple program for post increment and pre-increment and you predict or guess what is the output. So that if you guess it correctly, then you have understood the post increment and pre increment correctly. Otherwise, again you please watch that video. Suppose let's take that I am writing a program called hash include stdio.h. Okay, and then you are writing statement called void main. Okay, and then you are writing int a is equal to 5, b is equal to 6. You have written a statement called printf percentage d backslash n a plus plus, and then you are writing a statement called printf percentage d plus plus b. Okay, and I am writing a get ch. Okay, and I am completing the program. Now let's see what is this program is doing. You have created two variables and initialize them as 5 and 6, which is an integer data type. Okay, now what you are doing here, it is a post increment. Here you are doing a pre increment. Now can you tell me what is the output it will display? As it is a post increment, okay, a value is 5, so first it will assign, then a value will be incremented. So first it will assign means it will display the value, so 5 will be displayed as an output here, whereas here first increment will happen, then only assignment will happen. So first b value will be updated to 7 and then it will display. So here it will display the value 5, here it will display the value 7. I hope you have understood about the post increment and pre increment. If I simply modify this one as a decrement operator, then can you guess what is the output? Okay, instead of post increment and pre increment, I am writing it as a post decrement and pre decrement. Now as it is a post operation, first assignment will happen. So assignment will happen means it will display the value. So it will display the value 5 here. First the decrement will happen, then the assignment will happen. So here the value will be 5. Is it clear? So this is the way the post increment and post decrement, pre increment and pre decrement will work. If you still have any doubt about the increment and decrement operator, feel free to ask me in the comment section. Now I will discuss about the next operator, which is a conditional operator. Okay, conditional operator. The generalized syntax of a conditional operator is you will have the condition, okay, you will have the question mark, expression 1, expression 2 and with a semicolon. This is the generalized syntax of a conditional operator. You have a condition, you have a question mark, expression 1, expression 2 ends with a semicolon. In between you will have this symbol. Okay, I hope it is visible for you. Now what is the way it will work? It will work in the same way as if condition. Is it clear? Now as there is a condition, there will be any one of the outcome, whether the condition can be true or the condition can be false. If the condition is true, if this condition is true, then it will execute the statements which are there in this expression 1. If the condition is false, it will execute what are the statements which are there in the expression 2. Are you able to understand? Any one of them it can happen. Either the condition can be true or the condition can be false. If the condition is true, this expression will be executed. If the condition is false, this expression will be executed. Similarly, look at this one. You have a if condition. If the condition is true, you will execute the statements which are there in this block. Else, you will execute the statements which are there in this block. Am I right or wrong? The same way, I will discuss about, if you don't know about the if and else, don't worry. I will discuss about it separately. I want to tell you that you have a condition here. The condition can be true or false. If the condition is true, the statements which are there in this if block will be executed. If the condition is false, what are the statements which are there in this one will be executed. Am I right or wrong? Suppose let's take that you are trying to send a WhatsApp to your friend. Now the WhatsApp message will be delivered based on whether you have internet or not. If you don't have internet and you are trying to send a message, then the message will not be delivered. So if you have a internet, then the message will be delivered. If you don't have internet, the message will not be delivered. Am I right? Means it will not start sending from you itself. So if the condition is true, the statements which are there in this block will be executed. If the condition is false, the statements in this block will be executed. Suppose, to make you understand, let me discuss with a simple example. Okay. You are writing a statement called a is equal to 5. Okay. Is it clear? Now you are checking a is equal to 5 question mark, and then you are writing 1, here writing 0, and that entire one you are storing it in a variable b. Is it clear? You have written as this statement. You have written int a is equal to 5. So what is this one is doing? A is an integer variable, and similarly let's take that b is also integer variable. Okay. Now you have initialized the value of the variable of the va is 5, and now you are checking whether 5 is equal to 5 or not. You check it whether 5 is equal to 5. Yes. If this condition is true, the expression this one will be executed. If the condition is false, this part will be executed. Am I right? This is what the way the conditional operator will work. If this condition is true, this expression will be executed. If the condition is false, this part will be executed. Now look at whether the condition is true or false. 5 is equal to 5. So the condition is true. So you will get the value 1. So that value will be assigned to the variable b. So b is getting the value as 1. If you display the b value, you will get the output as 1. So this is about the conditional operator. So I hope you have understood about the increment and decrement operator and conditional operator. Come to the program 1. I have written hash include str.h void main int x is equal to 1 comma y. So I have taken two integer variables x and y, and I have initialized the x value as 1. Then I have written a statement called y is equal to plus plus x plus 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 x. This plus plus x is what? Is a pre-increment operator. And this plus plus x is again a pre-increment operator. So you need to find the plus plus x value and plus plus x value. Then you need to perform the addition. Why it so is that compared to the addition and pre-increment, here we have three operators are there. One is the assignment, pre-increment, addition, then pre-increment. Am I right or wrong? So we have pre-increment, addition and assignment. Among them, pre-increment has the highest priority. So first you need to perform the pre-increment, then perform the addition, then go for the assignment. Okay. So now x value is initially we have taken x value as 1. Okay. Now what is the pre-increment? First it will perform the increment, then it will assign the value. Am I right? Now plus plus x is nothing but you are performing the x value increment by 1. So plus plus x pre-increment. So x value will become 2. Okay. Is it clear? First you will get the value 2 here, and then value also will be updated here 2. Then if you come here, what is the x value? 2. So plus plus x. So it will become 3, and x also will be updated to 3. Okay. So lot of students will think that, sir, it is very simple question. 2 plus 3, y value will become 5. So it will print the y value as 5. If you are thinking like that, it is wrong. Why it is saying that? I said first you increment it, then assign. Now here you have incremented, but still you did not assign. Is it clear? Here you have incremented. Now the x value is what? 3. That value will be assigned here. So here instead of 2 you will get the 3. Let me repeat again. Why you will get the value 3 here is instead of 2 is that pre-increment is increment then assignment. Okay. So here you have performed the increment, here you perform the increment, and that last you need to assign. So at the last, what is the x value? 3. That value will be assigned. So it will be 3 plus 3. So y will get the output as 6. I hope you have understood why the y value is becoming 6 instead of 5, because The pre-increment is nothing but first perform the increment, then assignment. Okay. Now let me discuss another example where I have taken one pre-increment and one post-increment. Now let me discuss the same thing. Only modification I have done is that this y expression only. Okay. The remaining portion is same. So x value I have taken it as 1. Okay. Now y is equal to plus x. This is a pre-increment. Okay. And this is a post-increment, and then you have to perform the addition. Now first you need to perform the pre-increment. Plus x. Is it clear? Plus x is nothing but what? X value is 1. It will be updated to 2. Okay, good. X value is 2. Now come to the post increment. What is the post increment? First it will assign, then perform the increment. So it will be 2, and then it will perform the increment, then x value will become 3. What is the pre-increment is doing? First it is incrementing, then it will assign. Now what is the x value? X value is 3, so here you will get the value 3. I hope you have understood. If you understood the simple logic, the pre-increment is first increment, then assignment, whereas post increment first assign, then increment. So that's why you are getting here 3, here you are getting 2, so 3 plus 2 you will get 5. Okay, so this program will give you the output as 6, this program will give you the output as 5. I hope you have understood. If you did not understand, I request you to watch the video again, and also you execute these programs in your computer and check whether you are getting the correct output or not. If you still have any doubts related to this concept, feel free to ask me in the comment section. In the next video, I will take 2 more interesting questions on the operators such as increment operator. Then you will understand about the increment operators such as pre-increment and post-increment in a better way, because lot of students will do mistakes in the pre-increment and post-increment, and majority of the questions, if you go for any competition, they will try to ask on this pre-increment and post-increment or pre-decrement and post-decrement. Okay, don't worry, I am there here to teach. If you are ready to learn, I will be very happy. Come to the question 1. I just modified this expression y only. Y is equal to plus x plus x plus x. Remaining thing is same. Okay. Now remember one thing. When we given like 1 plus 2 plus 3, then how it will be executed? First it will perform 1 plus 2. Whatever the result you will get 3 you will get. For that one you will perform 3, addition 3, then you will get the value 6. So similarly here also plus x is there. First you will execute this part. Whatever the result you will get, that result you will add here. Okay, is it clear? Now with this logic we will start executing this program. Now initially what is the x value? Look at the x value is 1. Okay, now what is the statement we have written? Plus x. So which is what? Which is a pre-increment. Okay, you have a pre-increment, you have an addition, then post-increment is there. Now the increment operators has the highest priority as compared to the addition. So first these two will be performed. So you will execute plus x. So plus x is what? Is the pre-increment. So pre-increment means this value will be incremented to 2 and x also will be updated to 2. Okay, then you will come here. This is what? It is a post increment. So what is post increment? First it will assign the value, then it will perform the increment. So the x value is 2, so that value will be only assigned, then it will perform the increment. Now the x value will be updated to 3. Is it clear? Now what is this pre-increment is saying? First increment, then assign. So what is the x value finally? 3. That value will come here. Are you able to understand? Those who watched the last video, they can easily say that, sir, what you have written 3 plus 2 is correct, and we will get the value 5. Why I am telling here you will get 3 is that it is a pre-increment. First perform the increment, then you will assign the value. So first you are incrementing, it value become 2, then here you came, it became 2, then x value will be updated to 3. That value you need to assign here. so it will become 3. 3 plus 2 is 5. So you got 5 here, and the x value is still 3, and you come to the what? You are coming to the pre-increment. So pre-increment means what? Plus plus x, which is nothing but the x value will be updated to 4. Even if you assign that value, you are getting here 4 only. Is it clear? Pre-increment. Plus plus 3 is nothing but you are incrementing the 3 value by 1. So you will get the value as 4. So 5 plus 4, y value will become 9. So 9 will be the output for this program. I hope you have understood how I got the value 9. Okay. Now come to this one. Again what we will do, first we will perform this one, and then whatever the result we are getting, that we will add to this one, and finally we will display the y value. Okay. Is it clear? Only difference between these two programs is this expression only. Look at what we have to do. Initially x value is 1. Don't take this x value and start executing this program. Okay, that is another program, this is another program. Here the x value is 1. Okay, now this is what? This is a post increment. Post increment means here you will get the value 1. Okay, is it clear? But still x value will be updated, so you are getting the value 2, because post increment what it will do, first it will assign the value, then it will perform the increment. So here you will get the value 1, then x value will be incremented and it will be updated to 2. And what about this one? It is plus plus x, which is pre-increment. Pre-increment means first you will perform the increment. X value is 2, and if you perform the increment, x value will become 3 and this value will be updated to 3. So this is 1 plus 3, you will get the 4. Is it clear? Now look at this one. Plus plus x is there. Again it is a pre-increment. Pre-increment means already x value is 3, it value will become 4. Okay, now x value also will be updated to 4. So this is 4, this is 4. 4 plus 4, you will get the value as 8. So I hope you have understood these two programs. This is producing the output as 9, this is producing the output as 8. If you have any doubts, you write this program and execute in your computer and see whether you are getting the outputs as 9 and 8 respectively or not. Now let me discuss another interesting question. Okay, this is the standard question in interview in various technical rounds. Okay, let me write the program. I am writing int a is equal to 1. Okay, then printf percentage d, percentage d, percentage d. Okay, is it clear? I am writing, let me write plus plus a plus plus. Okay, is it clear? And get ch. Let's see what will be the output of this program. Let me repeat again. I have written int a is equal to 1. Print of percentage d, percentage d, percentage d, plus plus a plus plus. Remember one thing, those who have understood the printf correctly, what it will do, it will execute the operations from right to left, but the output will be displayed from the left to right. Let me repeat again. This execution it will do from right to left. It will do from right to left, but when it is displaying the values, it will display the from left to right. Is it clear? Let me discuss with an example. You have written int a is equal to 3, b is equal to 2. If you write printf percentage d, a comma b, then it will print the a value and then it will print the b value. While it is printing, it will print from left to right, but when it is executing, because you have the expression, so you need to execute each expression, then you have to produce the final result. So it will execute from right to left, but when it is displaying, it will display from left to right. Okay, now let me discuss the complete question. Okay, now a value is 1, right? The a value here is 1. Okay, now this is what? This is a pre-increment, this is a post increment. So first, which one will be performed, because it has to be executed from right to left, so first it will start executing. So a plus plus means what? First it will assign the value then it will perform the increment. So you will get the 2 here. Okay, so a value is 2. Now you will come here, you are getting the a value. What is the a value? 2. Okay, now you are coming to the pre-increment. Pre-increment means what? It will increment first, then it will assign. So plus plus a. So already to a value is 3. Sorry, a value is 2. If you are incrementing, it will become 3 and a value will be updated to 3. Is it clear? So lot of students will think, okay, it is started executing from right to left. When it is displaying, it has to display from left to right. So you will get the output as 3, 2, 1. This is what you are expecting. Am I right or wrong? If this is the answer, why I should teach you? Is it clear? Why should I say that this is an interesting question? Easily you can say 3 to 1, but 3 to 1 is not the right answer. Okay? Why it is so? When it is printing the value from left to right, this value is 3, but look at the a value. A value here it is 3. So this value will be updated to 3. Is it clear? Are you able to understand? Here the a value is 3, so that a value will be displayed. So it will display it as 3, 3, 1. So this is the right answer. 3, 2, 1 is not the right answer. The right output for this program is 3, 3, 1. If you have a doubt on me, you execute this program and check what is the output you are getting. I am damn sure that you will get the output as 3, 3, 1. So I hope you have understood the 3 programs what I have discussed in this video. If you still have any doubts or you have some interesting questions, please write it in the comment section. I will try to answer your doubts. We have totally 6 special operators are there. One is pointer operators, and these two are the point operators, which is one is for the address and another one is for the pointer. And we have the member operators, such as these two will be discussed when we are discussing about the structures. In a structure, how to access a member will be done with the help of these two operators. If you are using a pointers, then you will use this operator. If you are not using the pointers, then to access a member of a structure, you will use this dot operator. Then we have the another two operators such as comma operator and size of operator. So totally we have 6 operators. These two operators I will discuss when I am discussing about the pointers, and these two operators I will discuss when I am discussing about the structures, and these two operators I will discuss in this video, because in this video something I need to discuss. If I say that everything I will discuss somewhere, then why should I teach this video? So in this video I will discuss about the comma operator and size of operator. So I request everyone to watch the complete video. So now coming to the comma operator, okay. The comma operator will act as a separator. This is one important point. Comma operator acts as a separator. Okay. So to make you understand, let me discuss simple example. Usually we'll write int a is equal to some 3, b is equal to 4 and c is equal to 8. Like this we can define or declare the variables where comma is acting as a separator, which is nothing but int a is equal to 3, int b is equal to 4, int c is equal to 8. Am I right or wrong? Okay, and even comma operator will act as an operator also. To make you understand, let me discuss with a simple example. Comma operator will act as a separator and also will act as an operator also. To make you understand, let me give a simple example. Let's take that int value is equal to, okay, I have written x is equal to 10, y is equal to 15, then I have written x plus y. Then what will be the result of this value? This is one of the interesting question for the interviews. Int value is equal to x is equal to 10, comma y is equal to 15, comma x plus y. Now these comma operators are there. Then what will happen? It will execute from left to right. Okay, it will start executing from left to right. So x value is initialized to 10. Okay, y value is initialized to 15. Okay, then x plus y, 10 plus 15 is 25. Then this rightmost one will be given to this value. Is it clear? Are you able to understand? The rightmost expression will be given to this value. So rightmost expression, what is the result? 25. So this value will become 25. So I hope you have understood how the comma operator works. Here it will start executing from left to right. Even in the previous example, we have written int a is equal to 3, comma b is equal to 4. Then it is nothing but first a will be initialized with the value 3, then b will be initialized with value 4, and then c will be initialized with the value 5. So similarly here also x is initialized with 10, y is initialized with 15, and then x plus y, you have the closed braces, then this result will be gone to here. Okay, I hope you have understood. Let me discuss another example with the comma operator. Okay, I have written a small program. Void main is there, hash include stdio.h. I am not writing. You can add it when you are compiling the program. Let's take that you have written int a is equal to 3, 6, 9. Okay, then you are writing printf percentage d a. Then you are writing get ch and you are closing the main function. This is the program you have written. Int a is equal to open braces 3, 6, 9, close braces and end with a semicolon, and you want to print the a value. Now can you guess what is the output here? Lot of people will think that sir, this is an error. No, this is not an error. If this is an error, and the previous one also would be an error. If you have understood this one, then usually you can tell the answer. What I said, it will start executing from left to right. So 3, 6 and 9. Then the rightmost one will be given to the value. So a will be initialized with a value called 9, and then the output will print it as 9 because you are printing the a value. So this program will produce an output called 9. Okay, is it clear? Now let me change little bit this program. Okay, in place of like this, if I write int a, okay, I have written a is equal to 3, 6, 9, and then I am trying to print the a value. Can you guess what is the a it will print? Again the a value will print it as 9. There is no difference if you write like this or write like this. It will print the value 9 because it will assign the value 9 to the variable a. I hope you have understood. Let me change a little bit to this program so that you will understand the comma operator in a further way, means in a better way also. I have removed these braces. I have written int a is equal to 3, 6, 9, end with a semicolon. If I am printing the a value, what will be the display? Lot of people will think that, sir, whether you keep braces or if you remove the braces, it will produce the value 9. No, if you are doing like that, this is a mistake, because now the comma operator will act as a separator, whereas previous one, it acted as an operator. Now it is nothing but, if you write like this, it is nothing but int a is equal to 3, comma int 4, comma int 9. Is it clear? Now tell me one thing. Can a variable name starts with a digit? No. Can a variable name starts with a digit? No. So whether these two are valid variables, 4 and 9 are the valid variables or valid identifiers? No. So it will give an error for you. Sorry for it. I hope you have understood. If you write like this, int a is equal to 3, 6, 9, and if you are printing the a value, then it will give you the error as, okay, because you cannot give the variable name as 4 and 9. Okay, it should be 6 now, sorry for it. Okay, now let me discuss another one to make you understand about the comma operator in a better way. I have written int a, and then I have written 3 comma 6 comma 9, okay, and I am printing printf percentage d. I am writing shortcut pf as printf, okay, printf a value. Then what will happen? You can write the get ch. I'm just not writing to save the time, okay. Now tell me what will be the result. Sir, just now you have written int a is equal to 3 comma 6 comma 9, then it was giving error. You are trying to cheat us. Here you just modified int a and then you have written a is equal to 3 comma 6 comma 9. Now lot of people will think that it will give an error. However, it will give the output as 9. Oh sorry, it will not give the output 9. Even I was confused. Now remember one thing. Take this equal and comma operator. Among them, which has the highest precedence? Equal will have the highest precedence. I will discuss about the precedence and associativity later. It will act as a is equal to 3, okay, because you have the assignment and then you have the comma operator. So it will first perform the assignment. So it will be a is equal to 3. It will display the value as 3. Are you able to understand it or not? So that is what the difference between the comma operator is acting as a separator and comma operator acting as an operator. So that's why a lot of students will confuse. Even I was confused when I was discussing with you. So lot of people will confuse with this comma operator. So I request everyone, practice more examples and even don't believe what I am teaching. You just execute in your computer and see whether you are getting the correct output or not. Is it clear? So now we have discussed about the comma operator. Let me discuss about the size of operator. We have discussed about the size of operators when we are discussing about the data types. Okay, the size of operator will give you the size of the variable or the data type. Suppose if I write size of int, suppose if you are executing this one in a 16-bit compiler, then it will give you the output as 2 because the int will occupy 2 bytes in a 16-bit compiler. If you are executing the same program on a 32-bit compiler, then it will produce the output as 4. So size of will tell you how much size the variable or the data type will occupy. Even we can write like this: int a is equal to some 2, then size of, see, if you simply write size of, then it will not display. You should add it to printf percentage d size of. Just to make you understand, I am telling. If you write size of a, now a is a variable whose data type is int. So obviously int will allocate a 2 bytes of memory if you are compiling in a 16-bit compiler. That is very important, okay. So it will give you the 2 value. If you are executing the same program on a 32-bit compiler, it will give you the value 4, okay. Are you able to understand it or not? So I hope you have understood about the comma operator and size of operator. Why I have discussed so much about the comma operator is lot of students will confuse, and these kind of questions, whatever the 4 questions I have discussed, they have asked so many times in the interviews and lot of students struggle to answer. So those who have watched my video, they would have understood much about the comma operator. If you understood, I request you to practice them so that you will be good at C programming language and you can crack any interview very easily. What is an expression? Expression is a collection of operands and operators. Am I right? Suppose let me take a simple example. I have 2 plus 3 into 4. Now this is an expression because you have the operands such as 2, 3, 4. Now you have the operators such as addition and multiplication. Now which one I should perform first? Whether I should perform addition or should I perform the multiplication? So if I have 2 operators, now which one has the higher precedence, means higher priority? That one you have to perform first, then the second one you have to perform. Look at it. Suppose let's take that I don't know what is the precedence and associativity. Then what I will do? I can perform the addition. So 2 plus 3 is 5. Then I will perform the multiplication. I will get the result. Suppose the same expression, first I am performing the multiplication, So 3 into 4 I will get 12. So 12 plus 2 I am getting 14. So based on the order you are executing the operators, you are getting the two different result. Now which one is the correct result? You tell me. You can easily say that sir 14 is correct, 20 is wrong. Am I right or wrong? Why? Compared to the addition and multiplication, multiplication has the higher priority or higher precedence as compared to the addition. Is it clear? So you are performing the multiplication first, then you are performing the addition. So if you have two different operators, now which one you should give higher priority, that one will be decided based on the precedence. Okay, is it clear? Now let's take that what is associativity. Now let's take that if you have two operators having the same precedence. Is it clear? Like let's take a simple example. You have the multiplication and division both having the same precedence. Okay. Now if you are having like that, suppose let's take that you have 2 into 6 by 3. Okay. Is it clear? Now let's take that you are performing 2 into 6 by 3. Now what is the 2 into 6 is 12. 12 by 3 you are getting 4. Okay, is it clear? Similarly, let's take that you are performing 2 into 6 by 3. First you are performing the division. Then you will get the 2 into 2 is equal to 4. But luckily here, whether you are performing the multiplication and division, you are getting the same result. But always it will not happen. Is it clear? Are you able to understand? So if you have the two operators which is having the same precedence, then which one you need to perform first? Should you perform the division? Should you perform the multiplication? That will depend on the associativity. So associativity will tell if you have the operators having the same precedence. Now associativity, we have two types of associativity. We have left to right associativity and right to left associativity. Let me write them. You have two types of associativity, left to right, right to left. Now you can ask me what is meant by left to right. If you have the operators having the same precedence, if you have the associativity left to right, then you start executing the expression from left and then go to the right. Means like that 2 into 6 you will do, then you will perform the division. If it is right to left, first you will perform the division, then you will perform the multiplication. So we have categorized the operators into various 15 categories we have mentioned, and what are the corresponding operators and what is the associativity. Now you can ask me where is the precedence. This one having the higher precedence, then this is the least one. See, I request everyone to write the single table. As there is a spaces problem, I have drawn the table up to here, then I have added. So this one will have the highest precedence. This comma is the least precedence. Okay. Now let me discuss about the precedence about each one, and then we will discuss about associativity. Now come to parenthesis. The parenthesis having the higher priority as compared to other one. Okay, that's what even in the BODMAS rule we will say that brackets have the highest priority as compared to the other operators. Okay, and this one is the member operators, and these two you can look at it. Someone who are already saw the entire table, they can think that sir this is an increment, this is a decrement. Here also you have written increment and decrement. There is a mistake. Why you are teaching wrongly? Lot of people will think, but these are two different. I will discuss for you. Now you have the increment, you have the decrement. Here also you have the increment and here also you have the decrement. These two are post increment and post decrement, whereas these two are pre increment and pre decrement. Please note down this point. This one is the post increment and decrement. This is pre increment and pre decrement. So compared to the post increment and pre increment, post increment has the highest priority compared to the pre increment. Okay, are you able to understand? Now if you have post increment and post decrement, then you need to look at the associate because they have the same priority. Then if you have an expression consists of both of them, then you have to bring it to the associativity. Then you need to evaluate the expression from left to right. Then you have the unary, there you have the logical not, okay, you have the bitwise not, you have the pre-increment and pre-decrement, you have the AND operator, and you have the size of. This one is the address operator, already we have discussed the size of, okay. Whereas this one associativity is from right to left. The associativity for the assignment, for conditional and unary is right to left, whereas others are left to right. I request everyone to draw the entire table so that you can remember them in a proper way, and whenever someone give an expression you can easily evaluate and it give the correct result. And then you have the multiplicative such as multiplication, division and modulus, they all having the equal priority. So if you have an expression, then you will look at the associativity left to right. And you have the additive, means addition and subtraction. You have the bitwise such as left shift and right shift. You have the relational operators such as greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. And then you have the equality, meaning is that you are comparing A is equal to B or not, A not equal to. This having the least priority as compared to the relational, such as less than or equal to, greater than equal to. You have bitwise and bitwise exclusive or bitwise or. And then you have the logical. So if you have an expression consists of bitwise and logical operation, first you need to evaluate the bitwise operations, then only you need to execute the logical operation. So you have logical and logical or. You have the conditional operation. So now conditional operator, you have the associativity right to left. So if you have two conditional operators, first you need to execute the right one, then you need to execute the left one, okay. Then you have the assignment, and then you have the comma. So among all the operators, the brackets or parentheses is having the highest priority, comma is having the least priority. So I hope you have understood what is the priority or precedence, and what is the associativity, and what is the precedence and associative for each type of operators. If you still have any doubts related to this concept, feel free to ask me in the comment section. I will try to clear your doubts as early as possible. First, let me discuss the syntax of the simple if. You will use a keyword called if. If is a keyword, and then you will have a condition, and then you have a certain statement. Suppose such as that the statement 1 is there, statement 2 is there, and then you have the statement 3. Now you have the if is a keyword, and then you have the condition. Now the condition can produce the output as true or false. If the condition is true, the statements which are there in the if block will be executed. If the condition is false, the statements which are there in the if block will not be executed. This point please remember it, okay. The condition can be true or false. If the condition is true, you will execute the statements which are there in the if block. If the condition is false, you will not execute the statements which are there in the if block. Let's take that. In the video, bottom of that one, there will be a like button. If you like the video, then only you will press the like button. Otherwise, you will not press the like button. So similarly, if the condition is true, the statements which are there in the if block will be executed. If the condition is false, the statements which are there in the if block will not be executed. Now let's see. If this condition is true, let's take that, then what are the statements will be executed? The statements which are there in the if block will be executed. So you will get the statement 1, you will execute the statement 2. After that, if condition, there is a statement 3. This statement also will be executed. If the condition is true, these are the statements will be executed. If the condition is false, the statements which are there in the if block will not be executed, but this outer one will be executed. So statement 3 will be executed. Is it clear? Are you able to understand? So if the condition is true, all the statements such as statement 1, 2 and 3 will be executed. If the condition is false, only statement 3 will be executed. So this is the syntax and the working process. Now let me discuss the flowchart for it. Whenever you have a condition, we will represent using the diamond symbol. Am I right or wrong? You have a particular condition. The condition can be true or false. If the condition is true, okay, statements in statements in if block will be executed, and this is the process symbol. So the process symbol you will represent using the rectangle. Okay, is it clear? If the condition is false, you will have a certain statement. Okay, suppose some statement 3 is there. Now after the condition is true or false, because if it is false, directly you will execute this statement. Even if it is true, after executing this one, you will execute this one, and then finally you will go to the stop, which is represented using the vowel. Is it clear? Are you able to understand? If the condition is true, you will execute these statements and also this statement. If the condition is false, only you will execute this statement. Okay, and then you will come to the stop. Is it clear? If you don't have any other statements in the program. So this is the syntax and this is the flowchart for the simple if. Now let me discuss with a simple example. Okay, and one more important point I will discuss. Remember one thing, in an if block only single statement is there. Suppose let's take that you don't have statement 2. Then these open curly braces and closed curly braces are optional. Optional means you can write them, or even if you does not write it also, no problem. If the condition is true, statement 1 will be executed. If the condition is false, statement 1 will not be executed. Is it clear? I hope you have understood about this. If you have a single statement, what is about the open braces and closed curly braces? They are optional. Okay, now let me write a simple C program to check whether the two numbers are greater than or not. Okay, let's take that I have written a statement called hash include stdio.h. Okay, and then I am writing void main. Okay, and I am declaring two variables which are integer a and b. Okay, and I am asking the user, let me write with a red pen so that it will be visible for you. Let me write printf statement, and I am asking the user to enter the a and b values. Okay, after that I am reading the values from the user using a function called scanf. As they are integer variables, I am using a format specifier called %d, and I am storing those values in the address of a and b respectively. Then I need to check if a is greater than b. Okay, then what I should display the output? The output should be displayed as printf. Okay, a is greater than b. Okay, are you able to understand? Now I want to execute only single statement, so that's why I have not written the open curly braces or closed braces. If you want to execute more than one statement, then you need to keep the open curly braces and closed curly braces. Now if a is less than b, okay, then I want to display the output as a is less than b. Okay, now if I write a statement called if a is equal to b, okay, then if this condition is true, then I want to printf a is equal to b. Okay, then let's take that I am writing a statement called printf subscribe to the channel. if I am writing the statement, let's see, and then I am writing a statement called getch and I am closing the program. Is it clear? So I hope it is visible for you, this getch and the close braces. Okay. Now let me discuss this program. I have used the header file called standard input and output header file. I have written a function called, which is an inbuilt function, and I am writing a keyword called void, meaning is that this function will not return anything. If you don't know what is this one, don't worry. In the functions I will discuss about them in detail. And we have a data type called int, and we have two variables such as a and b, and I am using a function called printf, which is an inbuilt function which will display the statement called enter the a and b values. Now I am using a inbuilt function called scanf, which is useful for us to read the input from the user. Now I am reading the a value and b value. Let's take that user has entered the a value as 20, b value is 10. Okay, now we will check this condition. If a is greater than b, what is the a value? A value is 20, b value is 10. Now it is checking whether 20 is greater than 10 or not. Tell me whether 20 is greater than 10 or not. Yes. So this condition is true. If this condition is true, it will return a value called 1. If it returns a value 1, then meaning is that this condition is true. If this condition is true, whatever the statements which are there in the if block will be executed. What is the statement is there? Printf a is greater than b. That statement will be displayed. What is that statement? A is greater than b. Okay. Once it is done, then there is a next condition. If a is less than b, whether 20 is less than b? No. 20 is greater than b. 20 is not less than b, so it will return a value called 0, meaning is that condition is false. If the condition is false, whether the block of statements which are there in the if block will be executed, they will not be executed. So it will come to the next condition. A is equal to b or not, it is checking. Whether 20 is equal to b? No. Again this condition is false, even this statement will not be executed. Tell me whether this statement will be executed or not, because in this if block only single statement is there, so that's why I have not written the open curly braces and closed curly braces. So after this one we should be executed. Okay, what is the statement? Subscribe to the channel. So this program will be displaying the output as a is greater than b, then subscribe to my channel. Now to make you understand, let me take you that a value is 10 and b value is 20. Now what will be the output will be displayed? Now tell me, a is greater than b, whether 10 is greater than 20? No, this condition will be false. If this condition is false, the statement which is there in this printf will not be executed. Now look at this one. 10 is less than 20. A is less than b. Whether 10 is less than b? 10 is less than 20? Yes, condition is true. If this condition is true, the statement which is there in this if block such as a is less than b will be displayed, and 10 is equal to 20? No. Then printf subscribe to my channel also will be displayed. Is it clear? So if this condition is true, this will be executed. If this condition is true, this will be executed. If this condition is true, this will be executed. Whatever the condition, this statement will be executed. This is a default statement. So I hope you have understood about the simple if syntax, working process, and also with a single example. Okay, why I have taken this much lengthy example is that don't think that in a single program only one if statement is enough. You can have more than one if statement also. Is it clear? The if else will consist of if, a condition, or an expression. You will have certain statements, statement 1, statement 2. Then you will have the else block, which consists of statement 3, some statements, statement 4. Then you will have the some statement 5. Now, as I said earlier, a condition can be true or false. Okay, if the condition is true, then the statements which are there in the if block will be executed. If the condition is false, the statements which are there in the else block will be executed. Now look at it. If the condition is true, let's take that the condition is true, then the statements which are there in the if block, such as statement 1, statement 2 will be executed, and also this statement is a default statement. Whether the condition is true or false, this statement will always be executed. So statement 1, statement 2 and statement 5 is executed because this is if block, this is else block, this statement is outside this if else, so this one will always be executed. If the condition is false, let's take that the condition is false, then the statement 3, statement 4 and statement 5 will be executed. So this is the simple working process of if else. You will have if is a keyword and you will have a condition or an expression. So if the condition is true, the statements which are there in the if block will be executed. If the condition is false, the statements which are there in the else block will be executed. Just let me give a simple example. You are watching this video. If you like the video, you will press the like button. If you did not like the video, you will press the dislike button. So if the condition is true, something will be executed. If the condition is false, something will be executed. So let me draw the flowchart for the if else. Then we will discuss a simple example. Now, whenever you have a condition, then you will use this diamond symbol. Okay, so you will have a condition. Now this condition can be true or false. If it is true, something will happen. If it is false, something will happen. Okay, let's take that it is true. Okay, the condition is true. Then statements, okay, statements in if block will be executed. Am I right? Some statements which are there in the if block will be executed. If the condition is false, let's take that the condition is false, else block will be executed. Is it clear? Now, after executing this one or after executing this one, some statements need to be executed or it need to stop. So let's take that something will be executed. Okay, in our case, the statement 5 is there. Let's take that statement 5. So, if the condition is true, this statements will be executed. If the condition is false, these statements will be executed. After executing this one or this one, then it will come to the statement 5 and execute it, and it will go for further statements. So this is about the flowchart of if else. Now let me discuss a simple example for if else so that you will understand the concept in a better way, and even you will understand where you should use these if else statements. Let me write a C program to check a given number is even or odd. Okay, let's take that I am taking a input from the user. Let's take that 5. I want to check whether this given number or the 5 is even or odd. When we can say that given number is even, if it is successfully divisible by 2, then I will say that the given number is even, else I will say odd. Now when we will say that the given number is successfully divisible by 2, if the remainder is 0, then I can say that it is successfully divisible by 2. So whenever we want to check the remainder, we will use the modulus symbol. If it is equal to 0, then I will say that it is an even. If it is equal to 1, then I will say that it is an odd number. Are you able to understand? Now tell me, 5 modulus 2 is what? Is 1. So I can say that the given number 5 is an odd number. So if you know this logic and if you know the syntax of if else, easily you can write the program. Now let me write the program. I will have hash include stdio.h, which is a standard input output header file. I will use a void main. Okay. Now I will take a number. Let's take that I am taking int n. Okay. Printf, enter the n value. backslash n. This is a backslash character. After printing the statement, it will go to the next line. Now I want to read the n value from the user. So I need to use the function called scanf, and as it is an integer, I am using the format specifier %d, and I want to store the n value in the address of n. Okay, so that's why I am writing ampersand n. Now I will check if condition n modulus 2 is equal to 0. This is the equality. Okay, and this is the modulus, and this is the n is the variable. So this is the condition. If this condition is true, then this expression will return the value 1. Is it clear? Okay, if the condition is false, it will return the value 0. Even I can avoid this curly braces. Already I said in the simple if you have only a single statement, then the curly braces is optional. So I will simply write printf even number backslash n. Okay, else if this condition is false, then I am telling what should I do. It should print as odd number, printf odd number. Okay, then I am writing printf subscribe to the channel. Okay, and then I am writing a statement called getch, and I am closing it. Okay, this is a simple C program to check whether the given number is even number or odd number. Let me tell you with an example. Let's take that I have taken the n value as 10. Okay, so that n value will be there in the variable n, means 10 will be there in the variable n. Now n modulus 2, which is 10 modulus 2. If you do the 10 modulus 2, what is the remainder you will get? You will get the remainder as 0. So 0 is equal to 0. So the condition is true. So if the condition is true, it will print even number. If the condition is false, let's say that you have taken the value 11. 11 modulus 2 is equal to 1, which is not equal to 0, the condition will be false. In that case, it will print the odd number. Now let's take the 10 I have taken. 10 mod 10 modulus 10 modulus 2 is equal to 0. So it will print the even, and also it will print subscribe to the channel, because this statement is out of the else block. So this statement will always be executed, whether it will print even or odd. This statement will always be printed. So if you take in the n value is 10, then it will print the two outputs. One is even number and subscribe to the channel. So I hope you have understood the working process of if else, the syntax, flowchart, and also with an example. If you have any doubts regarding this concept, feel free to ask me in the comment section. I will always there to clear your doubts as early as possible. First, let me discuss the question 1. They have given hash include std.h, void main, and they have given int I is equal to 6, j is equal to 7, k is equal to 8, and they have given if some condition. If the condition is true, it will display the output as high, else it will display the hello, and they have given a getch, and they have closed the main function. So now let's see what will happen. Now I value is 6, you know. So there is a condition called I greater than j is equal to k. Now what is the I value? I value is 6. What is the j value? 7. What is the k value? 8. Now look at the operators. What are the operators are there? You have a greater than, you have the equality. This is a relation operation. This is also a relation, but it is equality. Which has the highest precedence or highest priority? Greater than will have the highest precedence as compared to the equality. If you have a doubt, in one of the video I have discussed about the precedence and associativity. Please look at that one. So this one will be executed first. Tell me one thing, 6 is greater than 7? No. So if it is the condition is fail, what value it will return? It will return the value 0. If it is true, it will return the value as 1. So this expression is false, so it is returning the value 0. Now you need to look at 0 is equal to 8. No, 0 is not equal to 8. So again this condition is false. Okay, so it will get the value 0. Meaning is that the condition is false. This entire condition is false. If this condition is false, whether the statements which are there in the if block will be executed? No. The statements which are there in the else block will be executed, which is hello. So this program will display the output as hello. I hope you have understood. Now let me discuss the question number 2. They have given hash include stdio.h, void main, int I is equal to 5. They have given us some condition. Okay, are you able to understand? Then they have given something. Now look at one thing. What is the I value? I value is 5. Now they have given an expression as I is equal to I minus 5 greater than 4. Okay, is it clear? You have the subtraction and you have the greater than. Now which one will be executed first? The subtraction will be performed, then the relation operation will be done, because the subtraction has the highest precedence compared to the relation operator. So always you should know the precedence and associativity of all the operators. Now what is the I value? I value is 5. So 5 minus 5. 5 minus 5 is what? 0. So it will return the value 0. 0 is greater than 4. No, 0 is not greater than 4. So this condition is fail. If this condition is fail, it will return the value 0. So now I is equal to 0. I is equal to 0 means the condition is false. If I is equal to 1, then the condition is true. So as the condition is false, the statements which are there in the if block will not be executed. The statements which are there in the else block will be executed. Even this program also display the output as hello. I hope you have understood this program also. Let me discuss the third program. Hash include stdio.h, okay, void main, int I. If they have written a scanf here, scanf %d ampersand I. A lot of students will think that, sir, scanf statement is okay, but scanf you should not write in if, so it will give an error for you. You no need to look at the remaining program. I am damn sure that this program will give an error. But if you are thinking that this program will give an error, you have done the mistake. Let me check why you have done the mistake, and let's see what is the output this program will give and why it will give also. Tell me one thing. Let's take that you you have given the input I value as some 10, because it is executing a scanf statement. What is the purpose of scanf? To read the value, and it is reading an integer value. You have given the value also. Now this, once the scanf is executed, as it has read the one value, it will return the value 1. Please remember this point. As it has read the one value, it will return the value as 1. So now tell me one thing. If 1, meaning is that the condition is true. If the condition is true, what should be displayed? The statements which are there in the if block should be executed. So this program will print the output as hi. I hope you have understood. Don't think that scanf will give an error for you, because scanf is reading a one-way input for you, so it will return the value 1. So if 1, meaning is that condition is true. If the condition is true, the statements which are there in the if block need to be executed. So it will execute the print of hi, and it displays the statement called hi for you. So I hope you have understood output of these 3 programs. If you have any doubts related to these 3 programs, feel free to ask me in the comment section. I will try to clear your doubts as early as possible. Before discussing about the syntax of else if, let me discuss where it will be used. Let's take a simple example. Okay, someone has given you a keychain. It consists of 4 keys. Key 1, key 2, key 3, key 4 is there, and you have a lock. Okay, now if a lock is there and you have a bunch of 4 keys, then what you will do? First you will try to open the lock with the key 1. Am I right? If it is opening, it is good. If it is not opening, then you will go with the key 2. If it is opening, then it's good. If it is not opening, you will try with the key 3. If the lock is opening with the key 3, then it is good. Otherwise, you will try to open with the key 4. If it is opening, then it's good. If it is not opening, then you will say that this bunch of keys are not the key for this lock. Am I right or wrong? So similarly, we will use the else if block in the similar conditions. Let me discuss the syntax of else if, and then we will discuss the flowchart and with an example. Let's take that we have an if and we have a condition. And you know that if the condition is true, the statements which are there in the if block, such as let's take that you have statement 1, statement 2, like this few statements are there. If the condition is true, these statements will be executed. If the condition is false, then you will write else if. A condition 2 you will write. Let's take it some other condition you are writing. Let's make that this is a condition 1. Okay. If this condition is true, you will execute some statements. Let's take that statement 3, statement 4 you are executing. Okay. Is it clear? Even this condition is also false. Then you will write else if some other condition. Let's take that you are writing condition 3. If this is true, some other statements will be executed. Let's take that statement 5, statement 6 will be executed. Even if it is false, let's take that you are writing an else block. Some statements will be executed. Let's take the statement 7, statement 8. Okay, and then you have some statement 9. Let me discuss with this syntax. You have an if, you have a condition 1. Now this condition can produce any one of the outcome. Either it is a true or a false. If it is true, if this condition is true, then statements which are there in this if block will be executed, such as statement 1 and statement 2. Let me write it here. Let's take that condition 1 is true. If it is true, then statement 1, statement 2 and statement 9 will be executed. If this condition 1 is false, if the condition 1 is false, then the control will go to the else if block and it will check the condition 2, whether the condition 2 is true or false. If the condition 2 is true, meaning is that condition 1 is false and condition 2 is true, then statements which are there in this block will be executed, such as statement 3 and statement 4. Then the statement will be executed, statement 9. Now let's take that even this condition is also false. Then control will go to here and it will check whether this condition 3 is true or false. Let's take that condition 3 is true. Then what are the statements will be executed? The statements which are there in this else if block will be executed, such as statement 5, statement 6 and the statement 9 also will be executed. If this condition 3 is false, meaning is what? Condition 1 is false, condition 2 is false and also condition 3 is false. All these conditions are false, then the statements which are there in the else block will be executed, such as statement 7, statement 8 and statement 9 will be executed. So this is the way it will work. If the condition 1 itself is true, then it will execute the statement 1, statement 2 and then it will execute the statement 9. If the condition 1 is false and condition 2 is true, then statement 3 and statement 4 and statement 9 will be executed. If the condition 1, condition 2 is false and condition 3 is true, then statement 5, 6 and 9 will be executed. If the condition 1, condition 2 and condition 3 all are false, then the statements which are there in the else block will be executed and the statement 9 will always be executed. So this is about the syntax and the working flow of a else if ladder. Now let me discuss the flowchart for it. You will have the if condition, Okay, you have some condition, not if condition, you have a condition. Then you have the two outcomes, whether the condition is true or the condition is false. Let's take that condition is true. Then you will execute, let's take that statement 1, comma statement 2, you are executing. Okay, if this condition is false, then again you will have the another condition. Are you understanding it or not? You have another condition. Now again this condition can be true or false. If this condition is true, you will execute some other statement such as statement 3 and statement 4. Or not only two statements, you can write any number of statements. Again, if this condition is false, again you have a certain another condition. Again this condition can be true or it can be false. Is it clear? If it is true, then you are executing statements such as statement 5 and statement 6. If this condition is also false, is it clear? Then you are executing statement, you are executing statement 7, statement 8. If this is true, this is true, or this is true, or this is, you have to execute a statement 9. Am I right or wrong? Is it clear? Meaning is that after executing this statement or executing this statement or executing this statement, you have to come and execute the statement 9. Am I right? The same one I am reflecting as a flowchart. Are you able to understand? You have a if condition. If it is true, you will execute these statements. After executing these statements, you have to come and execute this statement. Okay, are you able to understand? If this condition is false, then you will check another condition, else if. If this condition is true, you will execute these statements and execute the statement 9. If this condition is also false, then you will check this condition. If this condition is true, you will execute these statements and also the statement 9. If this condition is also false, when this condition will fall, this all are false, then you will execute these statements and also you will execute this statement. So this is about the else if syntax and the flowchart. Now let me discuss with a simple example so that you will understand the concept in a better way. Okay, let me write a C program to check whether the two numbers is one is greater than another one or less than another one or equal or not using the else if. So to do that one, I am using a header file called stdio.h, which is a standard input output header file. Then I am writing a statement called void main. Okay, and then I am taking two variables a comma b. Okay, and then I am asking the user to enter the a value and b value. So I am using an inbuilt function called printf. So enter a and b values, and I am using a backslash n character which goes for the new line. And then I am using another inbuilt function to read the values of a and b. As they are integers, I am using a format specifier called %d, and I am using an ampersand a and ampersand b. This is nothing but in the address location of the a and in the address location of b, you store these values. Okay, now I need to check the condition. If a is less than b, then what I need to do? I need to print a statement called printf a is less than b. Am I right? And backslash n. Okay, if this condition is false, you may think that, sir, here you have written the open braces and close braces, but here you did not open and you did not close. Remember one point, even in the simple if I have discussed this point. If you have a single statement in the if block, okay, then these curly braces are optional. If you have more than one statement in the if block, then the curly braces are compulsory. Okay. Now let's take that the condition is not satisfied. Then I want to check another condition. A is greater than B. Else if A is greater than B, then I need to write printf A is greater than B. Now tell me one thing. Either A should be less than B or A should be greater than B. If these two are not happening, then what I can say? A is equal to B. So I will write a statement called else printf A is equal to B. Am I right or wrong? Then I am writing a statement called printf like. Okay. And then I am writing a statement called getch and I am closing the main function. See, you can write all the statements in a single line also. That is the advantage of C language. Even because of the space constraint, I am writing in a single line. I don't know if I go beyond, will it be visible to you or not. Okay. Now, let me discuss this program with a simple example. Okay, let's take that user has entered the A value is some 15, B value is 5. Now tell me one thing. First it will check this condition. What is the A value? A value is 15 and B value is 5. Now check it. What is this condition? A is less than B. Whether 15 is less than 5? 15 is less than 5? No. Am I right? 15 is greater than 5. So this condition is false. If this condition is false, you will come and check this condition. What is this condition? Is just saying A is greater than B. So now tell me whether 15 is greater than 5. Yes. So it will print the output as A is greater than B. And also please tell me any other statement will be displayed. Yes. This printf like also will be displayed. Am I right or wrong? So this is my default statement. Whether this statement is executing or this statement is executing or this statement is executing, always this statement will be executing. So if A value is 15 and B value is 5, then it will print the statement as A is greater than B and also like. Suppose let's take that you have taken 15 and 15. Then this condition is false, this condition is false, then it will execute this one. A is equal to B and also it will print the statement called like. So with this example, I hope you have understood the syntax for else if ladder, the flowchart and also a C program how to write using the else if statement. If you still have any doubts related to this concept, feel free to ask me in the comment section. First, let me discuss where the switch case will be used. Wherever we can use the else if ladder, we can use this switch one. Now let me write the syntax for the switch. You will have a switch is a keyword and you will have an expression. Okay. Then you will have various cases. Case, a constant one, some constant will be there. Okay. If this constant is such, means whatever the expression is there, if it is matching with the constant 1, then it will execute certain statements. Okay, let me write it as statement 1, statement 2, and then you will use a statement called break. What is the purpose of the break? I will discuss for you. If it is not matching, then you will have another case, some other constant. Okay, is it clear? If the expression is matching with this constant 2, you will execute some other statement such as statement 3, statement 4, then you will have a break. Okay, I will discuss the importance of the break statement in this switch case, and if it is not there, what will happen also I will discuss. Suppose let's take that you have case constant 3. If this expression is matching with the constant 3, then you need to execute some other statement, statement 5, statement 6 and then break. And then you will have the default, okay, statement 7 and then you will have the close of the switch expression. So this is the generalized syntax of a switch statement. You will use a keyword called switch and then you will have an expression. If this expression is matching with any one of cases such as constant 1, constant 2, constant 3, suppose let's take that if it is matching with the constant 1, then you need to execute the statement 1 and statement 2. After executing the statements, you need to come out from the switch case because whatever the expression is there, it is matched with the constant 1. If it is matching with the constant 1, you need to execute them. After executing them, you need to come out from the switch case. So the break statement will be useful for you to come out from the switch expression. Suppose let's take that this expression is not matched with the constant 1. Then you will check whether it will match with the constant 2 or not. If it is matching, then you will execute the statement 3 and statement 4. After executing them, you need to come out from the switch case so that you will use a break statement. Suppose if it is not matching with the constant 1 and constant 2, if it is matching with the constant 3, then you will execute the statement 5 and statement 6, then you will come out from the break. If it is not matching with any one, then you will write a default statement. Whatever the statements you have written the default, they will be executed and it will come out. The same thing you can write using the else if ladder also. How it is, so you check it. You have the if you have a certain condition, okay. If this condition is true, you will execute certain statements. Else if you will have another condition, let's take that this is condition 1, this is condition 2, then you will execute the certain statement. So whatever this constant 1 is there, that you will represent here condition 1. If this condition 1 is true, then these statements you can execute. Then you no need to write the break statement here because this closed curly braces will help you to come out from the if block, okay. If this condition is false, then you will check whether this condition is true or not. If this condition is true, you will execute these statements. Else if, again you will check another condition. If it is true, you will execute certain statements and you will come out. If these three conditions, none of them has been satisfied, you will write the statements which are there in the default, because the default here is nothing but the else and each case is nothing but a if, else if, else if, okay. So what are the statements you want to write in the default statement, that you will write in the else block, okay. So what I said about is that the switch statement is equivalent to else if ladder, okay. Now let me discuss the flowchart for the switch expression. By this time you can understand what is the flowchart. If you know how to draw the flowchart for the switch statement, I request you to draw it and verify with my flowchart. If it is matching, then it is good. Now let's take that you have an expression. So you will use it in a process symbol because expression is a processing one. So I have used a rectangle. So you have an expression. Then that expression will be given to the case. So now it is matching or not. So you will use a diamond symbol, okay. If it is matching, means if it is true, the case 1 is true or false. If it is true, something will be executed. If it is false, you will check with the case 2, okay. Again, if the case 2 is true, something will be executed. If the case 2 is false, then again you will check with the case 3. Again the case 3 can be true or it can be false. Is it clear? Are you able to understand? If it is false, then you will execute the default statement. So now let me write each case. If it is true, what happens? If it is true, then I need to execute the statement 1 and statement 2, okay. Then I need to come out from the switch expression because I will have a break statement that will be useful for me to come out from the switch expression. If case 1 is false, case 2 is true, then I need to execute statement 3 and statement 4 and also the break statement I will execute. That will be helpful for me to come out from the switch expression. And then I have statement 5 and statement 6. When the statement 5 and statement 6 will be executed, case 1 is false, case 2 is false, and case 3 is true, then the statement 5 and statement 6 will be executed. If the case 1, case 2, case 3 all are false, then you need to execute the statement which is there in the default, which is statement 7. Then you need to come out from the switch expression. Is it clear? Suppose let's take that here you have a statement 8 that you will represent here. Is it clear? After the switch expression, the statement 8 will be executed. Okay, so I hope you have understood the syntax of the switch expression and the flowchart. Now I have one interesting point for you. Suppose let's take that your expression is matching with the constant 1. Then you know that these statements should be executed, statement 1 and statement 2. Somehow you have forgotten to write the break statement in the case constant 1. Whether it is intentionally or unintentionally, you have forgotten to write it. Now let's take that what will happen in this case. Let's take that expression is matching with the constant 1. You know that statement 1 and statement 2 will be executed. Now it has to search for the break statement. As there is no break statement, whether it is matching with the constant 2 or not, it will execute these statements also. Remember this point, the expression is matching with the constant 1. So it will execute the statement 1 and statement 2. As there is no break statement, it will also execute statement 3 and statement 4. After that there is a break, then it will stop. So if it is matching with the constant 1, what are the statements will be executed? Statement 1, statement 2, statement 3, statement 4, and then it will stop as there is a break statement. Even if it is matching with the constant 2 or not. Is it clear? It does not bother. Okay, are you able to understand? Suppose let's take that you have forgotten to write the break statement here. Now let's take that expression is matching with the constant 2. Then it will execute the statement 3 and statement 4, statement 5 and statement 6, then it will stop. Don't think that if it is not matching with the constant 1 also these statements will execute. If it is matching with the constant 1, then statement 1, statement 2, statement 3, statement 4, statement 5, statement 6 will be executed. Are you able to understand it or not? Okay, if it is matching only with the constant 3, then statement 5 and statement 6 will be executed. After that, as there is a break, it will stop. So I hope you have understood. If you does not keep the break statement after a case, what will happen? Okay, now let me discuss a simple C program, how to design a calculator or an arithmetic calculator using the switch expression. If you know the logic and how to write it, I request you to write it in a paper and verify it. If you don't know, I request you to please watch the video. Okay. Now, as I need to design a calculator, let me use the hash include stdio.h, which is a header file for standard input and output. Okay, and I am using a main function with a keyword called void, saying that this function will not return anything. Now I need to take a character because I want to use the plus, minus, multiplication, division, modulus operator. So I will use a character for them. And then I will ask the user to enter two numbers. Let's take that A and B. So to store those values, I am declaring two variables called A and B and their data type is int. Okay. Now I need to ask the user to enter the A and B values. Before that, I need to ask the user to enter the operator such as addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. Then once the user has entered the operator, I need to scan it. As it is a character, I need to use the format specifier %C and then I have to write ampersand operator. Okay. Once the user has entered the operator, I need to ask the user to enter the A and B values. Enter A and B values \n. Once the user has entered those values, I need to read them using the scanf function. As they are integers, I need to use the format specifier %d. Okay, whatever the values the user has entered, I need to store them in the address location of A and B. So that's why I have used the &A and &B. Okay, now the user has entered the values and the operator. Now I need to use the switch statement. Consists of this operator. This operator I will give it as an input. Okay, now look at this one. Case. If it is an addition, means if it is a plus, as it is a character, that too it is a single character, I need to use it in the single quotes. Okay, case, this constant here is an single character, so I need to use it in a single quotes. If it is matching, then I need to write printf sum is %d a plus b. Okay, and then also I need to write a statement called break. Is it clear? After executing this one, it should come out from the switch expression. If it is not matching with the addition, I need to check whether is it matching with the subtraction or not. If it is matching, then I need to write printf difference is %d a minus b, then a break statement. Okay, now if it is not matching with the addition and the subtraction, I need to look at whether it is matching with the multiplication or not. If it is matching, then I need to write multiplication is %d. For simplicity, I am writing %d a into b and break statement. Okay, is it clear? If it is not matching with the addition, subtraction, multiplication, then it has to check whether it is matching with the division or not. If it is matching, then it has to perform the division and need to display the output. And then I am writing a statement called break. If it is not matching with the addition, subtraction, multiplication and division, I need to look at whether the user has entered the modulus or not. Is it clear? If he has entered the modulus, I need to compute the A modulus B and display the user, and then I have to come out from the switch expression. Now let's take that user has not entered the addition, subtraction, multiplication, division and modulus. Then he has entered some other operator or some other character. Then I need to display the output to the user. If it is not matching with anything, then you have to use a keyword called default, and then you have to write a statement called printf invalid operator. Invalid operator, and then you need to come out from the switch expression, and then you can close the main function also. Before that, you need to write the getch, and then you close the main function. So this is a simple C program to perform the arithmetic calculator, okay, using the switch expression. So I hope you have understood the syntax of the switch expression and the C program. If you have any doubt, you please write this program on a piece of paper and then write it in your computer and verify whether you are getting the correct output or not. Suppose let's take that user has entered the A value as 3 and 2. Okay, and he has entered the operator as plus. Then it will match with this one and then it will print the value as 5. Is it clear? Are you able to understand? So if you have any doubts regarding this concept, feel free to ask me in the comment section. I will try to clear your doubts as early as possible. Come to the program 1. These kind of programs, they will ask you in the interviews. They will give you one program and they will ask you whether this program will display any output or not. If it display, what is the output? if there is an error, why it is an error. All these kind of questions you will expect in the interview. So that's why this video will be useful for the students who are preparing for the interviews and who are learning the C program first time, because these kind of programs will help them to understand the concept in a better way. Now let me see whether this program displays any output or it displays an error. Okay, they have given a statement called hash include str.h int main. They have opened the curly braces, they have closed it, and they have given switch expression. They have given certain cases, and let's see what is this output will do. Now look at the switch expression. There is an expression called 2 by 3. 2 by 3 means the division operator will always produce the output as a quotient. What is the quotient for the 2 by 3? Is 0. Is it clear? Are you able to understand? The remainder is 2, but remainder we are not worrying. We are worrying for the quotient only. So as it is a division operator, it will get the output as 0. So this expression is producing an output as 0. Now what is the working process of a switch statement? If this 0 is matching with any one of the case, the statements which are there in that case will be executed. If it is not matching with the any statement, then the statement which is there in the default statement will be executed. Now look at here, case 1, which is not equal to 0. So this statement will not be executed. Case 2, this is 2 but this is 0, so there is no match. So now both this case 1 and case 2 is not matched. So it will execute the statements which are there in the default. What is the statement which is there in the default? Share the videos. Okay, that will display as an output. Let me modify the program little bit and we will see what is the output for this program. Instead of 2 by 3, if I am writing 3 by 2, let's see what is the output. If you know, please write the answer in the comment section. 3 by 2 will give you the quotient as 1. Will you agree with me? So it will return the value 1. Okay, good. Now if any case is there as 1, then what are the statements which are there in the case will be executed. Look at, there is a case 1 here itself. So 1 is equal to 1, there is a match. So the statements which are there in the case 1 need to be executed. What is the statement which is there? Printf subscribe to the channel. This will be displayed as an output. Okay, now after the case there should be a break statement. The break statement will be useful for us to come out from the switch expression. But as there is no break statement, so the statements which are there in the next case, which is case 2, also will be executed. So even this like also will be displayed as an output. After that there is a break, so it will come out from the switch expression. So if it is 3 by 2, it will display subscribe to the channel and like as an output. I hope you have understood how this program is executing. If you still have any doubts related to this program, please ask me in the comment section. I will try to clear your doubts as early as possible. Now come to the second program. Hash include str.h. Okay, good. Int main, int I is equal to 1, switch I. They have given some cases, they have given the default and return statement. Okay, good, everything is good. I value is how much? I value is 1. Will you agree with me? Because int I they have given and they have initialized with a value 1. They have written switch I. So here the expression is I. So this will get the value 1. And here case I is there. So this will get a 1. So this and this is matching. So lot of students will think that it will print subscribe. And after that there is a break statement. So it will come out from the switch. After that there are no statements. So this program will print the output as subscribe. This is very simple program. So why you are discussing this kind of simple programs? Lot of students will blame. If you blame me or if you are thinking that this program will display the output as subscribe, you have done the mistake. This program will not display any output and it will give you the error. Is it clear why it does not produce any output and why it display an error? Let me discuss for you. Okay. Look at this one. When I discussed about the switch expression, I told you that you have a switch, you will have an expression, and I told you another important point. Case, there will be a constant. Case, constant. then default. Am I right? So now look at this one. I is a constant or a variable. I is a variable. Am I right? So here I is not a constant. So it will give an error for you and it does not display any output. I hope you have understood. Let me repeat again. Up to here it is okay. Int I is equal to 1. Expression is 1. But here lot of students will think that I value will come as 1. So there is a match. But here I is a variable, not a constant. So that's why this program will give an error and it does not display any output. Okay. Now let me come to the another program related to the same concept. Hash include stdio.h, hash define a 10. So this is a macro. Void main int b is equal to 10. Switch b comma b into 2. Okay, good. Again case a, break case a into 2. Everything is good. Now lot of students will think, even after explaining this program, lot of students will think that, sir, again case a is there, which is a variable. So you only said that in the previous example that this will give an error. So why to waste our time? We will skip the video. But if you are doing it again, you are doing a mistake. Why? Let me discuss. Is it clear? Now tell me one thing. This is a macro. Now whenever there is a macros, when the program is running, these values, whenever a is there, they will be replaced with a value called 10. Is it clear? Whenever this program is running, it will be replaced with the corresponding value. That is why I am telling it as a macro. Is it clear? So when you are running, it will come as case 10 into 2. Again, this is a constant. So 10 into 2 will be executed. Don't think that it is not a constant. 10 into 2 will be executed. It will become as 20. Are you able to understand it or not? Okay. Now look at this point. Int b is equal to 10. Good. You have a switch expression 1 comma expression 2. Now here this one will be 10. Here this will be 20. Will you agree with me or not? In one of the video I have discussed about the comma operator. The comma operator will act as a separator and the rightmost expression will be given. So here 10 and 20, which is the rightmost? 20. So this one will get the final output as 20. Are you able to understand? So this switch expression is giving the value 20. Now look at whether case 10 is equal to case 20. No. Case 20 is equal to 20. Yes. So that's why it will print the statement called hello. After that there is a break also. It will come out from the switch expression. And after that there are no statements. So it will complete the executing of the program. So this program will print the output as hello. I hope you have understood why it is not giving an error and why it is displaying the output as hello. If you still have any doubts related to these three examples, feel free to ask me in the comment section. I will try to clear your doubts as early as possible. First, let me define what is a loop. In programming, a loop is a block of statements which will be repeated until a specific condition is met. That is what the statement I have written here. In programming, a loop is used to repeat a block of code until the specific condition is met. Similarly, let's take that you want to read about the for loop. Then what you will do? First you will read the textbook. If you did not understand, then again you will read it. If you did not understand, still you will read it. If you still did not understand, you will ask any one of your friend. Then you will learn it. So when you will stop learning it, till you learned about it completely, then you will stop and go to the next topic. Similarly, a loop is a block of statements which will be repeated until a specific condition is met. Now in C programming language, we have three different types of loops are there. Let me list out them and then I will discuss about for loop. We have three types of loops such as for loop, we have while loop, and then we have the do while. Okay, so we have three types of loops such as for loop, while loop, do while loop. These three loops are used to repeat a block of code until the specific condition is met. Now in this video, I will discuss about the for loop. In the coming videos, I will discuss about the while loop and do while loop. Now let me discuss what is the syntax of for loop. The syntax of for loop is that you will have for is the keyword. You will have three sections. One is the initialization section, and you will have a test expression like the condition checking, and you will have the update section. So we have totally three sections will be there. One is the initialization section where we will initialize the values. We will have a text expression where we will check whether our condition is true or false. And then update section, either increment the value or decrement the value. Now, what are the block of statements you want to repeat? You will write all those statements here and you will close the curly brace. So, if the condition is satisfied, all the statements will be repeated. Now again I want to tell one more important point. If the condition is satisfied, if you want to execute only one statement, then these curly braces are optional for you. Okay, if you have more than one statement, then those statements you should write within these curly braces. Is it clear? Please remember this point. Now let me discuss with a simple example. Okay, or before discussing about with an example, let me draw the flow chart for a for loop. Then I will discuss an example where I will discuss about the working process also. Now, in the flow chart, we will have the initialization section. You will have the initialization. You will have the test expression. Test expression will be there. Now this test expression can be true or it can be false. Suppose if it is false, what will happen? If it is true, what will happen? We will discuss now. If it is true, you will execute the statements which are there in the for loop. So statements in the for loop will be executed. These are the set of statements you have. All those statements you will execute. Okay. Let me erase this syntax so that I can complete the flowchart for you. Statements in the for loop, and then you will go for the update section. You will go for the update session or update expression. You will do it. Okay, if it is true, you will do these things. After updating again, you will check whether the condition is true or false. Okay, so I hope you are able to understand. If it is false, you will execute the statements which need to be executed after this for loop. Suppose let's take that after this for loop, you have some statement 10. That statement you want to execute. Is it clear? If the condition is true in the for loop, you will execute these statements. Once this condition is not satisfied, you will come out from the for loop and you will execute some other statement. That statement you will execute here. Okay, is it clear? Are you able to understand it or not? Suppose let's take that you have a statement 10 here, you will do here. So if the text expression is false, you will directly come out from the for loop. If it is true, you will execute the statements which are there in the for loop and then you will update it and then you will do it. Suppose let me tell you with a simple example. Okay, now you are writing the JEE mains exam. Okay, now before that exams, you and your mother will pray to the God, and your father, all your parents, your relatives, well-wishers will pray for the God that you should get a good rank in the JEE mains. So, suppose let's say that you got the good rank. Whether you have prayed or whether your well-wishers have prayed, they will tell you that I have prayed for you. You got a good rank. So, let's go to any temple, anywhere, and you do the pradashan. I have wished that if you get a good rank, I will say that you will do the some 100 pradashan. Then what you will do? You will go to the temple. Okay, temple is there or anything. Okay. Now the temple, what you will do? You will take a piece of paper and a pen. You will take. Your objective is that you need to do 100 rounds. Then what you will do? You will take a paper. You will go for the one round. Okay, then you will keep one tick here, meaning is that you have completed one round. Then again you will go. Once you are completed it, you will write second. So till how many times you will do the round, still it becomes 100. Your count 1, 2, 3, so on up to 100. Once it reaches 100, your productions are completed. If it is less than 100, you will keep on continue doing this production. I hope you have understood. So here you are running this thing, means you are doing this repetition of production 100 times. When it becomes more than 100, you will stop it. Am I right or wrong? So you should have a when you should stop this for loop, means when you should stop the loop. If you does not have a stop condition, this loop will be repeated infinite amount of time. Is it clear? So any loop should have three sections. One is the initialization, when it should start, and then a test expression when it should stop, and you should have an updation session, because after doing one production you are updating it in the a paper. If you stop, means if you forgot to update it, then you will keep on running the doing the production, there will be no stopping. So you should have a updation section, you will have a initialization session, and you will have the test expression. I hope you have understood the flowchart and the syntax of the for loop. Now let me discuss the for loop with a simple example. I want to write a C program to display the numbers from 1 to 10. Okay, 1 to 10 numbers, integers, I want to display it as an output using the for loop in a C language. Let me discuss how can we do that one. Okay, now whenever the C program starts, we will use this hash include stdio.h. Okay, then you have the void main, and you have int I. Okay, this is an I is a variable name and int is the data type. Now you are doing for loop. For you need an initialization. What is the initialization here? You want to display the numbers from 1 to 10. So now your I value should start with the 1. So you should initialize the I value as 1. Are you able to understand? So your initialization session is completed. Then you should have a semicolon. Then you should have a test expression, semicolon, and then you have an updation session. If you look at here, each session is separated with a semicolon. Okay. Now I is equal to 1 till what? I less than or equal to 10, because you want to display up to 10. Once it becomes 11, you should stop. So if I is greater than 10, then you will stop doing this process. Okay, then look at it, what updation you have to do. You want to print the I value as 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, so on. So you need to increment the I value. So I am writing I plus plus, which is a post increment. Okay, then what is the next thing I need to do? What are the statements I need to execute here? Here I want to print the I value. So I need to write a printf %d backslash n I value. Why I am writing backslash n? Because each number I want it in a separate line. Okay, so that's why I am using an escape character, which is new line backslash n. Okay, are you able to understand? So I have done with the for loop. I will write the get ch statement and I will close the main function. Look at it how this program will work. Okay, initially what is the I value? I value is initially 1. Okay, now I is equal to 1. This is the first thing have been done. Okay, now remember one thing, initialization will be done only once. Okay, please note down this point, initialization will be done only once. I is equal to 1, initialization is done. Then the second step is that you will check whether the condition is satisfied or not. Now what is the condition? I less than or equal to 10. Now this is your expression. If this expression is satisfied, then only you will execute the statements which are there in the for loop. Now what is the I value? I value is 1. 1 is less than or equal to 10 or not? Yes. 1 is less than or equal to 10. So the condition is satisfied. If this condition is satisfied, the third step you need to do is that execute the statements which are there in the for loop. What is the statement which is there in the for loop? Printf I value. So what is the I value? Currently 1. So 1 will be displayed as an output, and as there is a backslash n, the cursor will be here. Okay, are you able to understand? Once you are done with the statements which are there in the for loop, you need to go for the updation section. Is it clear? What is the updation section? I plus plus, which is nothing but I is equal to I plus 1. So what is the I value? Currently I value is 1. 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. So I value will be updated to 2. Then again you will come here. Okay, your updation section is done. Once your updation section is done, you need to go for the test expression, because when you are doing prediction, you will write the first time when you do the prediction, you will write 1. Now 1 is less than 100. So again you have to do the prediction. So you will repeat the statement. So similarly, after updating the I value, again you will do the test expression. What is the test expression? I should be less than or equal to 10. Now what is the current I value? 2. 2 is less than or equal to 10 or not? Yes. Again the condition is satisfied. If this condition is satisfied, what you should do? You should execute the statements which are there in the for loop. So you need to display the I value, which is 2. Then I will be incremented. It will be updated to 3. Now again you will check 3 is less than or equal to 10. Again the condition is satisfied. Again you will execute the statements which are there in the for loop. So it will be 3. Now you will increment the I value. It will become 4. 4 is less than or equal to 10. So again the condition is satisfied. You will display the I value. Like that we will print 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, up to 9 values I have printed. After printing the I value as 9, by that time when I printed the 9, here the I will consist of value 9. After printing this one, where I should go? I should go for the increment section. So this increment section will increment the I value from 9 to 10, because it will increment by 1, so I value will become 10. Now look at the condition. 10 is less than or equal to 10 or not, because the test expression is I less than or equal to 10. 10 is equal to 10. So the condition is satisfied. So again you will print the I value, which is 10. After printing this one, again you will increment the I value. Now I value is becoming 11. Now you need to check the condition. I is less than or equal to 10 or not. Now the current I value is 11. Is less than or equal to 10? No. 11 is greater than 10, whereas they are saying that 11 is less than or equal to 10. So the condition is not satisfied. If the condition is not satisfied, you will not execute the statements which are there in the for loop. You will come out from the for loop. After this for loop, there are no statements. So the program is completed, and this program will display the values from 1 to 10. So I hope you have understood what is a loop, how many different types of loops are there, what is the syntax for the for loop, and what is the flowchart, and how to write a program using the for loop. If you still have any doubts related to this concept, feel free to ask me in the comment section. I will try to clear your doubts as early as possible. Now let me discuss the syntax of the while loop. Okay, in the while loop also you will have the initialization section. You will have the initialization section, and then you will have the while, which is a keyword, and then you will have the test expression, and then you will have the statements which you want to repeat. The statement 1, statement 2, 3, statement 3, so on, n number of statements. What are the statements you want to write? At the last you will have the update section, and then you will close the while loop. So any loop should have these three sections. One is the initialization section, text expression, and then you will have the updation section. Now, how many times the initialization section will be executed? Only once. Okay. Now, once the initialization section is completed, you will come to the test expression. If the test expression is true, because the condition can be true or false. If the test expression is giving the value as true, then the statements which are there in the while loop will be executed. Once you are executed all the statements, you will update the value whatever you have initialized, and then again you will check for the updated value whether the condition is satisfied or not. If it is satisfied, again you will execute. If it is not satisfied, you will come out from the while loop. Now I will ask one doubt. I have initialized the I value is equal to 0, and here I have written a condition called I not equal to 0. Then tell me how many times the for loop, this while loop will be executed. It will not execute at least once. Am I right or wrong? Because you have written a statement called I is equal to 0, and in the condition you have written that I not equal to 0. Now whether this condition will be satisfied? No. 0 is equal to 0. Am I right or wrong? But here they have written that 0 not equal to 0. So this expression or the test condition is not satisfied. So the statements which are there in the while loop will not be executed at least once also. Am I right or wrong? So this is about the syntax of the while loop. Now let me discuss about the flow chart for the while loop. Okay. In the flow chart, you will have the initialization section as usually. And then you will have the text expression. You will have the test expression. The test expression can be true or can be false. If it is false, what we should do? If it is true, what we should do, we will discuss now. If it is true, what we should do. If it is false, what we should do, we will discuss now. If it is true, the statements in the while body will be executed. Execute the statements in the body of while, or in the while body, whatever you want to write, you can write. Means all the statements I want to execute. Now all the statements even consist of updation section. Am I right or wrong? You have a update section which is the one of the statement in this while body. Am I right? So I am not writing the update section separately here. Okay. If once you are updated the value, you will again check whether the test expression is true or false. Okay. If it is true, again you will execute the statements in the while body. If it is false, you will end the while loop, or you will execute the statement which is there after the while loop. If any statement is there, that statement will be executed. So I hope you have understood the syntax and you have understood the flowchart. If you know the syntax, easily you can draw the flowchart. If you know the symbols and the representation for initialization session, test expression, all these things. Now let me discuss a C program related to the while loop so that you will understand the concept in a better way. Okay. Now what is the objective of my program is I want to find the sum of first n natural numbers. Okay. Now this is the objective I want to do using the while loop. Now what I will do, first I need to do hash include stdio.h, and then I will write a statement called void main, and then I will take the variables as I comma n, and even I will take the sum also, because sum I need to display, and I will initialize the sum is equal to 0. Okay. Now printf, I will ask the user to enter the n value because he need to compute the sum of first n natural numbers. So you should know what is the n value. So you will ask the user enter the value of n. Okay. So once the user has entered, you need to store it in the variable n. So you have to write percentage d. See. Now why I am writing the format specifier percentage d? Because it is an integer variable. And what is the representation of and percentage means and n means ampersand n? What is the representation is that it denotes that whatever the value you have read, that value you want to store it in the address location of the variable n. Okay. Now what you need to do, you need to initialize the I value. I value is equal to 1 because you want to compute the sum of first n natural numbers. So from 1 to n you need to do. So that's why I have done the initialization section. I is equal to 1. Now tell me what is my text expression. My text expression is while I less than or equal to n. If it is I is greater than n, I need to come out from this while loop. So here I will do, what are the things I need to do? I need to compute the sum and also I need to update the I value. So one thing I will write it as sum is equal to sum plus I. Okay, and then I will increment the I value. So I will write it as I is equal to I plus 1. So this is my while loop. Once this is completed, okay, I need to display the I value, sum value. So I will write printf percentage d sum. Okay, once I printed the sum, I need to write the getch and I need to close the main function. Now let's see how this program is working. Okay, to make you understand, let me take the variables. Initially I value is 1, sum is equal to 0. Okay, n value, let's take that user has entered 3. He want to compute the sum of first 3 natural numbers, which is nothing but 1 plus 2 plus 3 he want to compute, which is equal to what? 6. Let's see whether my program is also giving the output as 6 or not. Okay, now user has entered the n value is equal to 3. Now look at the condition while I less than or equal to n. What is the I value? Write the statement here. I less than or equal to n. What is the I value? I value is 1. N value is 3. So 1 is less than or equal to 3? Yeah, 1 is less than 3. So the condition is satisfied. If the condition is satisfied, what are the statements which are there in the while loop? You need to execute them. What is the first statement is there? Sum is equal to sum plus I. So you have a statement called sum is equal to sum plus I. First you need to execute this one, and whatever the result you are getting, you need to store it in the variable sum. Now what is the sum value previously? Sum value is 0. I value is what? 1. So 0 plus 1 is what? 1. So that 1 will be stored in the variable sum. So previously sum is consists of value 0. Now it is consists of 1. Okay. Now what is the next statement you have? I is equal to I plus 1. I is equal to I plus 1 is nothing but I is equal to 1 plus 1 because you have the I value is 1. So 1 plus 1 which is equal to 2. Okay. Once you execute the statements which are there in the while loop, then again you will go and check the condition. Okay. Now what is the condition? I less than or equal to n. Now what is the I value? 2. N value is what? 3. So 2 is less than or equal to 3 or not, that is the condition. Tell me 2 is less than 3. So the condition is satisfied. If the condition is satisfied, again you will execute the statements. Sum is equal to sum plus I. What is the current sum value? Current sum value is 1. What is this current I value? 2. So which is nothing but 3. So sum will update the value as 3. Are you able to understand? Now I is equal to I plus 1. So which is 2 plus 1, the I value will be updated to 3. Again after executing the statements, again you will go to the text expression. You will check whether the condition is satisfied or not. What is the condition? I less than or equal to n. What is the current I value? 3. What is the current n value? 3. This is what they are checking. 3 less than or equal to 3. 3 is equal to 3. So again the condition is satisfied. If the condition is satisfied, you need to execute the statement sum is equal to sum plus I. What is the current sum value? 3. What is the current I value? 3. So 3 plus 3, 6. That value will be updated here. Now I is equal to I plus 1. I is equal to I plus 1 means I value is currently 3. 3 plus 1, it will become 4. After these two statements are executed, again it will go to the test expression. What is the test expression? I less than or equal to 3. What is the current I value? 4. What is the current n value? 3. This is what you are checking. But tell me what is true? 4 is greater than 3. 4 is not less than or equal to 3. So the condition is failed. If the condition is failed, you have to come out from the while loop and you need to execute the statements what are there after the while loop. So what is the statement which is there after the while loop? Printf percentage d sum. What is the sum value is there? 6. So it will display me the value as 6. Okay. So first n natural numbers 1 plus 2 plus 3 is 6. Even you are getting the output as 6 from this program. So your program is correct. So lot of students will have a doubt. Sir, once you have written some program, whether it is correct or wrong, how can you check it? Is that you take some input and check whether you are getting the correct output or not. If you are getting the correct output for all the cases, then your program is right. Otherwise, your program is wrong. So if you have any doubts related to the while loop, feel free to ask me in the comment section. I will try to clear your doubts as early as possible. The do while loop, because any loop should have three sections. One is that initialization section, test expression, and then update section. So even in the do while loop, you will have the initialization section, and then you will have a keyword called do, and then you will have the open curly braces. You will write what are the statements you want to execute, okay, and then you will have the update section, and then you will have the while keyword, and then you will have the test expression, ends with a semicolon. So this is about the syntax of a do while loop. This semicolon is compulsory in the do while loop. Okay. Now you have the initialization section, you have the do keyword, and then what are the statements you want to execute if the condition is true. These statements you will write here, and then you will have the test expression. Now look at this one. What is the problem or the advantage of the do while loop? Now you have the initialization section. Suppose let's take that initialization section consists of I is equal to 0. And here I have the statement called printf percentage d I. Okay, this statement is there, and my updation section is consists of I is equal to I plus 1. Okay, now my condition is that I should not be equal to 1. This is my condition. Now look at here. I is initially 0. Okay. Now you are printing the I value because you are not checking the condition. This is post condition checking. Am I right or wrong? Is it clear? Whereas the while and for loop, while and for loop are the pre-condition checking, because if the condition is true, then only you will execute the statements. But whereas in the do while loop, you will first execute the statements, then you will check the condition is true or false. Okay. So printf percentage d I. So you will print the I value as 0. Then you will update the I value. I value is I is equal to I plus 1. Now I value will be updated to 1. Then you are checking the condition I not equal to 1. Am I right or wrong? So 1 is not equal to 1. 1 is equal to 1. Am I right or wrong? So the condition is false. If the condition is false, you will come out from the do while loop and you will execute the statements which are there in the after the do while loop. Okay. So I hope you have understood. So the do while loop is post condition checking, whereas the while loop and for loop are the pre condition checking loops. Now let me discuss what is the difference between the pre-condition checking and post-condition checking with an example. Now let's take that you have a restaurant. Okay, you are the owner for a restaurant, some restaurant was been created by you, and then you saw other restaurants. In other restaurants, what they will usually do, there will be a counter and they will have a menu. Now, in that menu, you need to select any one item and then you have to order. You need to pay the money. Usually in the tiffin centers, all these places, they will have the menu. If you say that I want idli, then they will say that this is the cost. Okay, you pay the money, you take the coupon, and then you go to the service section. They will give you the idli and you go and eat and finish. No problem. Is it clear? But you have started a tiffin center or a restaurant that first you eat whatever you want, then you pay the bill. Suppose let's take that one person came, okay, he don't have money. Then he came to your restaurant. He was very hungry, but he don't know, he don't have any money, so he don't know where to go. And luckily he saw your restaurant and he saw the facility also. He has eaten every item. He has eaten idli, dosa, puri, everything he has eaten. After that, once he need to pay the bill, that time he come and say you that, sir, I don't have money. Then you cannot collect money from him. There is no gold item, there is no watch, there is no phone with him, so you cannot. So what you will do, you will be very frustrated. You will ask him to work in your restaurant for few days so that you can collect the money. Am I right or wrong? So that is what the do while loop is doing. The do while loop, what will happen, it will first execute the statements, then it will check the condition. Now tell me one thing. If the condition is not satisfied in the for loop and while loop initially itself, whether the statements will be executed? No, the statements will not be executed. Whereas if the condition is not satisfied initially in the do while loop, the statements will be executed. Yes, the statements will be executed. So in a for loop and while loop, at least it will run for 0 times. Whereas do while loop, it will run at least once. Am I right or wrong? Minimum times the while loop and for loop will run is 0, whereas do while loop is run for 1 time, because it will run and then you are checking the condition. Look at here, my condition is not satisfied, but still I have executed the statements which are there in the do while loop. So this is about the do while loop. Now let me discuss the flow chart for the do while loop. You will have the initialization section. You have the initialization section, and then you will execute the statements which are there in the do while loop. Okay, execute the statements or statements in the do while loop. Let me write simple like this: statements in do while loop, do while body. Okay, then you will have the text expression. Okay, and then you will check if it is true, again you will execute them. If it is false, you will come out from the do while body. Okay, end of do while. Are you able to understand it or not? It is very simple. You have the initialization section, you have the statements which are there in the do while body, you will execute them, then you will check the condition. If the condition is true, again you will execute the statements. If the condition is false, you will end the do while, and whatever the statements which are there after the do while, they will be executed. So this is about the syntax and this is about the flowchart. Now let me discuss one simple program related to the do while loop using the C programming language. I want to display the numbers from 1 to 5 using the do while loop. Let me write a program. If you know how to write it, I request you to pause the video and write yourself and then verify with me. You have hash include stdio.h, void main, and then you have the initialization, or you can even initialize here or you can initialize separately also. I want to print from 1 to 5 numbers, no? So let me write int I is equal to 1. Then I will write the statements. What are the statements I need to write? I need to print the I value. So print of percentage d I, and then you write backslash n because you want to print them in a separate line. So I, then you have the I plus plus, or even you can write a statement called I is equal to I plus 1, and then you have the condition while I is less than or equal to 5. Okay, and then once it is done, you have a get ch and you have closed this. So this program will try to print the values from 1 to 5. Let's see whether it is doing or not. Okay, initially what is the I value? I value is 1. This is your initialization section. Now the do, you will execute the statements. So print of percentage d I. What is the I value? 1. That 1 value will be printed. As you are using the backslash and new line character, it will go, the cursor will be pointing to the next line. Okay, now you are incrementing I value, I plus plus, which is a post increment. So I value will be incremented and it will be 2. Now you are checking the condition. 2 is less than or equal to 5. Yes, 2 is less than or equal to 5. So the condition is satisfied. So again you will execute the statements. If the condition is true, you will execute the statements again. If the condition is false, you will come out from the do while loop. Now what is the value it will be printed? Again I value should be printed. What is the I value? 2. So it will print the 2 and it will be waiting in the next one. I value will be incremented. Now it will be 3. Now 3 is less than or equal to 5 or not? Yes, true. So if it is true, again you will execute the statements which is printing the I value, updating the I value. So 1, 2, 3 till now is printed, and now I value is updated to 4. Now 4 is less than or equal to 5. The condition is satisfied. So this is printing the value as 4. Because the condition is satisfied, it will print the I value and it will update the thing also. Now what is the condition? I less than or equal to 5. Yes, 5 is equal to 5. Again the condition is true. So again you will execute the statement, so which is printing the 5 value, and then you will update the I value, which will be 6. Now look at it. 6 is less than or equal to 5. No, 6 is greater than 5. So the condition is not satisfied. If the condition is not satisfied, you will come out from the do while loop. After that there is no statements, so it will complete the program. So this program is printing the numbers from 1 to 5 using the do while loop. So I hope you have understood the do while loop syntax and the flowchart and this program. If you have any doubts related to this concept, feel free to ask me in the comment section. I will try to clear your doubts as early as possible. We have a switch, we have an expression, and let's take that we have two cases. Case constant 1, you have certain statements, statement 1, statement 2. Let's take that you have a break statement. Similarly, let's take that you have another case. Case is a keyword, and you have the another constant, constant 2. You have a statement 3, statement 4, and you have a break. And then let's take that you have a default statement. Consists of statement 5, statement 6, and then you have end the switch statement. Now what is the purpose of the break here? I will discuss with you. If this expression is matching with any one of the case, then the corresponding statements will be executed. If it is not matching with any one of the case, then the statements which are there in the default will be executed. Let's take that this expression is matching with the constant 1. Then it will execute the statement 1, statement 2, and as there is a break, it will end the switch statement. Okay, the purpose of the break is that to end the switch statement after executing the statements which are there in the corresponding case. Suppose let's take that if this expression is matching with the case constant 2, then it will execute these statements. As there is a break here, it will end the switch statement. So the purpose of the break here is to end the switch statement. If it is not matching with these two, then it will execute the statement 5 and statement 6 and it will end the switch statement. Now let's take that if I forgot to write the break statement, then what will happen? You already know it. If this expression is matching with the constant 1, then statement 1 and statement 2 will be executed. As there is no break, even it is not matching with the constant 2, still you will execute the statements 3 and statement 4. As there is a break, then it will end the switch statement. So the purpose of the break is to end the switch statement. Similarly, the purpose of the break statement in the loop is to end the loop. Okay, please note down this point. The purpose of the break statement is to end the loop. Lot of students will confuse with the statements as break and continue. They will misunderstand both of them. The purpose of break is to end the loop. Let me discuss with a simple example. Okay, you have hash include stdio.h void main, and you have the open curly braces, and you have declared int I. Okay, and you have used a loop for I is equal to 1, I less than or equal to 10, I plus plus. Okay, and you have written if I is equal to 3, then break printf percentage d, let me write backslash n I, end the for loop, and write the get ch and end the main function. Okay, so this is a small program I have written to explain the purpose of break in the for loop. Okay, not only in the for loop, you can use it in any loop such as while loop or do while loop. Okay, now you have declared a variable called I. Now I is equal to 1. Okay, you have initialized the I value as 1. Okay, now you know the working process of a for loop. First it will do the initialization, then it will check the condition. If the condition is true, it will execute the statements which are there in the for loop. After executing the statements, it will go for the update section. Here it is in post increment, and then after update again it will check the test expression. If the test expression is matching, still the condition is still satisfied, then it will again execute the statement. So this for loop will execute the statements until unless the I is greater than 10. Are you able to understand? If I is less than or equal to 10, the statements will be executed. Okay, so now look at this one. I is equal to 1. So 1 is less than or equal to 10 or not? 1 is less than or equal to 10. Yes, 1 is less than 10. So this condition is satisfied. So the statements which are there in the for loop need to be executed. The first statement is what? If I is equal to 3. So there is a condition. Okay, if this condition is true, the statements which are there in the if block will be executed. Then a lot of students may be thinking, sir, if usually will have the open curly braces and closed curly braces, but you have forgot to write them, so it is a syntax error. So no need to discuss this program. But if you are thinking like that, you are done the mistake. Even I have discussed one point. Inside the switch, only one statement is there, then the curly braces are optional. So as if I did not mention the curly braces, then you can understand that if this statement is true, then only this statement will be executed. If this statement is not true, then directly you will execute this printf. So look at the statement. What is the condition here? I is equal to 3. What is the I value currently? 1. Whether 1 is equal to 3? No, 1 is not equal to 3. So this condition is not satisfied. If this condition is not satisfied, you will not execute this break statement. Directly you will execute the printf statement. So printf percentage d backslash n I. So it will print the I value as 1, and then it will pointing, the cursor will be pointing to the next line because you are using an escape character called new line character. Then I value will be incremented. Now the I value is 2. Okay, again the condition is satisfied. 2 is less than 10. Again if the condition is satisfied, again you will check I is equal to 3 or not. Now currently I value is 2. So 2 is not equal to 3. 2 is equal to 3. No, 2 is not equal to 3. So this condition is not satisfied. So this break statement will not be executed. directly you will execute the printf. So it will print the value 2 and then the cursor will be pointing to the next line. Okay, are you able to understand? Now the I value will be incremented and it will update it to 3. Now again it will check 3 is less than 10 or not. Yes, 3 is less than 10. So you will execute the statements inside the for loop. Now you look at this statement. I is equal to 3. I value is 3. So 3 is equal to 3. This condition is satisfied. If this condition is satisfied, you need to execute the statements which are there in this if. Now what is the statement is there? Break. So I already discussed that the purpose of the break is to end the loop. So it will come out directly from the loop and it will execute the statement which is there after the loop. After the loop there is only getch and close. So this program will print the values as 1 and 2 as an output. Are you able to understand? As there is a break statement here, it will end the for loop. Okay, are you able to understand? Now let me discuss about the continue statement. The continue statement purpose is that it will skip the current iteration and it will execute the next iteration. I hope you have understood this one. If you does not understand with my statement, let me discuss with an example. Let me write here continue. In place of a break, what this program will display. I told you that continue purpose is that it skip the current iteration and start executing from the next iteration. Or you can remember like this. If there is a continue, for the current, suppose let's take that we have written if I is equal to 3, continue. If I value is equal to 3, then this condition will be true, then you need to execute this continue statement. Otherwise, you will not execute the continue statement. Let's take that I value is equal to 3. So 3 is equal to 3. So you need to execute this continue statement. So if there is a continue statement, after the continue statement, what are the statements are there, you will skip them. Directly you will go for the update section. That is what the meaning of that one. It will skip the current iteration and go for the next iteration. Okay, let me discuss what is the output of this program. Okay, if you replace the break with the continue statement, what will happen? Initially I value is 1. Let me erase this one. You got the output 1 and 2 when you use the break. If you use the continue here, what will happen? We will discuss now. Okay, I value I have made it as 1. So this condition is true, you know it already, and this condition is false. So directly you will print the I value 1 and the cursor will be pointing to the next line. Then again the condition is true because I value will be updated to 2. Am I right or wrong? Now again this condition is true. This condition is false because 2 is not equal to 3. So you will not execute the continue statement. Directly you will print the value of I, which is 2. Then again you will update the I value, it will become 3. Again the condition is true because 3 is less than 10. And now this condition is also true because 3 is equal to 3. Okay, if this condition statement is true, means the condition is true, then you need to execute the statements which are there in this if block. The continue is there. So the continue, what it will do is that it will skip this statement. Whatever the statements which are there after continue, all the statements will be skipped for the current iteration and it will directly go for the next iteration. Next iteration means it will directly come here and it will do the update. So update will mean is that I value will be updated to 4. Are you able to understand? Now you look at the condition. 4 is less than 10. Yes, 4 is less than 10. Now look at this one. I value is 4. Whether 4 is equal to 3? No, 4 is not equal to 3. So this continue will not be executed. Directly it will print the I value, which is 4. Then again the I value will be updated. It will become 5. Again the condition is true. This condition is false. It will print the I value 5. Next time I value will be updated to 6. This condition is true. This condition is false. So it will print the value as 6. Then it will print the value 7, 8, 9. Let's take that when it is 9. It printed the 9. Now after printing the 9, it will update the value as 10. Am I right? Now look at this condition, whether this condition is true or not. I value is currently 10. 10 less than or equal to 10 they are asking. 10 is equal to 10. So this condition is true. Now look at this condition. What is this condition? I is equal to 3 or not, they are checking. I value is currently 10. Whether 10 is equal to 3, 10 is not equal to 3. So this condition is not satisfied. So you will not execute the continue statement. Directly you will print the I value, which is 10. After that you will update the value, it will become 11. Now 11 is greater than 10, so this condition is failed. You will come out from the for loop. After that there is no statement, so this program will print the output as 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It is skipping to print the value 3. Are you able to understand? So in this place, if you are using the break, you are getting the output as 1 and 2. If you are using the continue statement, you are getting this output. Let's take that you have a number 153. Now compute how many digits are there. The number of digits in this number is 3. So you take the individual digit and compute the cube of it. So 1 power 3 and 5 power 3 and 3 power 3. The individual digits are 1. So I am computing the 1 cube. Another one is 5. I am computing the 5 cube. And another number is 3. So I am computing the 3 cube. So after computing them, I have to perform the addition. So 1 cube is 1, 5 cube is 125, 3 cube is 27. So which is equal to 126 plus 27, which is equal to 153. So after performing this one, if you are getting the original number, you can say that the given number is Armstrong number. Now look at here, the given number is 153, and after computing this operation, still you are getting the 153. I can say that it is an Armstrong number. Let me take another example. I am taking a number called 1143. Now first thing is that I need to check how many digits are there. The number of digits are 4. So take the individual digit, compute the power of 4. 1 power 4, 1 power 4, 4 power 4, 3 power 4. So 1 power 4 is 1. 1 power 4 is 1, okay. 4 power 4 is 256, which is nothing but 2 power 8. 2 power 8 is nothing but 256, and 3 power 4 is 81. So if you compute the addition, you are getting the 258 plus 81, which is equal to 9, 13, 339. So after computing this one, you are getting 339, which is not equal to original number. So I can say that the 1143 is not an Armstrong number. So now you have understood what is an Armstrong number with an example. Let me discuss this program. Okay. We will use hash include stdio.h, which is a standard input output header file, and even we will introduce this math.h header file. This header file will consist of all the inbuilt functions related to Mac, such as power, all these things. Okay. Now let me do it. I'm writing a void main. I need to declare what are the variables are required for me. I need an integer variable, so I'm using the data type called int. I'm taking a variable num, which consists of the original number. I will take on, which is a original number, or you can write original number also. And let me take the variable as remainder. I will take the variable as result is equal to 0, and also I will take a variable called n is equal to 0. This n is equal variable is required for me to check the number of digits in the given number, because first I need to find the number of digits. When I have discussed 153, first we have computed the number of digits. So this n variable is required for me to count the number of digits, and this result, finally you are getting this result. To store that one, I am using this variable called result, and every time I will use the reminder to compute. So that is the way I am using this variable, and you understood the num and on. Okay. Now first what I need to do, I need to ask the user to enter the number. So printf enter the number, okay, for which the user need to check whether it is Armstrong number or not. Once he has entered, I need to read it. So I'm using an inbuilt function called scanf, and I need to read an integer, so I'm using the format specifier %d, and that number I want to store it in a variable num and in the address location, so that's why I'm using like this. So now first thing what I need to do, I need to count the number of digits in this value what is there in this variable. Okay, now what I will do is that I will use the while loop. Okay, before doing that one, I need to do one thing. What is that one is that I need to store this number in another variable called on, because I should not lose this value which is there in this variable num, because finally I need to compare the num with this final result. If it is matching, then only I can say that it is Armstrong number. So I should not lose this num. Okay, so that's why what I'm doing, I'm taking a variable called on this one I will do all these tasks. So while on or original number not equal to 0, what I will do is that on is equal to on divided by 10. Okay, and then I am performing the n plus plus. Okay, now what it will do is that it will compute the number of digits in the given number. Let's take that the given number is 12. Okay, let's take that it is 12. Now tell me how many digits are there. It is 2 digits are there. Okay, now look at whether finally the n is consists of value 2 or not. Initially what is the n value? N value is 0. Okay, now what is the on is consists of 12. Now look at 12 is equal to 0. No, 12 is not equal to 0. So that is what the statement here it is written. On not equal to 0. On is consists of 12. 12 is not equal to 0. So the condition is satisfied. If this condition is satisfied, what are the statements which are there in the while loop will be executed. Now what is the first statement is consists of? On is equal to on by 10, which is a division operator. Division operator will give you the quotient. So 12 by 10. What is the quotient? You will get the 1. So now initially on is consists of 12. Now after execute the statement, you will get the 1 here. And n plus plus. N value is incremented to 1. Okay, currently n is consists of 1. Now look at it. Again this test condition will be checked. On, what is the value? 1. 1 is not equal to 0. So again this condition is true. So these two statements will be again executed. What is the first statement? On is equal to on by 10. So 1 by 10 you will get the value 0. So on is currently updated to 0 and n plus plus. So n value will be again incremented, which will be updated to 2. So look at this one. After execute this statement, again you will check the test expression. What is the text expression? On not equal to 0. What is the value currently is there in the on? 0. So 0 is equal to 0. This condition is failed. Now look at once this condition is failed, what is the n value? 2, which is equal to number of digits in the given number 12. Okay, so we have done the half of the program correctly till now. Now we need to finish this program. Okay, now how I will finish this program is that now once I got the digits, I need to compute the powers of it. So what I will do is that, okay, now again I will update on is equal to num, because currently on is consists of 0. Again I will keep on is equal to num. Then again I will do while on not equal to 0. Now this time I need to find the each digit in this given number. So to do that one, what I will do is that I will compute the remainder. Remainder is equal to on modulus 10. Okay, so now what will happen? Let's take that I'm taking 153. Okay, are you able to understand? Now what is the remainder will consist of? Remainder is not consist of any value initially, or you can take 0 also. Remainder is equal to on modulus 10. 153 modulus 10, what it will give? It will give the modulus will give you the remainder, whereas the division will give you the quotient. So if you do 153 modulus 10, you will get the remainder as 3. Will you agree with me or not? So it will give the this 3. Now what you need to do? You need to take the statement called result is equal to result plus power of, okay, remainder comma n, where this n is the number of digits, because here what you need to do, once you got the 3, you need to compute 3 power 3 because the number of digits are 3. So that's why I'm doing power of remainder comma n. Okay, so this function will do is that it will compute the remainder power n. That is the use of the power function. Now you can ask me, sir, you can simply compute the power of remainder comma n. Why you are writing result is equal to result plus 1? Because after this one, I need to store this value, because 3 power 3, I will get 27. Then I need to compute 5 power 3. But that value 27 plus 5 power 3 I need to do. So that's why result is equal to result plus power of remainder comma n I am writing. Then what I need to do, on is equal to on divided by 10 I have to do. This is the statement to compute this result. Okay, look at it with an example. Let me discuss with an example. Let me take a simple number, again 12. 12, I will get the number of digits as 2. So n is consists of 2. Will you agree with me or not? Okay. Now look at this one. On is equal to num. So even on is consists of number 12. Now what is the condition? While on not equal to 0. Currently on is consists of 12. 12 is not equal to 0. The condition is true. If the condition is true, what are the statements? These 3 statements. Okay, these 3 statements will be executed. Okay, these 3 statements, what is the first statement? Remainder is equal to on modulus 10. On is consists of 12. 12 modulus 10, which is equal to 2. So the remainder is consists of value 2. Okay, now you have written a statement called result is equal to result plus power of remainder comma n. What is the result? Initially consists of value 0. So 0 plus power of remainder is 2, n value is 2, which is nothing but 0 plus 2 power 2, which is equal to 4. Now the result will be updated as 4. Keep it. Okay, are you able to understand? Then on is equal to on by 10. Now 12 by 10, it will give you the quotient, which is 1. So on will be updated as 1. Are you able to understand? Again you will check this condition, on not equal to 0. 1 is not equal to 0. Yes, again the condition is true. So if this condition is true, these 3 statements will be again executed. What is that? Remainder is equal to on modulus 10. So what is the on consists of 1. 1 modulus 10, you will get the 1. So remainder is currently consists of value 1. Result is equal to result plus power of remainder comma n. What is the result? Is consists of 4. 4 plus power of 1 comma 2, which is nothing but 1 power 2, which is equal to 4 plus 1 is equal to 5. Now the result is consists of value 5. Now you have written statement called on is equal to on by 10, which is nothing but 1 by 10, which is equal to 0. Now you got the on value is equal to 0. Again you will check that condition, whether on not equal to 0 or not. 0 is equal to 0, so this condition is failed. So you have completed executing this while block. Now what you need to check, whatever the result you are getting, whether it is equal to given number or not. That is the final thing you need to do. So you will write a statement called if result is equal to given number n, okay, result is equal to given number num, then I can say that it is an Armstrong number. You can write that the given number is Armstrong number, or you can write Armstrong. Else, if it is not equal to num, then you can say that printf not Armstrong. Okay, then you can write the getch and you will close it. Okay, So this is the program to check whether a given number is Armstrong number or not for an n-digit number. What is the reverse of a number? Suppose if the given number is 153, reverse of it is 351. Okay. Now let me write a C program to find a reverse of any n-digit number. Okay. So to do that one, I need to include the header file called stdio.h. Okay. Hash include stdio.h, void main. Okay. And then I need to declare the variables which I will use it in the program. Now I will take it as num. Okay. And then I will take the remainder. I will take the reverse and I will make it as 0. And any variables which I required, I will use them whenever it is required. Okay, so currently I am declaring the 3 variables such as num, remainder and reverse. Okay, first I need to ask the user to enter the number. So I am using an inbuilt function called printf to display this one on the console. Enter the number. I am using a backslash n, which is a new line character. Now whatever the number user is entering, I need to read it. So I am using a inbuilt function called scanf. As I am reading an integer, so I am using a format specifier called %d. I hope it is visible. If it is not visible, let me write it. Okay. And then I need to store it in the address location of the variable num. Okay. Now I have read the value. Now what I need to do, I need to find the reverse of a given number. So how can I do it is that while num not equal to 0. Okay, whatever the number which is not equal to 0. Okay, now first thing I need to compute the remainder. So remainder is equal to, how can I find the remainder? Given number modulus 10. Okay, I will get the remainder. Now what I will do is that reverse is equal to, okay, reverse is equal to reverse, okay, into 10 plus remainder. Okay, then I will compute num is equal to num by 10. Okay, and I will close this while loop. Look at it, what it will do. Suppose let's take that I have taken the given number as 153. So this 153 will be there in the variable called num. Okay, and remainder is a variable. Initially it will have a garbage value, and reverse is in another variable you are taking. Currently it is having 0. Is it clear? This will consist of a garbage value because we did not initialize any value to it, and num we are reading from the user and it is making it as 153. Reverse is equal to 0. Now look at it. Num not equal to 0. This is the condition. What is the num? 153. 153 is not equal to 0. So this condition is true. If this condition is true, what are the statements which are there in the while body? You need to execute them. So first statement is remainder is equal to num modulus 10. The modulus is an arithmetic operator. It will give you the remainder. Okay. So 153 modulus 10 will give you 3. So remainder will consist of value 3. Okay. Now reverse is equal to reverse into 10 plus remainder. What is the reverse? Initially consists of 0. So 0 into 10 plus remainder, which is equal to get 3. So you are updating the reverse to 3. Okay, good. Now num is equal to num by 10. What is the division? It is an arithmetic operator. It will give you the quotient. So 153 is the num. 153 by 10, you will get the quotient as what? 15. So the num will be updated to 15. Will you agree with me or not? Now look at, after executing these statements, again you will check whether the condition is true or false. What is the condition? Num not equal to 0. What is the num is consists of 15. 15 is not equal to 0. Again the condition is true. Then you need to execute these 3 statements. What is the first statement? Remainder is equal to num modulus 10. What is the num consists of 15. 15 modulus 10, you will get the remainder as 5. So previously you got the value 3, now you got the value 5, so you are updating it. Okay. Now reverse is equal to reverse into 10 plus 3. What is the reverse is consists of 3. So 3 into 10 plus 5, which is equal to 35. So reverse is consists of value 35. Now the next statement is num is equal to num by 10. So 15 by 10, you will get the quotient as 1. So num will be updated to 1. Okay. Now these three statements are done. Again you will check the condition, num not equal to 0. What is the num consists of 1? 1 is not equal to 0. Again the condition is true. Again these three statements you need to execute. What is the first statement? Remainder is equal to num modulus 10. 1 modulus 10, you will get the remainder as 1. So you need to update it as to 1. Now reverse is equal to reverse into 10 plus remainder. What is the reverse is consists of? Consists of 35. So 35 into 10 plus 1, which is equal to 351. So reverse is currently consists of value 351. Now num is equal to num by 10. Num is 1. 1 by 10, you will get the quotient as 0. Okay, so after execute these three statements, num is updated to 0, remainder is updated to 1, reverse is consists of number 351. All these three statements are done. Again you will check the condition, num not equal to 0. What is the num? 0. 0 is equal to 0, so this condition is failed. If this condition is failed, you will come out from the while loop. So this is the way this while loop is working. Now what is the reverse of a given number? Printf percentage %d, or you can write the statement also. The reverse of a given number is percentage %d reverse. Okay, are you able to understand? Get ch. Okay, so this is the program to find the reverse of a given number. Even with this program, you can extend little bit and you can check whether the given number is palindrome or not. What is a palindrome? If you take in the number 153, you find the reverse of it. If the reverse is equal to the given number, then you can say that it is palindrome. Let's take that 111. If you reverse it, you will get 111. So the reverse and the original number are equal, then you can say it is a palindrome. Are you able to understand it or not? What you have to do, what you need to update, you have to take this number in some variable, and finally you need to check that variable and the reverse. If they are equal, you will say that it is palindrome, otherwise you will say that it is not a palindrome. Okay, so you please update it and you check that that program of palindrome is working or not. So I request everyone to practice these kind of programs. If you practice it, you will learn the C program in a better way. First, let me discuss what is the need for an array. When we are discussing about the variables, we have discussed these few points. That is that a variable can able to store a constant, but it can able to store a single constant at a time. Meaning is that, suppose if I have created a variable called a whose data type is int, then it can able to store only integer constants. Am I right? If you have created a variable whose data type is char, it can able to store character constants. Similarly, if you create a variable whose data type is float, you can able to store the real constants. Now, if you have assigned a value 20 to this variable, then in the memory location, let's take that 500 memory location, the variable a can able to store the value 20. Now, how many bytes of memory will be occupied? That depends on which compiler you are using. If you are using a 16-bit compiler, then it will occupy 2 bytes of memory. If you are using a 32-bit compiler, it will occupy 4 bytes of memory. Is it clear or not? Now let's take that I have incremented the a value. I am doing the a is equal to a plus 1 or a plus plus. This is a post increment. So the a value will be updated to 21. Now previously it was storing 20. Now it is able to store 21. So at a time you can able to store a single constant using a variable. Now let's take an example. I am teaching a C programming course to 125 students. Let's take that. Now I want to store their marks. Now if I want to store their marks, then how many variables I need to create? I need to create 125 unique variables I need to create. Am I right or wrong? Inside the same function, you cannot declare the variable again. Duplication, you cannot do it. So 125 unique variables you need to create, and all these variables should satisfy the properties of a variable while you are keeping the name. Already we have discussed what are the rules you need to follow whenever you are creating a variable. Am I right? Now this is a tedious task because 125 unique variables, creating and using them will be very tedious task. So that is little bit difficult. So that's why the researchers have developed the array concept. Now I hope you have understood what is the need of an array. Is it clear? If you want to store multiple values in a single variable, then it is not possible using this variable. So to overcome that one, researchers have introduced the concept called array. Now what is an array? Array is a simple data structure which can able to store collection of similar items in a contiguous memory. Now let me discuss each point in detail. Collection of similar data items. Similar data items are homogeneous data items. We have the two concepts, homogeneous, heterogeneous. Homogeneous means similar type, whereas heterogeneous means different type. So what is meant by similar data types? Suppose if you want to store only integer constant, collection of integer constants, then you can do it. If you want to store a collection of characters, you can do it using array. If you want to store a collection of real constants, you can do it. But in a same array, you are not allowed to store integer constants, real constant, character constants. That is not possible. Is it clear? So you can store a collection of similar items. Okay? Is it clear? And the second point I have discussed that it will be a contiguous memory location. What is these points? Let me discuss. Suppose, let me discuss the declaration of an array. Okay, then I will discuss with an example. Now how to declare an array? You have to use data type, okay, and then you have to use array name, and then you have to specify the size. This is the generalized syntax of declaring an array. Data type, array name, and you need to specify the size. Let me give a simple example. I am writing int, okay, a of some 6. Now the data type is int, so it can able to store all the integer constants. And what is the name of the array? A. And how many values it can store? 6 values it can store. Is it clear? Are you able to understand? So a is an array variable. It can able to store 6 integer constants in a contiguous memory location. Now you can ask me, sir, how can I access the elements? Means, well, how can I take like a 0th value, first value, second value, third element, all these things, how can I retrieve it? To know that one, you should know the concept called indexing. Before teaching about what is indexing, let me discuss how these values will be stored. As I said earlier, they will be stored in the contiguous memory locations. Am I right or wrong? So you will have the first element, second element, third element, fourth element, fifth element, and sixth element. Like this it will be stored. Okay. Now let me give a simple example. Your first element is there in the address location 100th byte. Then can you tell me what will be the address of the next element? Let's take that you are using a 32-bit compiler. If you are using a 32-bit compiler, one integer variable occupies 4 bytes of memory. Now if it is 100th byte, what will be the address of the next element? It will be 104. And the next one will be 108, 1112, 116, 120. So all these elements we will have in a contiguous memory locations. Okay, are you able to understand this point or not? Okay, that is the advantage of an array. Now How can I access these elements? First element, second element, third element, fourth element. We can access using the indices. The array index will always start, or let me write index. The array index will always start from 0 and it will go up to size minus 1. In this example, the size is 6, so the array index will start from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Up to 5 it will go. So now if you count it, number of elements are there 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you can able to store 6 values. So always remember this point, the array index will always starts from 0. So this is the 0th index, first index, third index, fourth index, fifth index. Okay, are you able to understand it or not? So these are the addresses. If you are thinking that the first address location is 100, then all the next elements will be stored in these address locations and the indexes will be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is about them. Now you can ask me, how can I access each element? Is it clear? Now if you want to access any element, you need to specify two things. What is the array name? You have to specify the array name and the index. Okay, and remember one more important point. You can access any element randomly. Meaning is that you can directly access the fourth element or you can directly access the sixth element with the help of the array name and index. Suppose if I want to access the fourth element, is it clear? Then I can use the array name as A and its index is 3. Because the fourth element, the index is 3, because always the index will start from 0. Are you able to understand? So this is the way you can access the value. Now you can ask me, sir, how can I access the address? Address is very simple. You add ampersand, then you will get the address. Are you able to understand it or not? So if you want the value, you can use the array name and the corresponding index. If you want the address, you use the ampersand, array name and the corresponding index, you will get the address. So this is about the declaration of an array and how the memory will be stored, okay, and how can you access an element randomly. Now let me discuss how to initialize the elements in the array. Okay, let me discuss about initialization. The generalized syntax of initialization is, you will have the data type, you will have the array name, and you will specify the size, then open the curly braces, you can write the value 1, value 2, value 3, so on, close the curly braces and ends with a semicolon. So this is the generalized syntax of initializing any array. You have to specify the data type, array name, size. This size is optional, I will discuss that point, and you have to open the curly braces and you have to specify all these values. Let me give a simple example. The data type I am giving it as int and I am creating a variable array name with a variable called a, and size I am specifying it as 6. Now I am writing the values as 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let me write up to 4. Okay, 4 values I have specified. Okay, now what is this point? If you initialize like this, what will happen? Now sir, 1, 2, 3, 4 are there. You have specified the size as 6. Okay, so you should specify the 6 elements, but you initialize with the 4 elements. What will happen? Will it give an error or not? That will be your question. Let me clarify this point. Okay, now if you specify a of 6 is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, then a of 0, if you specify like this, a of 0 is equal to 1. Means in the 0th index, the first value 1 will be stored, which is nothing but 1. Similarly, in a of 1, the value 2 will be stored. Is it clear? So 2 will be stored here. In a of 2 means the third element, the value will be stored as 3. In the fourth element, the value 4 will be stored. Now you can ask me that what is these two values will consist of. These two will consist of values 0 and 0. Lot of students will think that it will consist of a garbage value. No. If you have initialized few of the elements and you did not initialize the remaining elements, then the remaining elements will consist of value 0 if it is an integer array. If it is a character array, you will have the null. If it is a float array, you will have a 0.0. Based on the data type, the value will be stored. Now you can ask me, sir, we have studied in a textbook that it will store a garbage values. That also I will discuss the point here. Suppose let's take that you have created or declared an array A, okay, not array A, any name you can use. For simplicity, I am writing it as an A, and you are specifying the size and you are specifying the data type also. Without initializing any value, if you are trying to access the first element in an array, you want to print the first element, how can you write? Array name, and the index you have to write it as 0. Are you able to understand it or not? Because you have to specify the array name and the corresponding index, because I want to print the first element, so the index will be 0. Now if you look at here, I just declared the array. When you are declaring the array without initializing any value, then it will consist of default values, which will be the garbage values. Please remember these 2 points. Lot of students will confuse with these 2 points. If you declared an array and without initializing any element, and if you are trying to print a value of a particular location, then you will get the garbage value. Okay, you will get a garbage value. However, if you initialize a few of the elements, even one element is also okay, then the remaining elements will consist of values depends on the data type. If it is an int, it will consist of values 0. If it is a char, it will consist of a values null. Is it clear? Are you able to understand this point? Okay, so this is about initialization. Okay, now let me discuss another way of initializing. Now you can even write like int array name, okay, and without specifying the size, you can assign the values such as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like this I have assigned. Then what will happen? Lot of students will think that it is an error. It is not an error. It will allocate the memory based on how many values you are assigning here. As you are assigning 6 values, then it will create an array which can able to store 6 integer constants. So this will consist of value 1, value 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, are you able to understand? And these memory locations will be contiguous. Now if you find the size of this one, okay, you already know how to find a size of an operator, okay, using the size of, okay, not a size of operator, size of a data type or a variable, but whereas size of is an operator, okay. So if you use the size of, and if you write the array name A, and if you use the inbuilt function printf %d size of A, then can you guess what will be the value will be printed? If you are using a 32-bit compiler, you know that one integer will occupy 4 bytes. Am I right? Now you are storing 6 such integers. So 6 into 4, which will be 24 bytes of memory, will be allocated for this one. Are you able to understand it or not? Even this one is also, because you are creating a integer a of 6, so you can store 6 elements. If you compiling in a 32-bit compiler, even here also it will allocate 24 bytes of memory. I hope you have understood this point. Okay, now let me discuss one more important points. The arrays are classified into various types such as one-dimensional array, two-dimensional array, and multi-dimensional array. Let me discuss about them. What is a one-dimensional array? What is a two-dimensional array? And what is a multi-dimensional array? Now, the one-dimensional array will have the data type, array name, and you will have the size. Okay, this is a one-dimensional array. Already we have discussed here. Now, what is a two-dimensional array? You will have the data type, you will have the array name, and you will have the two sizes, means the rows and the columns. So based on these braces, you can specify whether it is a one-dimensional array or two-dimensional array. For a one-dimensional array, you will have one open braces, one closed braces. Inside that, you will have the size. If it is a two-dimensional array, you will have a open braces, closed, open braces, closed. So this is a two-dimensional array. If you want to three-dimensional array, then you will have like this. The remaining things are same: data type, array name, all these things. So this is about one-dimensional, two-dimensional, three-dimensional. Like that, you can go for four-dimensional, five-dimensionals also. Okay. Now in this video, I want to discuss how to store the values in an array. Okay. Read the values from the user and save it, and then I want to display the values again back to the user. Okay, let me discuss that program so that you will understand about the one-dimensional arrays in detail, and then I will discuss few programs related to how to find the second highest element from an array, because everyone know how to find the largest element in an array. They can write the program, but if I ask in find the second largest element in an array, they will fail to do it. So all these things I will discuss one by one. Then we will discuss about the two-dimensional array. Now let me write a C program to read the values from the user and store it in an array and then display back to the user. So I need to use the header file called stdio.h. Okay, then void main, then int array name, let's take that a, and I am giving it as a 6. Okay, and I am declaring it a variable called I. Then sorry for it, I will ask the user to enter the elements, enter 6 elements. Once the user has entered the 6 elements, I need to scan them, okay, or I have to read them. So as I need to read 6 elements, if I want to read one element, I can use a scanf. Okay, if it is 2 elements in a scanf, I can do it. But as it is 6 elements, let me use the loops. Okay, we have 3 loops such as for loop, while loop, and do while loop. You can use any loop. Let me use the for loop. In a for loop, you will have 3 sections. Not only for loop, any loop will have 3 sections such as initialization, condition checking, and update section. So here I want to initialize the value 0. Why I am initializing the I value 0? Because always the array index will start from 0. Okay, and I less than 6, and then I plus plus. Then let me write a statement called scanf %d ampersand a of I, because you need to store them in the address location of the corresponding index. Then whatever the values you have entered, you want to display them. You want to use an inbuilt function printf to display the statement as the entered elements are. Okay, then let me use the for loop. For I is equal to 0, I less than 6, I plus plus, printf %d \n a of I. Let me complete it getch and close the main function. Okay, now let me discuss what is the working process of this program. To know the arrays, you should know the loops. I hope you know the loops concepts. If you don't know about the loops, I request you to go back and watch my videos related to the for loop, while loop and do while loop and come back to this video. Now in a for loop you will have a initialization, you will have the condition checking, you will have the update section. Okay, now initially I value is 0. Okay, that's good. I value is 0. Now I is less than 6. 0 is less than 6 or not? Yes, this condition is true. If this condition is true, what are the statements which are there in the for loop? They need to be executed. Am I right or wrong? Now lot of students will think that, sir, you forgot to write the curly braces, open curly brace, close curly brace. When I was discussing about the loops, I have discussed one important point. Inside the for loop or inside the loop, if you have a single statement, then the curly braces are optional. If you have more than one statement, then they are compulsory. Okay, so the meaning is that if the condition is true, you need to execute only this statement. Okay, now percentage d scanf you are using, so it is reading a value, and what kind of values it is reading, it depends on the format specifier. As I am using a percentage d, it is reads the integer constants, and whatever the value it is reading, it will store in the address location as ampersand a of I, where the I value is 0. So in the first address location, meaning is that in the first element, whatever the value you are reading, that will be stored. Is it clear? And then the I value will be incremented. Again the condition is true. The next element will be stored in the address location of a of 1, means in the index 1 the next element will be stored. Like that it will do. When the I value becomes 6, the condition will be failed, because 6 is not less than 6, 6 is equal to 6, then this condition will stop. Then once you scanned all these elements, you want to print them. So I am displaying the output as the entered elements are, and then again I am using a for loop. Instead of printf, I am using, instead of scanf, I am using the printf inbuilt function. Okay, and here I am not specifying the address, because a of I means a value you are displaying, here address you are specifying. Is it clear? So now lot of students will have the doubt, sir, instead of the loop, can I write a scanf? Yes, without using the loop you can do it. Then how you have to do? You have to write scanf. As you need to read the 6 values, you have to write percentage d, percentage d, percentage d, percentage d. 6 times you need to specify, 3, 5, 6 times you need to specify, because you are reading the integer constants. And then you are specifying ampersand a of 0, ampersand a of 1, ampersand a of 2, ampersand a of 3, ampersand a of 4, ampersand a of 5. Like this you need to specify. Now as this is only 6 elements, you are able to do the using the single scanf, no problem, without using the loops. If the array consists of 100 elements, then it will be very difficult. So that's why you better go for using the loops. Now let me discuss about a two-dimensional array, the declaration and how it is different from one-dimensional array, and then I will discuss about the how to initialize the elements in the two-dimensional array. Now when we are discussing about a one-dimensional array, we have discussed that in a one-dimensional array we will have the data type, and we will have the array name, and we will have the size. The best example is that even we have said that data type is an int, so this array can store the integer constants, and you will have the array name a, and you have a size 6. So what is the limitation of the array? This array can only stores the integer constant. So that is the definition. Array can only stores the similar data values. Okay. Now if it is a two-dimensional array, you will have a data type, and you will have the array name, and you will have the two sizes. So one is the number of rows, and another one is the number of columns. Okay. Suppose, let me give a simple example. You have an integer array, okay, a of 3 of 3. Okay, is it clear? Now when it is a one-dimensional array, we have specified like int a of 3. What is the meaning of this one? You will have a continuous memory location. In these memory locations, you can able to store 3 integer constants. The array index will start from 0, 1 and 2. If this address location is 100 and if you are using a 32-bit compiler, one integer will occupy 4 bytes. So this address will be 104 and this address will be 108. Now if you look at number of columns in this array will depend on the size, which in this case the number of columns are 3 because the array size is 3 and the number of rows only 1 because it is a one-dimensional array. Now coming to the two-dimensional array, you will have n such rows will be there. That n value will be depend on the what is the size the user has specified. Let me repeat again. In a one-dimensional array, you will have a single row and multiple columns will be there. Now when it comes to the two-dimensional array, these rows, n number of rows will be there. Let's take this example. You will have a one row, you will have the second row and you will have the third row because you have specified here is the number of rows as 3 and number of columns as 3. So you will have to represent like this. Now this column index will start from 0, 1, 2. The rows index will start from 0, 1, 2. Now this one will be represented as the row number and the column number. So if you want to index this location, this will be row and column. So you should specify it as row number as 0, column number as 0. Within that, you have to specify the array name also. Okay. Similarly, if you want to point this one, then the index will be row number is 0 and column number is 2. Okay. Now you can ask me what will be the size of this array. Now can you tell me how many number of elements I can store? The number of elements I can store is that you multiply the number of rows into number of columns. Now how many rows are there? 3 rows are there and you have 3 columns, so you can store 9 elements of integer constants only because the data type you have specified is int. So you can store 9 elements. Now you can ask me what will be the size of this array. Now the size of this array will be 9 elements. And what is the size of one integer? If you are using a 32-bit compiler, it will be 4 bytes. If you are using a 16-bit compiler, it will be 2 bytes. Let's assume that you are using a 32-bit compiler, then one integer will occupy 4 bytes. 9 such integers will totally occupy 36 bytes. Okay, are you able to understand? If you want to use a size of function, even you can use it. You can use size of operator and you can specify the name of the array A, and within the printf function, if you give it with %d, it will give you the size of the array A. Is it clear? I hope you have understood how we can represent the two-dimensional array and what is the declaration syntax and how these values can be stored. Now let me discuss about the initialization the elements in the two-dimensional array. We have 2 methods. All these 2 methods we will discuss. Now let me discuss about the method 1. Initializing the values to the two-dimensional array. Let me give here int a of 3, 3. Okay, and open the curly braces 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If you specify, okay, then this is one method. Now you can ask me, sir, if you specifying like this, what are the values will be stored here? Now the first value will be stored in the rows index 0 and columns index 0. Is it clear? So here the value 1 will be stored. Okay, is it clear? The next element will be stored in the row index 0 and column index 1. Okay, and the next value will be stored here. Then the next value will be stored here. Like this, the values will be stored. Are you able to understand? You have given the number of rows and number of columns as 3 and 3. So the total 9 elements can be stored, and you have given all the 9 elements. Then the values will be stored like this. Now I want to change little bit. Instead of 9 numbers, you have given only 8 numbers. Okay, then what will happen? Lot of students may think that it is an error. Sir, you can able to store 9 elements, but here you have only given 8 elements. The ninth element you did not specify, so it will give an error. Don't think like that. Now, as you have initialized 8 elements, you did not initialize the ninth element. In this one, the value will be depend on based on the data type. As it is an integer, so here the value will be stored as 0. If you specify this array as a float, then the value will be 0.0. If it is a character array, it will be a null. Is it clear? Are you able to understand? Now I have one question. Sir, I have declared an array a of 3 of 3. Okay, without initializing any values or without reading the values from the user, I am directly printing printf %d a of 0 of 1. Now what is the meaning? In the first row, meaning is that 0th index row and second column 1th index, this value I want to print, means this location value. Here it is 2, but if I does not give any value, here it will not be any value, will not be there. That is what you were thinking. But leave about this one, 1, 2, 3. But I want to find the value which is there in the first row and second column, meaning is that 0th row and 0th index row and first index column. This value, as you did not initialize any values, then it will give a garbage value. If you initialized few of the elements and if you left few elements, then in this case the 0 is there because based on the data type. Okay, are you able to understand? If you just declare the array and you did not specify any value to any of the variable in the array, then if you are trying to print the any one element, then it will give a garbage. But if you initialized few elements or if you stored few elements, and if you want to try to access the element which you does not specify, then if it is an int, it will give the value 0. This point, please remember this one. Okay, so I hope you have understood the first method of initializing the elements in an array. Now let me discuss the method 2. Okay, you can declare. Declaration part will not change because you are specifying the data type, array name, number of rows and number of columns. Now here what I will do, I will open the curly braces. I will specify 1, 2, 3. These elements belong to the first row, meaning is the 0th index row. Okay, comma 4, 5, 6, comma 7, 8, 9. Here you are specifying the first row elements, second row elements and third row elements. Is it clear? Are you able to understand? If you specify like this, the values will be stored as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is it clear? These are the two methods of initializing the elements into the two-dimensional array. Okay, I hope you have understood these two. If you have any doubts related to these two methods, you can ask me in the comment section. So now let me discuss about how to access the element. Okay, if I want to access the element which is there in the second row, second column. Second row meaning is what? First index row, first index column. Is it clear? Then easily you can access it. Printf %d array name, the row index, here the row index is 1 and column index is 1. Then it will give you the value which is there in the second row, second column. In this case, the value will be printed as 5. Okay. Now if you want to know the address, then you can write it as printf percentage u, okay, ampersand of a of row number. In this case, let me give it as the row index as 1 and column index as 1. Then in this case, it will give you the address. Okay. Now you can ask me, sir, what will be the address of this one? Let me just discuss for you. Let's take that as we consider that this address, starting address is 100. Okay. The base address is 100. Then this element, if you are using a 32-bit compiler, one integer will occupy how many bytes? 4 bytes. So if the starting address is 100th byte, then this will be 104, this will be 108, and this will be 112, 116, 120, 124, 128, 132. Is it clear? Now can you ask me, sir, this is a continuous memory location, but you are represented as a matrix. For your understanding, I am representing in a matrix, but the computer will store in the continuous memory location. It will never store like as an array. It will store in a continuous memory location, but for your understanding, I am representing the rows and columns. Is it clear? I hope you have understood. Now if I want to find the address of second row, second column, meaning is that the row which is having the index 1 and the column which is having the index 1. So this value. So it will give you the address as 116. If you are assuming the starting address is 100. Is it clear? If you are executing in your computer, if it is giving some other value, don't blame me, because it depends on what address location. So I am assuming the starting address location is 100 bytes. Now you can ask me, sir, why you specified the percentage u? This is for unsigned int. Now why I am specifying the unsigned int is that always the address will be positive number. So that's why I am specifying the unsigned int here. Is it clear? So now let me discuss a simple program, okay, to read elements from the user in a two-dimensional array and display back to the user, okay, those elements. Let me write the C program so that you will understand the concept in a better way, okay. To do that one, let me include the header file called stdio.h, which is a standard input output header file, okay, and you will use a void main, which is a function, okay. Is it clear or not? Now you can declare a two-dimensional array, okay, and you can declare two variables I and j, okay. Is it clear? Now you can ask the user to you can ask the user to enter 9 elements, okay, or you can enter 9 integer constants, okay, and then you can write a for loop for I is equal to 0, I less than 3, I plus plus. If it is a one-dimensional array, you know it, because you can simply use a one array, but as it is a two-dimensional array, you should use the nested loops, okay. Is it clear? One is for the number of rows and another one is for the number of columns. For j is equal to 0, j less than 3, j plus plus, okay. Then you need to scan it. Scanf percentage d ampersand of a of I of j. You can close the two for loops, okay. Are you able to understand? So this is an outer loop, this is an inner loop. Now let me write the program, then I will discuss with an example, okay. For j is equal to, again you need to print the values. Am I right or wrong? You just read the values. Now I want to display the values to the user. So you can write a printf, the values are \n, okay. For I is equal to 0, I less than 3, I plus plus. For j is equal to 0, j less than 3, j plus plus. Let me open this curly braces, okay. Is it clear? Printf percentage d backslash t, I'm giving a tab space, and then I'm giving the a of I, a of j, okay. Is it clear? Then I'm checking if j is equal to 2, okay, then what should I do? Printf percentage backslash n, not percentage, backslash n. I want to give the backslash, okay. Why I am doing it, I will explain to you. I am closing the inner loop and I am closing the outer loop, and I am closing the main function also after writing the getch function. So this is the program will read the values from the user for a two-dimensional array, and it will display the same values to the user in an array in a matrix format, okay. That's why I am using this if condition. Now if you look at here, you have done the declaration. Now how many rows are there? 3 rows are there, 3 columns are there, and you have declared two variables I and j, and then you have asked the user to enter the 9 integers. Now look at this one. This one we can say that this is an outer loop and this is an inner loop, okay. Is it clear? Are you able to understand it or not? Now look at this one. What is the initial I value? I value is 0. Keep it here. Now what is the condition you have? 0 less than 3. So this condition is satisfied. If this condition is satisfied, what are the statements which are there in this for loop from here to here? Because this is the condition, closing curly braces. So between them, what are the statements are there? All the statements you need to execute, okay. Now if you look at here, you have a inner loop. So what is this one? J is equal to 0, you have initialized. Now j less than 3, meaning is that 0 less than 3, this condition is true, okay. This condition is true, then you will execute the statements which are there in this loop. What are the statements which are there in this loop? Scanf. So you will read a one element, okay, and you will store in the address location of a of 0 0. Am I right? Because the I value is 0 and j value is 0. So in the 0th index row and 0th index column, you will store the first element, okay. Are you able to understand? Then now your question will be, after this one, will the I value will be incremented or j value will be incremented? Still you are in the inner loop, so you will implement or increment the j value, okay. So j value will be incremented to 1. Still the I value is 0 only. Now look at the condition. 1 is less than 3. So this condition is true. So again you will read the next value and you will store in the address location of a of 0 1. Meaning is that in the first row, second column, in that location you will store the second element. Then you will increment the j value will be updated to 2, okay. Now look at the condition, 2 is less than 3, again the condition is true. Again you will read an element and you will store in the address location of a of 0 2. Then j value will be incremented, it will be updated to 3. Now look at the condition, 3 is less than 3, no, 3 is equal to 3, this condition is failed. Once this condition is failed, you will come out from the inner loop and you will increment the value which is there in the outer loop, or you will go to the update section of the outer loop. What is the update section of outer loop? I plus plus. So I value is previously 0, now it will be updated to 1. Now lot of students will think that what is the condition? I less than 3, so 1 less than 3, this condition is true. If this condition is true, they will think that j value is still 3, this condition will be again failed. No, again it will go to the initialization part of the inner loop. Again the j value will be updated to 0. Is it clear? Are you able to understand it or not? So this is the way it will work, okay. So it will read all the 9 elements and store them in the appropriate locations. And the same thing I am doing with this for loop also. Again, I have written an outer loop and an inner loop, and I am giving a backslash space. So what will happen is that it will print 1, means the first element, let's take that 1, then it will print 1 and it will give a tab space and it will print the next value. It will give a tab space and it will give the next value. But why I have written this condition? If j is equal to 2, okay, then it will go for the next line. Is it clear? Here what will happen, the j value will be 2. Once the j value will be 2, you will go to the next line, so that it will be printing as a form of a matrix. What is matrix addition? Let's take that you have a one matrix consists of 2 rows and 2 columns. Okay, you have another matrix called a B, who also consists of 2 rows and 2 columns. Now, if I perform the addition between these two matrices, then I will get the result as 1 plus 4 I should do. Is it clear? The first row, first column element in the first matrix and the first row, first column value in the second matrix, you should perform addition. So 1 plus 4 you will get as 5, and then 2 plus 5 is 7, 3 plus 9 will be 12, 4 plus 8 will be 12. So this is the result of performing addition between the matrix A and matrix B. Is it clear? So this one I want to write it as a C program, so that this program will work for any two arrays, okay, and it will give you the sum of the result. Okay, now look at this one, how to do it. So to do that one, I need to use the stdio.h header file. Okay, so hash include std standard input output header file. Okay, then I will use void main, and then I need to declare 3 arrays. Am I right or wrong? And they to be a 2-dimensional arrays. One is the matrix A. Let me represent it as it is having 100 rows and 100 columns. And matrix B also having 100 rows and 100 columns. Similarly, matrix C also having 100 rows and 100 columns. Then I am using the variables I, J, row and column, COL. Let's take that. These are the variables I am using till now. Okay, so first what I need to ask the user to enter? I should ask the user to enter the number of rows and number of columns. Okay, so I will write a thing called enter the number of rows and columns in a matrix, and he should enter any value between 1 to 100. Am I right or wrong? Then I need to read the rows and columns, and they are integers, so that's why I'm using the format specifier %d. And these values I want to store in the address location of the row and the address location of the column. Okay, so now I got the rows and columns, and they are stored in the variables row and col. Now I need to ask the user to enter the elements of first matrix. Okay, enter the elements of matrix 1, or you can write first matrix, anything you can write. Okay, is it clear? Let me use \n. Okay, then whatever the values he is entering, I need to store them in the address location. So to do that one, I need to use the nested loops. Okay, so that's why I'm using a for loop. So it will have an initialization section, it will have a condition, and then it will have the update section, and then you will have the inner loop for j is equal to 0, which is an initialization, and j less than column, and then j plus plus. Okay, and then you will use a scanf function to store those elements in the array A. Okay, is it clear? Similarly, you will ask the user to enter the elements of second matrix. Okay, enter the elements of matrix 2. Okay, then again I need to use the nested loops concepts. For I is equal to 0, I less than row, I plus plus. For j is equal to 0, j less than column, j plus plus. Is it clear? Then I need to use the scanf percentage d ampersand, now not A, the array B is B, so you need to store the values in the array B. Okay, so this will help you to read the elements from the user and store them in the matrix 1, and similarly this code will help you to ask the user to enter the elements for the matrix 2 and store them in the matrix B. So now you got the elements in the matrix 1 and matrix 2. Now what you need to do? You need to perform the sum, meaning is that 1 plus 4 you need to do it. So again you will use the nested loop. So you will write for I is equal to 0, I less than row, I plus plus. For j is equal to 0, j less than column, j plus plus. Okay, then you will write C of I of j is equal to A of I of j plus B of I of j. Is it clear? Are you able to understand? Let me discuss with a small example. Okay, let's take that the row value is 2 and column value is 2. I am taking as a two-dimensional array. Okay, so the row value is 2, number of rows are 2 and columns are 2. Okay, now this is an outer loop, this is an inner loop. Am I right or wrong? Now you can ask me, sir, you did not keep the curly braces. If in a loop only single statement is there, then you can avoid the keeping the curly braces. Is it clear? Are you able to understand it or not? Now initially I value is 0. This is the initialization section. Now 0 is less than 2 because the row is consists of value 2, so 0 is less than 2, so this condition is satisfied. If this condition is satisfied, you can execute the statement which is there in this loop. Now j is equal to 0, that is the initialization section. Okay, 0 value is j and less than column value is 2, so again this condition is true. If this condition is true, what you are doing? C of I and j, I value is 0, j value is 0 is equal to what you are writing? A of I which is 0, j which is 0 plus 0 0. That you are doing. What is the meaning? You are taking the first row first element in the matrix A and first row first column of the matrix B, and you are performing the addition. So in this case 1 plus 4, that you are performing the addition and storing the result in a matrix C in the first row and first column. Why I am telling it as 0 0? Because the first row the index will be 0, first column the index will be 0. This will be 0 1 0 1. This is the index, so that's why this location index will be 0 0. So there I want to store. Is it clear? I hope you have understood this logic. Now once I computed the sum, I need to display the output back to the user. Okay, how I will do is that again I will use the nested loops concepts. For I is equal to 0, I less than not 3, the row I plus plus. Let me open the curly braces. For j is equal to 0, j less than column, j plus plus. And now you can print the values which is there in the array C, because after performing the addition the result will be stored in the matrix C, and you can give a backslash t for the tab space, and you can ask the user to print the element which is there in the matrix C in the index I and index j, and then you can check if j is equal to column minus 1, okay, then you can print a backslash n, saying that I will discuss with you this point. I am closing the two loops and I am writing a getch function and I am closing the main function. Now this point, what is the meaning is that I want to print the result as in the matrix form. So that's why, suppose let's take that row value is 2 and column value is 2. Okay, now what will happen? I is equal to 0, 0 is less than 2, so this condition is true. So look at this one, I value is 0, row value is 2, column value is 2. So this condition will be true, 0 is less than 2. So j value will be initialized to 0. Okay, again 0 is less than 2. This condition is true. If this condition is true, it will print the value which is there in the C of 0, 0, because I value is 0, j value is 0. So that value will be printed. Okay, and then it will give a tab space. So it will come here. Are you able to understand it or not? That's what percentage d backslash u. After printing the value, you need to give a tab space. Okay, is it clear till now? Then what will happen? Once this statement is executed, it will go for the update section of the inner loop. So j value will be updated. So j value will become 1. Let me write here, j value is 1. Again, 1 is less than 2. Am I right or wrong? Because j less than column, you are checking. J value is currently 1 and column value is 2. Again the condition is true. So again you will print the value which is there in the location of C of 0 and 1. Am I right or wrong? So that value you will display. Is it clear? And then you need to check this condition also every time. J is equal to column minus 1. What is the j value? 1. Column value is what? 2. 2 minus 1. This will be, condition will be true. 1 is equal to 1. So this condition is true. Why earlier I did not check? 0 is not equal to 1. So that's why this condition will be failed when you are printing this value. Is it clear? So what will happen here? If this condition is true, it will go to the new line. Backslash n is an escape character. It will go for the new line. So after printing this one, it will go to the new line, so that you will get the output in the form of matrix. Okay, so this program is useful for you to understand how to perform the matrix addition. First, let me discuss how the matrix multiplication will be performed. Suppose let's take that you have a matrix A which is 2 by 2 matrix, and then you have another matrix which is 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's take that you have a 2 by 2. Remember one point. If you are performing the matrix A into matrix B, let's take that you have a matrix A and you have the matrix B, and this matrix has a m rows and n columns. This matrix has the p rows and q columns. When you can perform the matrix multiplication is that if n is equal to p, meaning is that the number of columns in the matrix A should be equal to the number of rows in the matrix B. Then only the matrix multiplication is possible, otherwise it is not possible. Here if you look at the number of columns in the matrix A is 2 and the number of rows also in the matrix B is 2. So they are equal. So I can say that matrix multiplication between these two matrices are possible. Now once it is possible, now how can we compute the matrix multiplication? It is very simple. You take the 1 and you perform the multiplication with 4 plus 2 into 6. Are you able to understand it or not? You need to take this row 1 and you need to multiply with 4, then 2 you need to multiply with 6. So like this row elements with this column elements. Then what will be this one? 1 into 5 plus 2 into 7. Is it clear? Are you able to understand it or not? Then once it is done, this row with this column. Okay. Then this row 3 into 4 plus 4 into 6. This row elements and this column elements. And this row elements and this column elements. So that's why 3 into 5 plus 4 into 7. Are you able to understand? So each row, this row, you need to multiply with these columns. This row, you need to multiply with these columns. This row with this column, this row with this column. So once you are doing, you will get it as the result as 4 plus 12, which will be 16. Okay, 5 plus 14 will be 19. Okay, 12 plus 24, which will be 36. Okay, 15 plus 28, which will be 43. So this will be the result after performing the matrix multiplication between these two matrices. I hope you have understood what is matrix multiplication, what are the rules you should follow, and how to perform the matrix multiplication. Now with this concept, let me write the C program for performing the matrix multiplication of any two matrix of consists of rows and columns. Okay, let me erase this one so that I will use this space to write the program. Okay, now what you need to do, you need to use the header file called stdio.h. so hash include stdio.h, which is a standard input output header file. Then you will use a void keyword and you will use a function called main, and then you need to declare the few variables and the few arrays. So I want to take all the integer arrays. Okay, a of 100 and 100, b of 100 and 100, 100 rows and 100 columns, c of, okay, 100 comma 100. Let me make it, I don't want to increase this one so that I can use this space. So now I am declaring the normal variables which are integers. So I will take the row 1, or let me take the m comma n comma p comma q and I comma j. Okay, and even I will take sum is equal to 0, and even I will take a variable called k. Okay, all these variables what are they are required, I am using them. Okay, or I am declaring them. Now what I need to do, first I need to ask the user to enter the number of rows and number of columns of the first matrix. Enter the rows and columns of matrix 1. Let me write in a shortcut as M1, which is matrix 1. Okay, once the user has entered, I need to read those values and store them in the corresponding memory location. So I am reading an integer, so that's why I am using the %d, and I am storing it in the address location of variables m and n. Similarly, I am asking the user to enter the rows and columns of the matrix 2. Okay, enter the rows and columns of, let me use the red pen so that it will be visible for you, of matrix 2. Let me use \n, which is a new line character, and I am scanning those values and I am storing in the memory locations of variable p and q. Now I got the value of m and I got the value of n, p and q also. Now what is the condition to be checked when you need to, before performing the matrix multiplication, the n value should be equal to p. Am I right or wrong? Is it clear? Because the first matrix, the number of columns should be equal to the number of rows in the matrix 2. If n is not equal to p, then you can say that printf matrix multiplication is not possible. Matrix multiplication is not possible. is not possible. Okay, else, okay, if this condition is failed, when this condition will be failed, when n is equal to p, then this condition will be true. Are you able to understand? So if n is equal to p, then it will come to the else block, so I can perform the matrix multiplication. So to perform the matrix multiplication, I need to ask the user to enter the elements for the matrix 1 and matrix 2. I need to read them. So for I is equal to, before doing that one, I need to ask the user to enter the elements. So printf, enter the elements of matrix 1. Let me write it as m1 for the space constraint. Okay, then once the user has entered, I need to store them. Okay, so I'm using the nested loops concept because it is a two-dimensional array. So for I is equal to 0, I less than m, I plus plus. For j is equal to 0, j less than n, j plus plus. You scan it, scanf %d, and you need to store in the array A in the location of I and j. Is it clear? So whatever the elements the user has entered, you stored in the matrix A. Similarly, you need to ask the user to enter the elements for matrix 2. Enter the elements of matrix 2. Okay, is it clear? Then what you need to do? Again, you need to take the for I is equal to 0, I less than p, I plus plus. For j is equal to 0, j less than q, j plus plus. This is q, not 9. Okay, or let me write like this. Okay, is it clear? Are you able to understand it or not? Here also it is not 9, it is q. If it is a 9, it is an invalid variable. Okay, now scanf %d ampersand, you need to read these values in the matrix B, so that's why you need to write the name of the matrix as B and the index values are I and j for the rows and columns respectively. So you got the elements in the matrix 1 and matrix 2. Now you need to perform the matrix multiplication. So how you will perform? Look at this one. If you have a matrix of m cross n and another matrix as p and q, then after performing the matrix multiplication, the result will be m cross q. Am I right or wrong? So with this one, let me write the program. For I is equal to 0, I less than m, I plus plus. Okay, for, let me open the braces. For j is equal to, sorry for it, the worker is not writing. Let me use the red marker. For j is equal to 0, j less than q, j plus plus. Okay, then I will use the another loop. For k is equal to 0, k less than p, k plus plus. Okay, are you able to understand it or not? Open this matrix and then you perform this operation. What is that? Sum is equal to sum plus, okay, A of matrix A, ith row and kth column into B of k of j. This you need to perform. Is it clear? The matrix A, ith row, kth column should be multiplied with the matrix B, kth row and j column. Is it clear? Are you able to understand it or not? After doing that one, okay, what you need to do? After doing this one, okay, you will close this one and you will write C of I of j is equal to sum. That sum you need to store in the C of I of j, and then again you need to assign sum is equal to 0. Am I right or wrong? Because initially you have initialized the sum is equal to 0. first matrix ij, you have computed C of I of j, you computed with this operation sum is equal to sum plus A of I of k into B of k of j, and after assigning that sum to the matrix C, again you will initialize the sum is equal to 0. Then you will close the matrix 2, means the loop 2 and this loop also. These two loops you have closed. So you got the matrix multiplication and the result is stored in the matrix C. Okay, now you need to display the output to the user. So how you will display? For I is equal to 0, I less than m, I plus plus. For j is equal to 0, let me open this curly braces. For j is equal to 0, j less than q, j plus plus. Okay, you will print the result in the matrix form. So what you need to do? You need to write printf %d backslash t c of I of j. Okay, whatever the value is there in the matrix C, in the ith row and jth column, that value will be printed. After printing that one, it will go to the tab space, means it will give a tab space and the cursor will be pointing to that value where the next space is there. Means after that, means you will print the value. Suppose let's take that 9 is there, the 9 value will be printed and the cursor will be pointing here after the tab space. Whatever the next element you are printing, it will be printed here. Is it clear? Now you have done this one. After that you need to check. Okay, is it clear? You have printed, then you need to check if j is equal to q minus 1, then you need to give a backslash n, print of backslash n, so that after printing the elements which are there in the first row, it will go to the next line and the next row elements will be printed, so that it will be looks like a matrix form. Okay, you are closing these two loops and then you are writing the getch function and you are closing this one. So this is the entire program for you to perform the matrix multiplication. For your comfort, I have written the entire program. I would have just explained this logic, but as you are the beginners or some students may be learning the programs now, or someone is learning the C program now itself, or someone would have studied the C program but they want to learn the program how to write the matrix multiplication. For them, I have written the entire program. I request you to note down this one and compile it and check the output. Now let me discuss the logic behind this program. Okay, where should I write? I am looking for the space. Okay, you have 1 2 3 4 is there. This is the first matrix, and then second matrix also you have 1 2 3 4. Now how it has to be performed? Look at this one. I value is initialized to 0. Look at this part. I value is 0. What is the m value? M value is 2. Okay, n value is 2, p value is 2, q value is 2. So this condition will be failed. 2 is not equal to 2. This condition will be false. So it will come to the else block. Enter this part will happen. Now m value is 2. So 0 is less than 2. This condition is true. So it will come to this one. J is equal to 0. Now it has initialized the j value as 0. Are you able to understand it or not? J less than q. So 0 is less than 2. Again this part is also true. So it will come to this loop. Again it will initialize the k value to 0. So I, j, k currently they are 0, 0, 0. Now what is the p value? 2. 0 is less than 2. Again this condition is true. Are you able to understand? So it will come to this plot. What is this one? Sum is equal to sum plus. Currently what is the sum value? 0. So you write sum is equal to 0 right now. Okay, it will perform sum is equal to sum plus 0 plus a of I, which is a of 0, 0 into b of k value 0, j value 0. So it will perform a of 0, 0, this one will be performed multiplication with this one. 1 into 1, okay, that will be performed. You will get 1. In this case, 1 into 1, you will get 1. 0 plus 1, you will get 1 right now. So sum is currently consists of 1. How many members have understood this point? This is very simple. Sum is equal to sum plus 0 plus a of 0, 0, 0, 0. Is it clear? After doing this one, where it will go? It will go to the updation section, because this loop, what are the statements are there, it is done. So k value will be incremented, k value will be updated to 1. Now again k value is 1, p value is 2, so this condition is again true. If this condition is true, again you need to execute the statement. Sum is equal to sum plus a of I of k into b of k of j. Currently what is the sum? Sum plus 1 plus a of I is 0, k value is 1 into k value is again 0, again 1, j value is 0. So you are multiplying the element which is there here and here. This is 0, 1. Am I right or wrong? If you have a doubt, you can look at this. This is the 0th index row and column, 0, 1. So this is 0, 1. This is 0, 1. So 0, 1 of 0, 1, this is nothing but 2. B of 1, 0, 1, 0, this is. So you are doing the 2 into 3. So 2 into 3, you will get 6. 1 plus 6 will be 7. So sum will be having the value of 7. Is it clear? Now you look at, now the k value will be incremented, k value will be updated to 2. Are you able to understand it or not? K value is updated to 2. Now 2 is less than 2. K value is 2, p value is 2. 2 is less than 2. No, 2 is equal to 2. This condition is failed. If this condition is failed, you will come out from this loop, then you will enter this loop. So after this loop, you have these two statements. So this is the ending of this loop. Is it clear? So you need to execute this one. C of I of j. I value is what? 0. J value is 0. In the C 0, 0 location, whatever the value is there in the sum, that value you will store, which is 7. Are you able to understand it or not? So C, here you will store the value 7, because this is 0, 1, 0, 1. In the 0, 0, you will store the value. After doing that one, again you are making the sum is equal to 0, and then you will increment the j value. Now the j value will become 1. Okay, now 1 is less than 2, because q value is 2. 1 is less than 2. Again this loop is true. So again you will enter to this loop, because if this condition is true, you will execute this part again. Am I right? Now what will be the k value? Again the k value will be updated to 0. Is it clear? Like this it will happen. Okay, are you able to understand it or not? So with this logic, I hope you have understood how to write a C program for matrix multiplication. First, let me define what is a function. Function is a collection of statements that are used to perform a particular task. In function definition, we will write a set of statements. If we execute the set of statements, we will finish a particular task. So I hope you have understood the definition of a function. Now let me discuss what is the need for a function. To make you understand the need for a function, let me discuss the concept called divide and conquer technique. In divide and conquer technique, we have a problem P, and it is tedious task to find a solution for the problem P. Let's assume. Then what I will do is that for this problem P, I will divide into smaller problems such as P1, P2 and P3. I have divided the problem P into P1, P2, P3. Now I will find the solutions for each problem such as S1, S2, S3. If I integrate the solutions S1, S2, S3, and I will get a solution S. This solution S is the solution for the given problem P. So we have divided and we have integrated or conquered. So that's why it is called as divide and conquer technique. Now you can ask me how it is related to the function. Suppose let's take that a client has given a project for you. This project you will divide into certain modules, and those modules if I combine, then I will get the final solution for the given project. Am I right? So these modules you can even call it as a functions. Is it clear? That concept we'll call it as modular programming. Is it clear? So now let me discuss how the functions are broadly classified. The functions are broadly classified into two types. One is the user defined functions and predefined functions. Okay, now the predefined functions we already discussed, and we have used certain functions such as printf. We have discussed about the scanf, and we have strrev to reverse the string, and we have the strcmp to compare the two strings. Okay, and we have the power function, we have the square root function. Like that we have various predefined functions, because C is a robust language which has the rich inbuilt functions and operators. So we have various inbuilt or predefined functions. To use these predefined functions, you need to include the header file. Am I right? To use the printf and scanf functions, you need to use the stdio.h header file. To use these functions strrev to reverse the string and to compare the strings, then you need to include the string.h header file. To use the functions called power and sqrt, you need to include the header file called math.h. So these are the predefined functions. Now in the predefined functions, we will not look at the function definition. We will just call the function. Am I right? We are writing a function called printf and we are writing welcome. Then it is giving the output as welcome for you. But what is the function definition of the printf? We are not looking. We are just calling the function. Now let me discuss what is a user defined function. User defined functions means we will only write the function definition, we will only give a name to the function, and we will only call the function. So entirely the user or the programmer is doing that one. So the functions which are written by the programmer or the user, we will call them as user defined functions. We will declare the function, we will define the function, and we will call the function. Okay, now let me discuss what are the things will be there in the functions. As I said just now, we have the function declaration, okay, and we have the function definition, and we have the function calling. Okay, now let me discuss about function declaration, definition, and function calling in detail. Then you will understand the use of the function also. The main use of the functions concept is reusability. That I will discuss with a small program so that you will understand with a practical example. Now let me discuss what is the function declaration or how to declare a function. The function declaration consists of following things such as return type, okay, function name, and a collection of parameters or arguments. Okay, you will have data type 1, data type 2, so on. You can end with a semicolon. So this is the generalized syntax of declaring a function. You will have a return type. This return type can be any one of the predefined, what you call not predefined, primary data types such as int. We have the various primary data types such as int, float, char, and void. Am I right or wrong? You can specify any one of the predefined or primary data types. Okay, if you specify the return type here, then meaning is that this function will return the corresponding data type value. Suppose if you are specifying here int, okay, if you are specifying the int, then it will tell that this function will return an integer constant. If you write the float as a return type, the meaning is that this function will return a real constant. If you are writing a char here, the meaning is that the function will return a character constant. If you write a void, then meaning is that this function will not return any value. So if you are writing the return type as int, it will return an integer constant, float means real constant, char means character constant, void means it does not return anything. Now, what is the need of a function name? The function name will tell the name of the function. Now you already know what are the rules you need to follow for creating a variable. Okay, all those rules you should apply for the writing the name of a function. The name of the function should be a meaningful one. Suppose let's take that here in this function you want to compute the maximum of two elements. Then you can write the max as the function name. Are you able to understand? Some meaningful name based on what task you are doing. Is it clear? Then the data types. What are the inputs you are taking? Is it clear? So you need to declare the function before writing the function definition, because whenever we are using a variable, before using that we need to declare the variable. So similarly, before using a function, you need to declare a function. Now the function declaration will tell you what is the return type, what is the name of the function, how many parameters or arguments are there, what are the data types of each one. Suppose let's take that, I will discuss one with one example. Let's take that return type I am specifying is int and max, and I am specifying int comma int. Let's take like this. This is the example for function declaration. Now the return type here it is int and name of the function is max. How many parameters are there? Two parameters are there. What is the data type of the first parameter? Int is, and second one is int. So this function is taking two arguments and their data types are int and int. Is it clear? So that is what the declaration will consist of. Even in the declaration, if you want, you can specify like this also: int max, int a, variable name you can specify also a comma int b. Like this also you can specify, but lot of times you can see like this because the variable name in the functional declaration is optional. Okay, so this is the generalized syntax of function declaration. Now let me discuss function definition. Okay, the function definition will again consist of a return type, okay, a return type, function name, and you will have the data type, variable name, okay, or let me write it as v1, saying that it is variable 1. You have a data type, variable v2, okay, and you will have a open braces and curly braces. What are the statements you want to write? You will write in this function definition. Okay, this one we will call it as function body. Okay, now look at this one. What are the return type you have used in the function declaration? The same return type you should use. If you are writing the return type here as int, then here also you should write it as an int. And the name of the function in the function declaration and function definition should be same. Okay, and the number of data types, meaning is that number of parameters, okay, and the sequence of the parameters also should be same. Here if you are specifying int comma int, here also you should specify int variable name comma int variable 2. Is it clear? Are you able to understand what are the statements you want to write here? All the statements you will write here. So the return type should be same, the function name should be same, and the number of parameters and their sequence also should be same. But in the function definition you will not end with the semicolon. You will open the curly braces, and what are the statements you want to write, all the statements you will write, and you will close the curly braces. But in the function declaration it will end with the semicolon. And remember one thing, let me give an example. Let's take that you are writing the return type as int and max, and you can write like int a comma int b. Here the variable names are compulsory. Whereas in the function declaration, the variable names are optional, but here the variable names are compulsory. Okay, now these variables we will call it as formal parameters or formal arguments. I will discuss what is in actual parameters and formal parameters, then I will discuss this one, but you can remember this point. What are the parameters we are specifying in the function definition? We will call them as formal parameters. Okay, so I hope you have understood about the function declaration and function definition. Now let me discuss what is the function calling. Inside another function, you will call this particular function. Suppose let's take that in a main function, I am calling this max function. So I will write max and I will specify the values to the parameters or the variables. Suppose let's take that I have the variables like int x comma y. Okay, these variables I will pass to this function. Okay, so you will specify the name of the function, number of parameters, and what are those variables values also. Okay, so you have x and y are the two variables, they are integer type and you are specifying it. Now these parameters we will call them as actual parameters. Okay, are you able to understand? So function declaration, function definition and function calling we have discussed. Now let me discuss with a simple example so that you will understand the concept in a better way. Let me write a C program to find the maximum of two numbers using a function. Okay, so I will have hash include stdio.h. This is the standard input output header file. Then I need to specify the function declaration before the main. So the return type is int and the name of the function is max, and I am using two parameters and the data types are int and int. Okay, so this will tell the return type, name of the function, number of parameters. Now you need to open the main function. So you are specifying the return type here as void and name of the function is main and the number of parameters here are 0. Now you can understand this one, correlate it. Here main is also a function and void is a keyword and the number of parameters are 0. Is it clear? Whereas the number of parameters here is 2. Void main. Then you can ask the user to enter the two values. To enter and to store them, you need to create a variable such as a and b and the data type is int. Okay, now I will ask the user to enter the a value and b value. Enter a and b values. Okay, once the user has entered the a and b values, I can write a scanf %d, ampersand a and ampersand b. Why I am writing %d as a format specifier? Because they are integer variables and whatever the value you are reading, that values you need to store it in the address location of variable a and address location of variable b. Now what I will do is that I will write int c is equal to max of a comma b. I am writing it. Then I am writing a statement called printf. The maximum value is %d c, and then I am writing the getch. So this is my main function. Now if you look at this one, this is the function declaration or function prototype and this is the function calling. Now let me write the function definition of the max function, which is a user defined function. Okay, so it will have the return type should be int. Okay, because in the function declaration you specified the return type as int, you need to write, and name of the function should also match as max, and what are the parameters you are taking. Let me take it as int x comma y, and then I am checking here if x is greater than y. Okay, are you able to understand? Then you are specifying as return x. Okay, are you able to understand? Else return y. Okay, and you are closing this one. Are you able to understand it or not? Let me discuss with a simple example. This is your function definition, this is your function prototype or function declaration, and this is the function calling. Now let's take that user has entered the a value as some 20 and b value as some 30. Okay, now you have entered that one and you have read it. That's good. Now max of a comma b. Now what is the value of a? 20. So it will be max of 20 comma what is the b value? 30. So you are passing the 20 and 30 to this function called max. Then it will look at the function definition. Where is the function definition? The function definition is here after the main function. Now you have the int and int x comma y. So the value 20 will be allocated to the variable x and the value 30 will be allocated to the or assigned to the variable y. So these two are the local variables for this function. Okay, are you able to understand? So here you are passing 20 and 30, then x will be assigned with the value 20 and y will be assigned with the value 30. Now you are checking if x is greater than y. What is the x value? 20. Greater than 30. Whether this condition is true or false? Condition is false. If this condition is false, the statements which are there in the else block will be executed. What is the else block? Is the return y. So what is the return y? Return y means you are returning the value 30. Is it clear? Are you able to understand? So the maximum value is 30. How it will get 30? Once this function calling is happening, please remember this one. Even indirectly I said this one. When you are calling the function, you are going to the function definition section with these values 20 and 30. And once this function is completed with the return value 30, again it will come back to the function calling. So whatever the value it is returning an integer value called 30. That value will be assigned to the variable c. So now c is consists of value 30. Are you able to understand? So you are writing the maximum value is percentage d c. So 30 will be displayed. So between 20 and 30 maximum value is 30. That is what you are telling here. Are you able to understand it or not? Okay, if you have any doubts, please verify it again. If you have any doubts further, you can ask it in the comment section. Now let me discuss the few important points. Now whatever the return type you are specifying, you should specify here also. The name of the function should also be same. The number of parameters and the data type should also be same. Okay, and these parameters a and b are the local parameters for the function called main, and these parameters we will call it as actual parameters. Is it clear? And these parameters y and x are the local variables for this function called max, and these parameters we will call it as formal parameters. Okay, are you able to understand? This is your function declaration, this is your function calling statement, and this is the called function or the function definition. I hope you have understood. If you still have any doubts, please ask it in the comment section. I will try to clear your doubts as early as possible. The functions are broadly classified into 4 types based on the arguments and return value. Let me write each one, then I will discuss each one with an example. Okay, so they are classified into 4 types based on the argument and return value. The first one is with arguments, the function with arguments and return value. Return value means with the return value, or you can say that return value is there. So a function with arguments and with the return value. Okay, with arguments and without return value. And third category is without arguments and with the written value. And fourth one is that without arguments, okay, and without written value. This is not type, this is value, okay. So the functions are broadly classified into four types based on the arguments and the written value. One is that function with arguments and with written value, with arguments and without written value, function without arguments and with written value, and function without arguments and without written value. So these are the four categories. Let me discuss each one in detail with an example. Now let me write a program to find the sum of two numbers using these four categories. Okay, first let me write the first category, a function with arguments and with written value. Okay, so I will include the stdio.h, which is a standard input output header file. Then I need to declare the function. In the declaration, you should specify the arguments or parameters, and you should have a written value. So meaning is that you should have a written type. So let's take that you want to return an integer value. So I am specifying the written type as int. And I want to perform the sum. So I am using a name of the function called sum and with arguments. So what are the arguments? I will take two parameters. So I am specifying them. Okay. So the function declaration consists of the written type such as int, name of the function, and how many parameters or arguments and what are the data type we have specified. Okay. Now let me write the main function and let me take the two variables of integer, and I will ask the user to enter the values of a and b, enter a and b values. Okay, and then whatever the values the user has entered, I need to read them using the scanf function, specifying the format specifier as %d because they are integer constants. Okay, ampersand a and ampersand b. Now I need to call the function. Okay, so I will take int result is equal to res is equal to sum of a comma b. So these values of a and b, I am passing it as a parameters to this function called sum. Okay, once they return the value, I need to display them. So printf the sum is %d res, and I'm closing the getch and I'm closing the main function. Now let me write the function definition of the function called sum. Okay, let me write here, or let me use the space here. So the function definition is, you should specify the return type. The return type should be same, here also int, here also int, and the name of the function also should be same as sum, and you need to specify the data type and also the parameter variable and data type and the variable. Okay, and then you have to take some variable called int c is equal to x plus y. Okay, return c. Is it clear? That's a simple one. Okay, I hope you have understood. You have the function declaration of the function prototype, function calling, and the function definition, and this is the function body. Okay, now the a and b are the actual parameters, x and y are the formal parameters. So how it will work? Okay, in the main function you have declared two variables a and b, and you are asking the user to enter those values. Suppose let's take that user has entered the value 2 and 3. The 2 and 3 will be passed from the main function to the function called sum. So you are calling a function called sum with inputs as 2, 3. So with parameters 2 and 3. So these 2 and 3 are the actual parameters. Now once the calling function has came, then it will go to the called function or the function definition. What is the function here? Sum. Okay, so it will go here, and you have int x and int y. This x and y are the local variables for this function called sum. So the value 2 will be assigned to the variable x, value 3 will be assigned to the variable y. Then you are creating a variable called int c. Again, it is a local variable. Okay, so c is equal to x plus y. So 2 plus 3, value 5 will come. That value you are returning. Once this return statement is completed, again the function will come back to the here. Okay, the control will come back to here. So int result is equal to, this function has returned a value called 5. So that value 5 will be assigned to the variable called res. Okay, now res contains of value 5. That value you are trying to print. So this program is doing the sum of two numbers using the function called sum. Okay, which is a user defined function. Now in the last video I forgot to discuss the concept called reusability. Reusability means, suppose if you want to compute the sum of 30, 40, then again you no need to write these statements. You can simply call int res is equal to sum of 20, 30. So if you want to compute any of the two number sum, then you can pass it as a parameters to this function called sum. So this is the reusability. Is it clear? If you want to compute the sum of -2 and -3, pass the values -2 and -3. Or again you can call another function called sum with the value -2 and -3. Is it clear? Are you able to understand it or not? So that concept we will call it as reusability. So we are done with the functions with arguments and with return value. Now I want to discuss with arguments and without return value. Okay, is it clear? Let me erase this one. The same program I will modify such a way that the function with arguments and without return value. Now listen carefully. You need to specify the return type in the function declaration, but what is the return value? There should be no return value. So then you need to use the keyword called void. Okay, so the meaning is that the function does not return any value, but there should be an arguments or the parameter. So I have the arguments. So arguments will act as an input and the return value will act as an output. Okay, now int a comma b, enter a and b values. Now this function will not return any value to you. Yeah, this function is not returning any value. So you should not print the result here. Okay, you just call this function sum of a comma b. Let me modify it. Sum of a comma b. You are just calling the function and you are writing a get ch and you are closing the main function. Now here itself you need to print the value because you are not returning any output from this function to this main function. Okay, so here itself you will compute the sum and then you will print the sum. Okay, here what you need to write? You need to write the statement called void or the keyword, because the return type in the function declaration and function definition should be same and the name everything should be same. So printf the sum is %dc. That's all. Are you able to understand? Only with this modification, the same program we have converted into functions with arguments and without return value. Let me explain with a small example. Okay, let me take the a value as some 10 and b value as some 30. Okay, that values you are passing. Okay, so it will be calling the function called sum with values 10 and 30. So the control will come back to here. Okay, so now x value will be 30 and y value will be, x value will be 10 and y value will be 30. Okay, so int c is equal to x plus y, 10 plus 30. The c will get a value called 40. That value I am printing. Are you able to understand it or not? So this program will print the sum of two numbers using the concept called function with arguments and without return value. So this is also done. Now let me discuss the third category, without arguments and with return value. Okay. So the function without arguments and with return value. Without arguments. So here you should not pass any arguments. Okay. Then the return type should be there here. So I want to return an integer value. So I'm writing the return type as int, and as there is no arguments, you can leave it empty or you can write void here. There is no problem. You can leave it as a empty here. There are no parameters. You can specify the empty one here, or you can write a keyword called void. Both are valid. You can write like this or you can write like this also, in sum like this. Both are same. Okay, is it clear? The function does not take any argument. So here you no need to take the values of a and b from the user and pass it as a parameters to this function called sum. Okay, so here what you will do is that the function without argument, so you will just directly call the function called sum. Okay, and it will return some value. So you have to write some, let me write it here properly. Let's take that int c is equal to sum, and then whatever the value they will return, I will write the printf statement. The sum is, okay, percentage d c. I need to write get ch and close the main function. Now the function definition will come into the picture. The function definition will consist of return type as int and name of the function as sum, and it does not have any arguments or the parameters, so it will be empty. Okay, open the curly braces. Now you declare two variables a comma b. Okay, now you ask the user to enter the a and b values. Enter the a and b values backslash n, and then you can scan them. Scan of percentage d ampersand a comma ampersand b. Okay, continuity let me write here. Okay, now int res is equal to result is equal to, I want to perform the sum. So a plus b, return res. Okay, now let me see how the program will work. Okay, there is a function declaration. Now it will enter the main function. Int c is equal to sum. So there is a function declaration consists of saying that there is a function called sum. So you will search the function definition and you will go to the function definition section. Okay, now inside the function you need to execute these statements. Okay, int a comma b. So you are declaring two variables called a and b. Okay, and you are asking the user to enter those values, and whatever the values you are entering, you are storing here. Let's take the 20 and 30. Okay, and then you are performing a statement called int res is equal to a plus b. So then 20 plus 30, it will be 50, and the result will be assigned with a constant called 50. Okay, now return result. You are returning a value called 50. Okay, is it clear? That value 50 will be stored in the variable called c. So now c is assigned with a constant called 50. Are you able to understand? Now you are printing that one. Print of percentage d c. So this will print the output as 50. So I hope you have understood the same program we are writing with the concept called without arguments and with return value. Now let me discuss the next category of the function without arguments, the function without arguments and without return value. So let me do the small modifications to come to the category called functions without arguments. Without arguments means you have to specify the data type as void and the name of the function will be sum. Okay, and without return value. Okay, return value is not there, so void, and here also you can specify void because you are not taking any argument. So without arguments is void, without return value is void here. Okay. So now let me discuss the things. Here you are not taking the input and you are not returning any value. So what are the things you need to do is that you just need to call this function. Okay. You need to call the function called sum, and you need to write the statement called getch and close the main function. Then here also you need to specify it as keyword as void. Okay, void sum. You are taking int a comma b, a values everything is same. Now instead of returning the result, here itself you print the value. So here you can write the statement as printf the sum is percentage d res. That's all. So the same program we have modified with the category called function without arguments and without return value. So without return type, so we have specified the keyword called void in the return type, and the name of the function is sum. As there is no arguments, you can make it empty or you can write the keyword called void. Now the main function will come into the picture, and then inside the main function you have a user defined function calling called sum. So the control will go to this function called sum. Is it clear? Now int a comma b, okay, you are declaring two variables and you are entering some values. So let's take that user has entered 20 and 30. Then you are computing the result. Result is equal to a plus b, which is 20 plus 30. The result will be assigned with a value called 50. That value I am printing. Okay, so I hope you have understood. The same program I have modified into these four categories. If you still have any doubts related to this concept, feel free to ask me in the comment section. I will try to clear your doubts as early as possible. Already you know what is an array. Array is a collection of elements. Suppose let's take that I have an integer array called a with 5 elements. Now you will have a continuous memory locations, and in this continuous memory locations you will have the 5 integer constants, and the array index will start from 0 and it will go up to size minus 1. Here the size is 5, so the array index will be maximum index will be 4. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it consists of some 5 elements. So let's take that 10 is there, 20 is there, 30 is there, 40 is there, 50 is there. Now here you can talk two things. One is that you can pass this entire array as a parameter to the function, or you can pass the sum of the elements in this array as a parameter to this function. First I will discuss the how to pass the sum of the elements in the array as a parameters to the function. Okay, now in that case what you can do, this is suppose let's say that I want to pass the values of a of 2 and a of 3. Okay, these two elements from this array a, I want to pass it as a parameters to the function. Then these two are integers, so then it will be similar to, let's take that coming to the function declaration, you will have the return type. Let's take that you have a return type as int. Okay, and you have a function called sum, and it has two parameters, and these two parameters, because you want to take the integer values, here it is an integer array, so you need to write the data types as int comma int. This is the function declaration of the function called sum. The return type you are specifying as int. I want to find the sum of these two elements, and that value I want to return. So sum of these elements again will be an integer, so I want to pass the integer constant as a return type, so I'm specifying the return type as int, and the name of the function I'm specifying as sum, and I want to take the two parameters and they are integers, so I'm specifying the arguments as int comma int. Okay, so now coming to the function definition, and first before discussing about the function definition, let me discuss how to call the function. Okay, so the function calling will be sum of, means the name of the function, and you want to pass the values a of 2 comma a of 3. Like this you can specify. Is it clear? The a of 2 will be the value 30 and a of 3 is having the value 40. Those values you are passing it as a parameters to this function called sum. Now what is the function definition will looks like? The function definition will have the return type as int and the name of the function as sum, okay, and then they are two integer values. So let's take that int a comma int b, okay. Then you want to perform the sum, so let's take that int res is equal to a plus b you can do, and you can return the result. This is the function definition of the function called sum. Look at it how it is happening. This is the function declaration or prototype, and this is the function calling, okay. And the function calling, you are returning the a integer, so you should store it in some integer constant. Let's take that int c is equal to, okay. Now sum of a of 2 and a of 3, what is the value is there in the index location 2 of an array a? Value 30 is there, so 30, and a of 3 is 40. Those two values you are passing it as a parameter, so these two we will call it as actual parameters. So once the function calling is happening, it will go to the function definition or the called function, okay. Now you have the variables a and b, so in the variable a you will assign a value called 30, and in the variable b you will get the value 40. Is it clear? Are you able to understand? And then you are computing a plus b, which is equal to 30 plus 40 is 70. That value you are assigned to the variable called result, okay. And then you are returning the result value, so this c will get the value called 70. So this is the way you can pass the sum of the elements in the array as in parameters to the function, okay. Now let me discuss how to pass the entire array, okay. I want to pass the entire array, then you need to specify the data type or the return data type. Here I want to use the return type called integer, so I'm specifying the return type as int and the name of the function, and then you need to specify array name, and you have to specify this one. If it is an integer array, you need to specify int array name, and the subscript you have to mention, and the size you need to specify here. This is the function declaration if you want to pass a one-dimensional array as a parameter to the function. Later I will discuss how to pass the two-dimensional array as a parameter to the function. Here I am discussing one-dimensional array. The name of the array is a, and whose have data type called int, okay, and then it has the size of this one. This is the function declaration. Now in the function calling, you need to specify the name of the function, and you are passing the array name as a parameter here, okay, and you are passing the size, okay. And then in the function definition, the function definition should match with the return type of the function declaration and the name of the function, and then here you can specify int array name. You can use the same array name or you can use another name also, no problem, and you are taking the size, you can write like this. See, the name of the actual parameters and formal parameters need not to be different, they can be same also. Please note down this point. The names of the actual parameters and formal parameters may be same or may not be same also. It is not compulsory that always they should be different, okay. Are you able to understand? So this is the function definition, okay. Now I hope you have understood how to declare a function where the array is passing as a parameter, okay, and function calling and the function definition. I will discuss this concept with an example how to find the smallest element in an array, okay. So I request everyone to watch the complete program. You know how to find the smallest element in an array, okay. You can use the loops and you can find it, okay. Even I have discussed how to find the second largest element in an array also. Now I want to write a C program to find the smallest element in an array using functions. Okay, now I need to write hash include stdio.h. Okay, now I don't want to return any value. Okay, my function does not want to return any value. Then what I need to specify here? Void, and the name of the function I'm telling it as find underscore minimum. Okay, let's make this one as small. Okay, and then I want to pass the array and I want to pass the size. Okay, here you can write int also, or you can write int size, both are okay, no problem. Okay, this is your function prototype or function declaration. Now let me write the main function. I'm writing void main. Okay, is it clear? Now I want to do the same thing, like you need to declare an array, you need to ask the user to enter the size, and you need to ask the enter array elements. All these things you have to do here. So let me take int a of 100 and size. Okay, is it clear? And I need to take a variable I. First I need to ask the user to enter the array size. Printf enter the array size. Okay, and I will use the backslash n, and then scanf %d ampersand size. Okay, I got the size. Now I need to ask the user to enter the array elements. Enter the array elements. Once the user has entered the array elements, I need to store them in the corresponding index. So for I is equal to 0. Why I am starting the initialization equal to 0? Because always the array index will start from the value 0. And I less than size, I plus plus, then scanf %d, okay, ampersand a of I. Okay, so I have read all the values and from the user and store it in the array called a. Okay, now I need to call the function. Okay, find the score minimum. The name of the array you need to specify here a, and what is the size you want. Okay, that size also you need to pass, and I'm writing the getch here, and I am closing the main function. Now I need to write the exact logic of how to find the minimum element in the array in the function called findMin. Okay, so that logic I will write it in the function definition. Okay, let me erase this one. Okay, so what is the return type here? Void. So I need to specify the return type should be same in the function declaration, and the name of the function should also match in all the three places. In the declaration and the calling and the definition also the name should be same. Is it clear? Find underscore min, find underscore min, and find underscore min. Okay, and it is taking array and int size. Let me take. Okay, now I will write the actual logic here. Now I got the array, entire elements I will get, and I got the size of the array. Now I need to find the minimum element. Okay, so I will write int min. Okay, and I will assign with a value a of 0. The same logic I will apply. How I found the maximum element in an array. First I will think that the smallest element is there in the first location, means in the 0th index. Then I will do the comparison. So I will start for I is equal to 1, I less than size, I plus plus. Okay, if min is greater than a of I, okay, is it clear? Then minimum is equal to, okay, a of I Is it clear? Are you able to understand? And close this one and close the loop. Okay, are you able to understand? Then you need to display the minimum element. So printf percentage the minimum element is percentage d min, and then you are closing the function. Okay, so this is a program to find the smallest element in the array using functions. Let me discuss with an example so that you will understand. First, I am taking the variable size and a of 100 and I. Okay, now first I ask the user to enter the size. Let's take that user has entered the size as 3. Okay, let me write here. Size user has entered as 3. Now, I asked the user to enter the elements. How many elements he has to enter? 3 elements. Let's take that he has entered 10, like 2, comma 3. These are the elements he has entered. Okay, so the array, the first 3 elements, 100 elements will be there, but remaining elements, 97 elements will be zeros, because you have declared an array of 100, but you are storing only first 3 elements. The remaining elements will be 0. So I am focusing on the first 3 elements. 10, 2, 3, remaining all are zeros will be there. Here the index will be 0, 1 and 2. Remaining thing I am not considering right now. Okay, is it clear? So I am passing the array and the size to this function. So it will come to here. Now min is equal to a of 0. What is the a of 0? 10. So currently the minimum variable is having the value called 10. Now for I is equal to 1, I less than size. This is the initialization. Okay, here you need to write int I. That is very important. Okay, because this I is a local variable for the main function. Again, if you want to use the variable I, you need to declare in the function called find underscore min. Okay, is it clear? I less than size. So I value is currently 1. 1 is less than, what is the size value? 3. This condition is true. If this condition is true, you need to execute the statements which are there in the for loop. What is the statement is there? If condition. If this condition is true, you will execute this statement. If this condition is fail, you will go to the increment. Okay, now look at what is the minimum value right now? 10. What is the condition? 10 is greater than a of I. 2. Now check it. A of I. What is a of I? A of 1. In a of 1 location, value 2 is there. So 10 is greater than 2. Whether the condition is true or false? The condition is true. If this condition is true, what you need to do? Minimum is equal to a of I. A of I means I value is 2. Sorry, I value is 1. So a of 1. Is it clear? A of 1 is equal to 2. Min is equal to 2. You are to assign 2 value to the variable called min. Okay, then you will go to the update section and you will increment the I value. I value will become 2. Okay, is it clear? Now look at the condition again. I less than size. What is the I value? 2. 2 is less than size, which is 3. Again the condition is true. If this condition is true, again you can have to execute these statements. Again, min is greater than a of I or not, you need to look at what is the minimum value? 2. Okay, greater than a of I. A of 2 is what? 3. Now look at this condition, whether this condition is true. This condition is false. If this condition is false, it will not execute this statement and it will directly go to the update section of I. So the I value will be updated and it will become 3. Now look at this condition. I less than size or not, we need to look at it. What is the I value currently? 3. 3 is less than size is 3. Now 3 is equal to 3. 3 is not less than 3. So this condition is fail. If this condition is fail, you will come out from the for loop. Okay, are you able to understand? If you come out from the for loop, after the statement, what is there? The minimum is percentage d. What is the value is there? 2. That value will be printed as an output. So I hope you have understood how to pass in some of the elements in an array and the entire array as an arguments to the function and also this program. If you still have any doubts related to this concept, feel free to ask me in the comment section. I will try to clear your doubts as early as possible. A function can call another function. When we written some programs, we have a main function. Inside the main function, we have called another function. Am I right? Let me discuss that point. Then I will discuss what is a recursive function. Let's take that I have a main function int main, which is a predefined function, and I have some statements called s1, s2, s3. Then I have a statement called add function. Okay, now this is the function call for the function called add. Okay, and I have some statements called s4, s5, and I'm closing this function. Now I have the function definition called add. Okay, so you have a return type. As this function does not return any return value, so I have specified the keyword here as void, which is a return type, specifies that this function does not return anything. Okay, and add is the name of the function, and we have the parameters. As this function is not taking any parameters, so I does not specify the parameters. And similarly here you have some statements, and then you have another function called sub. Okay, and you have again some statements. Now the function definition for the function called sub, you have written the return type as void, and the name of the function is sub, and you have some statements, and you have closed the function. Now what will happen is that, anyway, see, before using these function definitions, I need to declare them. Those things I am not looking at now. Okay, now main function, you already know that the C program starts with the main function, which is a predefined function. Okay, now once the main function is started, it will start to execute the statements which are there in this main function. Statement s1 will be executed, s2 executed, s3 executed. Then you have the function called add, which is a user defined function. How the compiler comes to know that it is a user defined function? Based on the function declaration. Okay, so once the function declaration is there, the function calling is there, the control will go to the function definition. Okay, so main function is calling a function called add. Now it will go to the function definition of the add function, and it will execute the statements which are there. Inside the add function, there is a function called sub. So you are calling a function called sub, which is a user defined function. So again the control will go to function called sub. Okay, function definition. Now inside the function definition, what are the statements are there? All these statements will be executed. Once these statements are executed, the control will come back to this one. Is it clear? Are you able to understand? The control will come back. If you have some return statement, it will be executed. In this case, as there is no return type, it will execute the remaining statements. Okay, once these remaining statements are executed, the control will come back and it will execute the remaining statement. So what I want to specify the point here is that a function can call another function. Main function is calling a function called add function is calling another function called sub is doing some task. So it will start executing the statements, then the control will go to the add function, it will execute the statements, and the control will go back to the sub and it will execute the statements, it will come back. Like that it will work. Now you can ask me, what is a recursive function? A function calls itself is called as a recursive function. Suppose let's take that I am calling someone, that is normal function call. Jagadish is calling Ravi, that is a normal function call. If Jagadish is calling itself, is it clear? Then we will call it as a recursive function. Suppose add is a function. If it is calling add itself, let's take that instead of sub here, the add function is calling itself, then this function we will call it as a recursive function. Are you able to understand? Now the control, how it will execute, lot of students may have the doubt. Okay, let me discuss further. Now this add function is calling itself. Now it will execute the statements. Am I right? Then again the control is calling the add function. So again the control will go to the add function and again it will execute these things, and then again function call, again it will go. So it will be in the loop unless until you provide some base condition or a termination condition. Otherwise what will happen? the function, main function is called the add function. Now inside the add function you have certain statements, and again you are calling an add function. So it will execute the statements, again the control will go back to the this function definition, again it will execute, again it will go, again it will execute. So it will never end. So if you need to terminate it, you need to provide the base condition or the termination condition. I hope you have understood what is a recursive function. A recursive function is a function which calls itself. That technique we will call it as a recursion. Is it clear? A technique where a function calls itself is called as a recursive function. That technique we will call it as a recursion. Okay, please don't confuse with the word called recursive function and recursion. Now let me discuss one program related to the recursive function so that you will understand the concept in a better way. So I want to discuss a C program to find the sum of first n natural numbers using the recursive function. Okay, already we have written that same program using normally. Now I want to write the same program using recursive function. Okay, so what I want to do is that I want to find the sum of first n natural numbers. Suppose let's take that user has provided the n value is equal to 3. I want to compute 1 plus 2 plus 3, which is what? 6. Suppose user has provided the value 5. I want to compute the sum of first 5 numbers. So 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5, which is equal to how much? 6, 10, 15. So this is the task I want to do. Okay, now let me do it for you. So I need to use the header file called hash include stdio.h. Now I need to declare the functions whatever I am using. So my function should return an integer value. So I am specifying the return type as int, and the name of the function I am specifying here is sum, and it will take some integer value. So I am specifying the what you call the parameter as int. Okay, now I am writing the main function int main. Okay, then I am declaring the variables. What are the variables are required? I need int n result. Okay, is it clear? First I will ask the user to enter the number. So printf enter a positive number. Enter a positive number \n. So it will be displayed as an output in the console. Then user will enter some positive number. That value I need to read, and I need to store it in the address location of n. Now user is reading the integer value, so that's why I'm using a format specifier called %d, and I need to store it in the address of variable n. Okay, now once the user has entered some value, it will be stored in the variable n. Now I need to write the statement called result is equal to sum of n. Now this is the function calling. Sum is a user defined function, so you are calling that function and you are passing a one variable or one parameter called n, and then whatever the result you are getting, you want to display it. So printf is a predefined function, it will display the output. So printf the sum is, okay, %d result. All these things you know it. Now then, as I need to return some integer value, so I'm writing return 0 and I'm closing this function. So I am done with the main function. Now the main task is that the user defined function definition, which is sum. So I need to define it. How can I define it? I need to specify the return type. Whatever the return type you are using in the function declaration, the same return type you should specify. So which is int, and the name of the function should also be same, and whatever the variable. Suppose let's take that I am taking n. Now look at this one. The return type should be same and the name should be same. how many parameters it is taking? One parameter. So you are taking one parameter which is an integer, and the function calling here, you are calling a function called sum. So the names in the declaration, function calling, and the function definition should be same, okay, and the number of parameters and the order also should be same. Now the main task is that how to perform the sum of first n natural numbers using the recursive function. Now I will check. If n not equal to 0, then what I will do, I will write a statement called return n plus sum of n minus 1. Okay, this whole one I will return. Okay, else I will return the value 0. Okay, is it clear? Are you able to understand it or not? So this is the my function. Now look at what is happening. Let me take some value. User has entered the n value is equal to 3. Okay, n the user has entered as 3. Now what this value will pass? It is passing the value which is there in the variable n. What is the value is there? 3. So this function main is calling another function called sum, and it is passing the value is 3. Now you need to look at the function definition called sum. So the control will come to this statement. Okay, now the value will become as n is equal to 3 here. Okay, are you able to understand? This is the actual parameter and this is a formal parameter. No need to have different names for the actual parameter and formal parameter. You can use the same name also. Is it clear? Because these are the local variables. Okay, so now n not equal to 0 or not, we are checking. What is the n value here? 3. Whether 3 is equal to 0? No, 3 is not equal to 0. So this condition is true. If this condition is true, what are the statements which are there in the if block will be executed? As there is a single statement, you can avoid writing this curly braces. For your understanding, I have written the curly braces. Now what is the statement is there? Return n plus sum of n minus 1. Okay, so n value is what? 3 plus sum is the function calling n minus 1. N minus 1 is what? 3 minus 1, which is equal to 2. So this function call is again calling a function called sum. So where is that function calling sum? Here it is there. Where is the function definition? It is. So again the control will go here. Okay, now you look at what is the n value. Because the n is passing it as 2, so now the n value will become 2. Okay, now again you will check the condition. N not equal to 0. What is the n value? N value is 2. 2 is not equal to 0. So again the condition is true. Again if the condition is true, what it will do? Return n plus sum of n minus 1. So this function, okay, is doing n plus sum of n minus 1. So which is nothing but 2 plus sum of 1. Are you able to understand it or not? Now what will be the n value? N value will become 1. Okay, now n value is 1. So again you are checking the condition, 1 not equal to 0. So again this condition is true. So again it will be written n plus sum of n minus 1. So this is calling 1 plus sum of 1 minus 1, which is 0. Now again you are going here with the n value is 0. So now the n value is equal to 0. Now check this condition, 0 not equal to 0. Whether 0 is not equal to 0? No, 0 is equal to 0. So this condition is failed. If this condition is failed, what are the statements in the else block will be executed? What is the statement which is there in the else block? Return 0. So this function is returning a value called 0. Are you able to understand what is the function? Sum of 0. Now look at what will happen. Okay, now you have 1 plus 0. So here you will get value 1. Is it clear? Because this function is returning 0. So 1 plus 0 is 1. That value you need to return to this function. Is it clear? So this function will come here and it will return the value 1. So 2 plus 1, which is 3. So 3 value will be returned to this function called sum of 2. Okay, now 3 plus 3, which is value is 6. So this program will give you the output as 6. So sum of first 3 natural numbers is 6 only, and even our program is giving the output as 6. So I hope you have understood how to write a C program to find the sum of first n natural numbers using the recursive function. A factorial of a number will be represented like this, n and factorial. I hope it is visible for you, or let me write it. Suppose if you want to compute the 3 factorial, you will represent it like this. Now how to compute it? 3 factorial will be computed as 1 into 2 into 3, which is equal to 6. Similarly, if you want to compute the 5 factorial, will be represented like this. How you will compute is 1 into 2 into 3 into 4 into 5, which is equal to 120. Okay, because this is 6 into 4 is 24, 24 into 5 is 120. So n factorial will be computed as 1 into 2 into 3 into so on into n. So this is the way we will compute the factorial of a number. I hope you have understood how to compute the factorial of a number. Now let me discuss how to write the C program using recursion. What is a recursive function? A function calls itself is called as a recursive function, and that technique we will call it as recursion. Let me write the program. Hash include stdio.h, which is a standard input output header file. Now, whatever the function I will use, which is a user-defined function, I need to declare them. In the return type, we need to specify. Here, I want to return a long int. Okay, because a factorial of a number may be out of the range of the integer. So that's why I'm taking a long int. Okay, and the name of the function I'm specifying as fact, and it is taking some integer variable as an input. So this is the declaration of a user-defined function called fact, which return type is long int and name of the function is fact, and it is taking in one parameter which is an integer variable. So I'm specifying the data type. Okay, now I need to define the main function, void main. Okay, and what are the variables I need to use? All those variables I need to declare. So let me take int n. Okay, then I need to take the value of n from the user. So enter a positive number or enter a number, because for a negative number we cannot define the factorial of a number. So enter a positive number or enter a number. Scanf %d ampersand n. Okay, then printf %d. Okay, fact is the name of the function, and you are passing the value of n. Okay, and you are writing a get ch, and you are closing the main function. Now the main task is that the user defined function definition. Okay, what is the return type should be? The return type should be long int. Okay, are you able to understand it or not? It is a long int, and this function is returning a long int, so that's why we need to return %ld. Okay, why I am writing %ld, let me discuss later. Now this function return type is long int, and the name of the function is fact, and it is taking some integer value, so I am writing it as n. You can use a different name or you can use the same variable name. Okay, now if n is equal to 0 or logical or n is equal to 1, you need to return the value 1, else return n into fact of n minus 1. Whole one you need to return and close the function called fact. Now let me discuss this program with a simple example. Let me take the n value is equal to some 5. Okay, I want to compute the 5 factorial. Okay, so user has entered the n value is equal to 5. That value you are passing. So it is fact of 5. Okay, so you are going to the function definition, because this is the function call. Once it is happened, the control will go to the function definition. Okay, now int of n. So n value will be assigned with a constant called 5. See, this is an actual parameter, this is a formal parameter. Actual parameter and formal parameter can have the same name or different name, because this n is a local variable for this function and this n is a local variable for this function. Okay, now look at it. N is equal to 5. Whether this condition is true, check it. N is equal to 0. No, 5 is not equal to 0. N is equal to 1. No, 5 is not equal to 1. So this is a logical OR. If any one of the condition is true, then the entire condition will be true. If both the conditions are false, the entire condition will be false. So as both the conditions are false, the control will go to the else block. Okay, else return n into factorial of n minus 1. Let me write here how the program is executing. Return n into factorial of n minus 1. What is the n value? 5. 5 into fact of n minus 1, which is nothing but 4 minus 5 minus 1, which is equal to 4. So again you are calling the function called fact. So fact function is calling itself, so that's why it is called as a recursive function. Now it is calling a function called fact with a value called 4. So again the control will come here. Now what is the n value now? N value is 4. Okay, so again this condition will be failed. Again it will come here, n into fact of n minus 1. So which is nothing but 4 into fact of 3. So this function is calling itself with a value as 3. Okay, so again the control will come here. Now the n value will be 3. Again this condition is false. The control will come to the else block, which is n into factorial of n minus 1, which is nothing but 3 into fact of 3 minus 1, which is equal to 2. So again this function is calling itself with a value called 2. So now the n value will become 2. Again this condition is false. So the control will go to the else block, which is n into fact of n minus 1. So 2 into fact of 1. Is it clear? Are you able to understand it or not? Now this function is calling a function called fact with value 1. So now the n value will be 1, because this function is calling itself. So again the control will come to the function definition and n value it will take. So n value is 1. Okay, so now look at this condition. N is equal to 0. No. N is equal to 1. Yes, condition is true. If any one of the condition is true, because there is a logical OR, then the entire condition will be true. As this condition is true, the control condition will be true and the statement which is there in the if block will be executed. What is the statement which is there? Return 1. So this function will return the value 1. Okay, so as this function is returning a value 1, this is nothing but 2 into 1, which is equal to 2. So fact 2 will return a value called 2. Are you able to understand it or not? Because it is going here. Then once it is computed 2 into 1, it will come here. Okay, now it is returning the value 2. So 3 into 2, which is 6. So this function will return the value called 6. Now 4 into 6, which value is 24. So this function will return the value 24. So the fact 4 is nothing but 24. 24 into 5, which is 120. So this function fact of 5 is computing the value 120. That value you are displaying it. Is it clear? Are you able to understand? Now I want to tell you why I have used the format specifier %LD. Because it is a long int. So this function fact will return a long integer. So that's why I have used the format %ld. Now you can ask me, sir, why you have used the return type as long int instead of int? Because sometimes when you are computing the factorial of a number, the factorial of a number may be out of the range of an integer. So that's why I'm using a long int. Okay. So I hope you have understood this program. If you have any doubts related to this program, feel free to ask me in the comment section. I will try to clear your doubts as early as possible. The Fibonacci series is nothing but, suppose you want to display first 5 numbers in the Fibonacci series. Okay. Now the initial number will be 0 and the next number will be 1. Okay. You know, out of 5, the first two, 0 and 1. Now you want to find the next element in the series. The next element is nothing but the sum of the previous two elements. What are the sum of the previous two elements? 0 and 1, which is 1. Okay. Now you want to find the next element in the series. It is sum of the previous two elements. What are the previous two elements? 1 and 1. Find the sum, which will be 2. Now you want to find the fifth element in the series, which is the sum of the third element and the fourth element, which is equal to 3. So like that you will get the numbers in the Fibonacci series. Okay. Initially, usually people will take 0 and 1. If you want to define some other numbers also, you can define. But usually the Fibonacci series will always start from 0 and 1. Now if you find the next element, let's take that you want to find the next element, which is equal to 2 plus 3, 5. Next element will be 3 plus 5, 8. Next element will be 5 plus 8, which is 13. So this is what the Fibonacci series. So the nth element is equal to n minus 1 plus n minus 2 element. Okay. Is it clear? Please remember this logic. Now we can do this program in an iterative statement or using the recursive function. But they have asked me to write the program using the recursion. So let me use the concept called recursion. Already in the last video, I have discussed what is a recursion, what is a recursive function. I hope you have watched that video. If you did not watch that video, I request you to go back and watch that video. What is a recursive function? A function calls itself is called as a recursive function, and that technique we will call it as a recursion. Okay. So I want to define or declare a function. That function should call itself and display me the numbers in the Fibonacci series. Okay. Now let me write the program. We have hash include stdio.h, which is a standard input output header file. Now what are the functions I am using, which are the user defined function? Because the predefined functions we have used the header file. Now I need to use the user defined function. So before using it, I need to declare the function. The function declaration will consist of a syntax called a return type, name of the function, and the parameters. Here I am specifying the return type as int. So meaning is that this function will return an integer value, and the name of the function I am writing it as fib. I can write my own name, but I need to follow the rules to be for the name. Okay. What are the rules are there for the identifier? The same rules will be applied for the making a name of a function. Okay. Fib. Okay. And my function will take a one parameter, which is an integer. So I am writing the data type as int. So int is the return type and fib is the name of the function, and int is a data type, which will tell that this function will take one parameter or one argument, which is integer type. I no need to specify, even I can specify, or if I does not specify the name of the variable also, not a problem. Okay. Now I need to write the main function, so which is void main. Main is a predefined function. Okay. And its return type is void. So this function does not return any value. Okay. So void function we have written. Now we need to declare the variables, such as, let me take the variable c, okay, n, and I is equal to 0. Is it clear? What are the variables I want to use? I need to declare them, then I can use them. Okay. Now first thing is that if I want to find the Fibonacci series, how many elements the user want to display. that I need to ask from the user. So I am writing a statement called printf, which is a predefined function, and I am asking the user to enter the n value. Okay. Now once the user has entered the value, I need to read it by using a function called scanf, and which is an integer, so I am using the format space for %d and ampersand n. So in the address of the variable n, whatever the value the user has entered will be stored. Okay. Now I need to display the thing. So what I will do is that for loop I will use, I will start the C is equal to 1. This is my initialization, because a for loop will have the three sections. One is the initialization, condition and update section. So C is equal to 1 is my initialization, C less than or equal to n is the condition checking, and C plus plus, this is my increment section. Okay. What I need to do? I need to display the value printf, okay, %d. Now I need to call this function fib of I, okay, and then I will increment the I value, so it will be I plus plus. Okay, I am closing the for loop, and then I am closing the main function also, get ch, and closing the main function also. Now the main task is that the function definition of fib, which is a user defined function. Okay, so again the function definition will have the return type. The return type should match with the declaration return type. As in the declaration we have specified that it will return an integer value, here also the return type should be int, and the name of the function should also match with the name you have given in the function declaration and function calling, which is fib, and here you are writing int n. Okay, is it clear? Are you able to understand? Now this is your actual parameter and this is your formal parameter. The name should be same or maybe different, because the I is the local variable in this function and n is the local variable in this function called fib. Now you need to look at it. If n is equal to 0, then you need to return the value 0. Else if n is equal to 1, then you need to return the value 1. Else return fib of n minus 2 plus fib of n minus 1. Okay, is it clear? You look at how many curly braces you have opened and closed. Fib of n minus 2, this is done, and this is done. Okay, and you have closed the function called fib. Now let me discuss this program with an example. Let's take the n value is equal to 3. What is the meaning? The user want to print the first 3 numbers in the Fibonacci series. Okay, so that's why user has entered the n value is equal to 3. Okay, now n is consists of value 3. Now come to the for loop. C is equal to 1. This is the initialization section. C is less than or equal to 1. What is the C is consists of value? 1. So you are checking 1 is less than or equal to n value 3. So whether 1 is less than 3? Yes, this condition is true. If this condition is true, you can execute the statements which are there in the for loop. What is the statement is there? Printf %d. Inside the printf, I am calling a function called fib. Is it clear? So the control will go to the fib of I. What is the I value? I value is equal to 0. Are you able to understand? I value is 0. So now if I value is 0, it will call the fib function with an input called 0. So the control will go here. Is it clear? Are you able to understand it or not? So fib is a function 0. So this value, n value will be equal to 0. That is what the assignment statement here. You are assigning the 0 to this variable called n. So n value is currently 0. Now look at these conditions. If n is equal to 0, return 0. So what is the n value? 0. So 0 is equal to 0. So this condition is true. If this condition is true, what are the statements which are there in this if block should be executed? Only one statement is there, so that's why I did not return the curly braces. If you have only one statement inside the if condition, then the curly braces are optional. Okay, so this function will return the value 0. So here it will return the value 0 as an output. Now print of percentage d 0. So you are displaying the output as 0. Keep it that one. Okay, then it is done. Once it is done, the control will come here. It will be I plus plus. I plus plus is nothing but I is equal to I plus 1, which is nothing but what? Which is a post increment. Okay, so I value will be updated to 1. Previously I value is 0. Now it is updated to 1. Okay, I value will be 1. You keep it. Now once this is completed, you will come back again to check the condition. Am I right? What is the condition? C less than or equal to n. Before condition checking, what you will do? I also forgot this point. After perform this task, you need to update the C value. What is the C value? Is previously 1. Now you are updating or incrementing by 1. C value will be updated to 2. Once this is done, you will come and check the condition. Okay. What is the condition? C less than or equal to n. C value is 2. Less than or equal to n value is 3. Again the condition is true. 2 is less than 3. If again this condition is true, what are the statements which are there in this for loop need to be executed? What is the statement which is there? Print of percentage d fib of I. What is the I value now? I value is 1. So this function is calling in another function called fib with a value as an input 1. So now the function will come here, the control will come to the function definition. Okay, now what is the n value? N value you are assigning it as 1. Okay, are you able to understand it or not? Now come to here. Why n is equal to 0? 1 is not equal to 0, so this condition is false. If this condition is false, you will check this condition. N is equal to 1. Yes, 1 is equal to 1. So this statement will be executed. Okay, this condition is failed, then it check this condition. This condition is true, so it will execute this statement. If the statement what it is there, return 1. So you are returning the value 1 to the function calling. So this will get an output as 1 that you are displaying it. Okay, so it is giving the output as 1. Then you need to increment the I value. I value will be updated to 2. Is it clear? Then what you need to do? You need to increment the C value. C value will be updated to 3. Now look at this one. C is less than or equal to n or not. What is the C value? 3 is less than or equal to n value is 3. Again the condition is true because 3 is equal to 3. So this condition is again true. So what are the statements which are there in the for loop? Again you need to execute. What is the first statement? Print of percentage d fib of I. What is the I value now? 2. So this is calling a function called fib with an input called 2. So it will go to the function definition of the function called fib with a value as equal to 2. So now n is assigning with a value called 2. Are you able to understand it or not? Now check it. N is equal to 0. No, 2 is not equal to 0. So this condition is false. 2 is equal to 1. Again 2 is not equal to 1. So these two condition is failed. This condition is failed. Then what will happen? It will execute the statement which is there in the else block. What is the statement which is there? Fib of n minus 2 plus fib of n minus 1. So this function is calling itself. So that's why it is called as recursive function. With what value? Fib of n minus 2. What is the n value? 2. 2 minus 2, 0. Okay, are you able to understand? Plus, okay, fib of n minus 1, 2 minus 1, 1. So now the control will go to the fib of 0, which is nothing but you are calling a function called fib. The function is fib and calling itself, so we will call this one as a recursive function. Now what is the n value? N value is 0. So now n is consists of value 0. Are you able to understand? Now look at this one. What is satisfying? Whether this condition is true or this condition is true. N is equal to 0. So this condition is true because n value is 0. 0 is equal to 0. So if this statement is true, it will return the value 0. Plus, you are calling again the function called fib now with the value called 1. So if you are calling it again, the control will come here and the n value will be assigned with a constant called 1. Now this condition will be failed. This condition will be true because 1 is not equal to 0 whereas 1 is equal to 1. So now what is the value it will return? It will return the value 1. So it got 0 here, 1 here. So 0 plus 1 will be 1. So that value it will return 1. So here you are getting the output as 1 and you are displaying it. So you got the output here also 1. Now I value you need to increment. I value if we increment it will become 3. Are you able to understand? Then you will increment the C value, it will be 4. Now you need to check the condition. What is it? C less than or equal to n. C value is 4 less than or equal to 3. Is this condition is true? No, this condition is false because 4 is greater than 3. So it will come out from the for loop. After that getch is there, so you are completed the main function. So this program is giving the output as 0, 1, 1 when the user has entered the n value is equal to 3. I request you to take the n value is equal to 5 and trace this program and you check what is the output you are getting, and whatever the output you are getting, please write it in the comment section. A string is a collection of characters. As it is a collection of characters, we can create a character array and we can initialize a string, or we can ask a user to enter a string and we can read it and we can store it in the character array. So let me discuss how to do the initialization. Suppose let's take that I have created a character array called A whose size is 10. Now I can store 9 characters and 1 backslash 0. What is the purpose of that backslash 0? I will tell you. Or you can say that totally 10 characters you can store in it and including backslash 0. Suppose let's take that you want to store a character array called hello. Let's take that you want to store a string called hello. Okay, then how can you initialize is that you can initialize it as a string or you can initialize it as a collection of characters also. Let me discuss how to initialize it as a collection of characters. As I am written it as a hello where H is a capital letter, so I am initializing the first one as capital H, and the next one is E, next one is L, next one is L, and next one is 0. Okay, and then even you need to give the backslash 0. So this is what the initialization of a character array as a collection of characters. Now you can ask me how the elements will be stored. As it is an array, the index will start from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Why it is going up to 9? The array index will start from 0 and it will go up to size minus 1. As the size here is 10, 10 minus 1 is 9. So the array index will start from 0 to 9, and in the index 0, the character called H will be stored, and in the index 1, E, then L, 0, O, not 0, sorry, O, and then here you will have a backslash 0. And now you can ask me, sir, what about the element which is stored in the index 6 to 9? As you have initialized some of the elements in the character array, the remaining elements will be depend on what data type you are using here. If you are using an int here, then these remaining elements will be zeros. As it is a character, the remaining elements will be backslash 0. Is it clear? Now you can ask me, what is the purpose of backslash 0? Why we are keeping it? This purpose of this one is to know the end of the string. Are able to understand? We need to understand where is the end of the string to do several tasks, to find the length of the string, to reverse the string. All these purposes we need to know the end of the string. So this backslash 0 will act as a end of the string. Or we can do the same initialization in another way also. We no need to specify the size of the array, and then we can initialize like this: h e l L O backslash 0. Then what will happen is that it will create an array of size 6. Why? It has to store 6 characters, so it will create an array starting from index 0 to up to 5. And in the first index character h, e, l, o backslash 0 will be stored. Is it clear? Now the same one, I want to store it as a string, or I want to initialize it as a string instead of a collection of characters. Then what I will do is that a of some 10 I will create, okay, and I will, within the double quotation, I will write the string called hello. Now you can ask me the doubt, sir, you did not specify the backslash 0. If you are initializing it as a string, the backslash 0 will be included by the compiler. Okay, so it will be stored as 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 are the indexes. They are not the values. Okay, and here the character h will be stored. E, L, I hope it is not visible. Let me use the red pen. E, L, O, backslash 0 will be included by the compiler, and the remaining one will be the backslash 0. Okay, so remember one thing. If you are storing the string as a collection of characters, then you need to write the backslash 0. If you are initializing it, or if you are storing it as a string, then the compiler will include the backslash 0. The same thing you can use like this also without specifying the size also. I hope you have understood what is a string, how to initialize the string with some collection of characters. Okay, now let me discuss how to read a string and how to display the string. Okay, now we have several functions to read, such as we can use the scanf function. Okay, we can use the getchar function, and similarly we can use the getS. These are the three functions will be useful for us to read the string. Here it will read it as a string. Here it will read as a collection of characters. This one will read it as a string. I will tell the drawbacks of the scanf later. And similarly we have the several functions to display the output or to print the string. One is the printf function we can use, and another one is putchar function you can use, and puts function also you can use. So this one will print it as a collection of characters or a string also, based on format specifier you are using. And this one will print it as a character, and this one will print it as a string. Okay, so I hope you have understood the importance of these 6 functions. These 3 functions are useful for you to read the thing, and this one will be useful for to display the output. Now let me discuss about the scanf and the printf. In the coming videos we will discuss about the getchar, putchar, getS and puts. Now first let me discuss about scanf. Now if you want to read it as a string, then you have to use the format specifier called %s. Let's take that you have created a character array A of 10 and you have asked the user to enter a string. Let's take that you have used the printf, enter a string. These things you know it already, am I right? Then this one will be displayed as an output, enter a string \0. then user will enter a string. That string you need to read it. So then you can use the scanf function. Percentage s is the format specifier. Then you can use the name of the array. Is it clear? This is the name of the array. Now remember one thing. What is the problem with this scanf function? And you are using a percentage s. Let's take that you are entering a string called Parnika tutorials. Okay, Parnika tutorials. You want to enter it as a Parnika space tutorials. Then what will happen if you use the scanf function is that it will read only Parnika and store it in the array called A. And if you display this output in the which is there in the array A, you will get only Parnika because it is reading only Parnika. It is not reading the tutorials. Let me discuss again. If you have entered a string called Parnika tutorials, or you are entering word 1, word 2. Is it clear? Now it will read only the word 1 called Parnika. Why it is happening is that whenever there is a space occurs, then it will act as a terminator, means it will terminate. It will stop reading the characters after the space. So this is the limitation of the scanf function. Okay, I hope you have understood. Now let me discuss about the printf function. The printf function is useful for us to print the string. So you can use the format specifier percentage s and a. Now remember one thing. In an array A, you have saved it as Parnika tutorial, or you have initialized it as a Parnika tutorials. It will display the output as Parnika tutorials. Now you can ask me what is the termination for this one. This termination will be \n or enter. If you press a \n or enter, till that one it will display the output for you. Are you able to understand? Whereas the termination for this one is space and for this one is the enter. Okay, enter or \n, because if you press the \n also it will go to the new line, or if you press the enter also it will go to the new line. So I hope you have understood the limitation of the scanf. Okay, this limitation is overcome with the help of getS function. Okay, so in the next videos I will discuss about the getchar and putchar, how to use them, and even I will discuss few programs to make you understand the concept, and then I will discuss about the getS and putchar. When we are discussing about the scanf function in the earlier video, we have discussed one limitation. Let me discuss that one, then I will discuss about these functions. Suppose let's take that I have a character array A whose length is some 100. Let's take that I have declared like this. So the data type is char and the name of the array is A and the size is 100. Now I have asked the user to enter a string. So let me enter the string. Enter the string \n. Now let's take that user has entered the string as some, let's take that Jagadish Kakarla. Let's see that. The user has entered a string called Jagadish Kakarla. Okay. Now to read a string, we can use several functions such as getS. Even we can read it as a collection of characters, and you can use the scanf function also. Let's take that I'm using a scanf function and I want to read it as a string. So I need to use the format specifier percentage s, and then I need to mention the name of the array. Here the name of the array is A, so I'm specifying it as A. Now it will read the string, but the thing is that will it read Jagadish space Kakarla or not is the question. Now what is the problem with the scanf is that for the scanf the terminal will be the space sim. Whenever it occurs the space, after that whatever the characters are there, it will stop reading and storing them in the array. Now if you look at here, first it will read the J, A, G, A, D, E, E, S, H, and once it occurs the space it will terminate or it will stop reading it. So in the array A, it will read or it will save it as Jagadish, and after that it will store \0 the remaining things, because in the index 0 character J will be stored, in the index 1 character A will be stored, like that. Okay, now once the user is trying to print the string which is there in the array A, then we need to use the printf function. See, it is small p only. Okay, it is small p small s. Okay, printf, again we need to use the format specifier percentage s, and then we need to specify the name of the array. Then it will display the output as Jagadish. Now when the user sees the output, he will felt that I have entered the string as Jagadish Kakarla, but when I am displaying it as it is displaying only Jagadish. Why it is happening is that because of the scanf. So this is the limitation of the scanf when we are reading it as a string. Okay, whenever it occurs a space, it will stop reading the characters after that one. So to avoid that one, the developers has designed a function called getS. Okay, the getS function is to read a string. Similarly, we have a putS function to display a string. So getS function is similar to scanf and putS function is similar to the printf. Now what is the syntax of getS function? So you have to mention getS function and you have to specify the name of the array here. So here in this case the name of the array is A, so it will give as a one of the parameters. So get as array name. Then if the user has entered Parnika tutorials, then the getS function will read the entire Parnika tutorials. Now you can ask me, sir, for the scan of the space is a terminal. But when it comes to the getS, what is the terminal? See, when the user has entered the string, after entering Parnika tutorials, he will press the enter. Then only it will give the output for you whatever the user is expecting. So anytime, whenever you are entering any input, after entering the input, you will press the enter. Similarly, let's take that if I ask you to enter two numbers, you will enter the number 1 and then you will press an enter. Then you will enter a number 2. Then again you will press a enter. Then you will wait for the output. That is the way we will enter the input. So similarly, when I ask the user to enter a string, he will enter a particular string and he will press the enter. So that enter will act as a terminal for the getS function. Or I can say that backslash n, which is a new line character, will act as a terminal for the getS function. Is it clear? Now, if I want to display the output, I can use the putS function and I can use the parameter as the name of the array. So if I write like this, or instead of that one, even I can use the printf function also. But if you use it, this one also will give the same output. Whatever the string is there in the array A, that will be displayed as an output. So what is the string is there in the array A now? Parnika tutorials will be there. So that will be given as an output. So I hope you have understood the limitation of the scanf and how it is overcome in the getS function. Now let me discuss about the getchar and putchar function. Now, when we define a string, we have discussed that a string is a collection of characters. So, you can read or store it as a collection of characters or entire string. So, if you want to read it as a collection of characters from the user, you can use the getchar function. Similarly, if you want to display the string as a collection of characters, you can use the putchar. Okay, so now getchar, what it will do is that it will read character by character and store it in the some array. Okay, now you can ask me, sir, how to use the getchar function and how to use the putchar function, as it is a character. Okay, so char ch, so you have to define a data type called char and a variable ch. So this is the data type and ch is the variable and you are declaring it as a data type called char. So it can read a character, not reading, it can store a character at a time. So I have to mention ch is equal to getchar. Then whatever the user has entered a character, that character will be read by the getchar function and the character will be stored in the variable ch. If I want to display the character which is there in the variable called ch, I can use the putchar function. So putchar ch. So then it will display whatever the character is there in the variable ch. So this is the way you can use the getchar function and putchar function. Now let me write a small program, okay, where I am reading the string as a collection of characters and displaying as an output. Okay. Hash include stdio.h, which is a standard input output header file. Okay, then I am using a void main, so the return type is void, so this function will not return anything, and the name of the function is main, okay, which is a predefined function, not a user defined function. Okay, then I am creating a variable called ch whose data type is char, and similarly I am creating an array a whose size is 100. Okay, and then I am declaring another variable called I whose data type is int, and I am initializing that one with 0. Okay, now what I can do is that I can ask the user to enter a character. Enter a character \n while, okay, while ch is equal to getchar. So you are using a getchar function to read a character, and you are storing it in a variable called ch, and then you will check it. It should not be equal to \n. It should not be equal to \n. Okay, then what you will do is that whatever the character you are reading, you will assign it into the array a. Okay, a of I is equal to ch, and then you will increment the I value, and again you will ask the user to enter a character. Okay, is it clear? Are you able to understand it or not? Let me discuss this one later. First let me write the complete program. So now the user has entered a collection of characters, and all those characters I am storing one by one in the array A. Now whatever the user has entered, I want to display it as an output. So I can use printf %s a and get ch. I'm not using the putchar function to avoid the confusion. Simply I'm reprinting it as a string. So here I have taken a character array called a whose size is 100. Now what I am doing is that when I am reading the string, I am reading it as a collection of characters. Okay, so each character by character I am reading, and I am storing it in the array a. Then I am displaying that string as a string directly. Now look at what will happen. We have taken I is equal to 0. So ch is equal to getchar. So user will enter a character. That character will be read by the function called getchar, and it will be stored in the variable ch. Then I am checking whether ch, whatever the character is there, whether it is equal to \n or not. If it is not, if it is any other character other than \n, I am storing it in the a of I. Initially I value is 0, so whatever the first character the user has entered, I am storing it in the a of 0 location. Okay, then I am incrementing the I value. So now I value will become 1. And then again I am asking the user to enter a character. Again the user will enter a character. That character again will be read by the function called getchar and will be stored in the variable ch. And then it will check whatever the user has entered is \n or not. If it is not \n, again it will store it in the a of I index. So I index here is 1. So in a of 1 index, the whatever the character is there in the variable ch will be stored. Okay, then again you are incrementing the I value. So I value will become 2. Okay, then again you are asking the user to enter a character. Once the user has entered a backslash n, it will stop reading. Okay, then whatever the collection of characters are there in the array A, that we are displaying it as a string. So I hope you have understood how to use the getchar function. Similarly, I request you to, instead of writing the printf %s, I want to display it as a collection of characters. So I request everyone, please modify this program. Instead of using the printf function directly as a string, I request you to use the putchar function here and modify the program. We can perform these basic operations such as computing the length of the string, copy one string into another one, comparison the two strings, okay, reverse a given string, convert the string which is there in the lowercase to uppercase, uppercase to lowercase. All these kind of basic operations we can perform on the strings. So we have inbuilt functions such as for computing the string length, we have strlen. To compute the reverse of a string, we have a function called strrev. So all these functions I will discuss in detail. So as I said earlier, these are the basic operations we can perform on the strings. One is the computing the length of a string. We can copy a string into another array. We can concat two strings, mean combining two strings. We can even compare the two strings, and we can reverse a given string. We can convert a string which is there in the lowercase to uppercase and uppercase to lowercase. So let me write the functions. We have a function called strlen to compute the length of a string. We have a function called strcpy to copy a string into another array. If you want to concat two strings, we have a function called strcat. If you want to compare two strings, we have a function called strcmp. To reverse a given string, we have a function called strrev. And to convert a string which is there in the lowercase, if you want to convert into uppercase, meaning is that if you have a string called hello, you want to make them in the capital letters. So HELLO you want. Okay, that is what the meaning of converting a string which is there in the lowercase to uppercase. We have an inbuilt function called strupr. We are converting into uppercase. Now in the reverse, if it is there in the uppercase, you want to convert into lowercase, we have a function called strlwr. It will convert into lowercase. Is it clear? I hope you have understood what are the functions are there and what are the basic operations we can perform. Now I will discuss each function in detail. First, let me discuss what is the purpose of string length and how the strlen function will work. Let's take that I have a string called hello. In an array A, you have a string called hello. This is a character array. Now you know that each string will ends with a \0 to recognize that it is an end of a string. Okay, to end of a file we have a character called eof. Similarly, to end a string we will have a \0. Now what is meant by computing the length of a string? I want to compute the number of characters in the array A or number of characters in the string, excluding the \0. Remember this point, lot of students will confuse. If I say them count the length of the string, they will also include the \0. No, you should not include the \0. Excluding the \0, how many characters are there in the string? How many characters are there? 5. So that should get it as an output because you have HELLO. So 5 characters are there. So how this function will be useful? It will be useful to compute the length of the string. Now each function will have some return type and also it will have some parameters or arguments. Now this function strlen can take a string directly, or it can take the name of the array which consists of a string. Okay, it is a name of an array, okay, which consists of a string. So here I can write hello directly. In that case, this function will give the number of characters only for the hello. But I want to declare a character array and I want to ask the user to enter the string and I want to read that string into the array A. Then I can give the name of the array as A. Are you able to understand? Now, whatever the string is there in the array A, it will compute the length, meaning is that it will count the number of characters excluding the backslash 0. Then, if you see that I am getting the output as 5 or sometimes I will get the 7, meaning is that some integer value I will get. So, this function will return an integer value. So, you need to take a integer variable, okay, and declare int len is equal to strlen of a. This is the way you can use this function called strlen. So this function will return an integer value, meaning is that it will count the number of characters in the string and it will return an integer value. That value you can store it in a variable called len, or the name of the variable, it is your wish, but you should follow the rules of an identifier. Then if you print this variable len, then you will get the output. Am I right or wrong? So this is the way you can use the function called strlen. I hope you have understood what is this strlen. It will take one parameter as an input, which can be a string or the name of the array, and it will return an integer value. Okay. Now let me discuss about string copy or strcpy. The purpose of this one is to copy a string into another array. Suppose let's take that you have declared two character arrays of A and B. Okay, are you able to understand it or not? Now you have asked the user to enter the string, or let me take that in the array A, you have stored a string called Parnika. Okay, ending with backslash 0. So in the array A, you have stored Parnika. Now this Parnika, you want to copy into the array called B. This is what copy. Am I right or wrong? So we are taking this string which is there in the array A and want to copy it into the array B. Then let me discuss how this strcpy will work. Now this strcpy will take two strings or two array names. Two strings, meaning is that it will have the destination and it will have the source. Meaning is that, let's take that you want to copy whatever the string is there in the array A, you want to copy it into the B. So it will take strcpy, the destination is B here, which is an array name, and the source is A. So whatever the string which is there in the array A, you want to copy it into the array B. So this is the way it will work. If you display the string which is there in the array B using the printf function, you will get the output as Parnika, because in the array A you have a string called Parnika. That string will be copied to the array B and will be displayed as an output. I hope you have understood how the strcpy will work. Okay. Now let me discuss the next one, which is string concatenation or strcat function. Let's take that you have declared two character arrays A and B and you have initialized, okay, I'm not discussing the syntax of initialization, already I have discussed. I'm telling that in the array A you have a string called Parnika. In the array B you have a string called tutorials. Okay, now what is meant by string concatenation? String concatenation is nothing but combining two strings. Combining two strings means I want to combine Parnika and tutorials and I want the get output as Parnika tutorials. I hope you have understood. Means combining two strings are there, I want to combine them, okay, and want to store it in some array. So to do that one, we have an inbuilt function called strcat. Now, you want tutorials Parnika or Parnika tutorials. Whatever one you want, you have to select. Meaning is that, suppose if you mention A comma B. So here the A is the destination and B is the source. Now what will happen? Whatever the string is there, it will be concatenated with this one. Okay, so you have Pernica, and in the B you have tutorials, so it will become as Pernica tutorials, and Pernica tutorials will be saved in the array A. And remember one thing, it will not include any space between Pernica and tutorials. If you want, you have to explicitly do it. Okay, so it will just combine the string which is there in the array A and array B, and the result string will be stored in the array A. Now if you display the string which is there in the array A using the printf function, okay, you will get the output as Pernica tutorials. I hope you have understood. Suppose if you mention it as B comma A, then what will happen? Then tutorials will be concatenated with Pernica, so it will become tutorials Pernica, and that one will be stored in the array called B. Are you able to understand it or not? So this is the way the string concatenation will work. Okay. Now we will discuss another interesting concept or another interesting function called strcmp, which is useful for you to compare two strings. Okay. Now what is meant by comparing two strings? Suppose let's take that I have a string 1 called hello. I have another string called HEL. Okay, now look at this one. You have a backslash 0, you have a backslash 0. Now what will happen is that it will compare these two strings and it will tell whether the two strings are equal or not. It will tell you. Comparison is what? If I have two variables or two constants, if I want to compare them, I should say whether they are equal or which one is greater than another one. I need to tell. Am I right? Now look at here how it will work. It will compare character by character. Lot of students will think that string comparison means it will count the length of the string 1 and it will count the length of the string 2. Which one is greater, then they will say that that is greater. But that is not the right way. You have to understand the concept. It will compare the two strings. Meaning is that it will take the character which is there in the index 0 in both the strings. Suppose look at here h and h. It will compute the ASCII value difference between them. Now you will get the value 0. Are you able to understand? So they can say that these two characters are same. Then it will go here and here. Now here L, E, here E, again same. Now again it will check L and L, again same. Then it will check L and backslash 0. L and backslash 0 is same? No. Then we can say that S1 is not equal to S2, or I can say that string 1 is not matching with the string 2. This is the way the string comparison will work. Okay, so the strcmp function will take two strings as an input or the two arrays it will take. Okay, means name of the arrays it will take. So whatever the string is there in the array A and whatever the string is there in the array B, it will be compared and then it will return an integer value. Why integer value it will return, I will discuss now. Let's take that you have HELLO backslash 0, HELLO backslash 0. Now look at this one. As a human eye, I can say that these two strings are same. But how the computer will work or how this function will work, it will compare this one and this one, H and H. The ASCII value comparison it will do. So if you do the difference between the H and ASCII value of H and the ASCII value of H, you will get the 0. Then it will compare these two. Again it is 0. Again L and L same, so it will be difference is 0. L and L same, so the difference will be 0. O and O again same, the difference is 0. Now you got backslash 0, here you got the backslash 0. Meaning is that the two strings are completed or end. So I can say that now these two strings are same, then this function will return a value called 0. I hope you have understood this concept. If the two strings are same, then this strcmp will return the value as 0. Whenever you get the return value as 0, then you can say that both the strings are same or both the strings are matching. Now let me discuss another example. You have a string called ABC, ends with a backslash 0. You have another string called small abc backslash 0. Now, if you look at human eye, you will say that, sir, this is ABC, this is ABC, both are same. But look at this one, this is a capital A, this is a small a. Now you know that ASCII value of capital A is 65 and ASCII value of small a is 97. You should remember this ASCII values at least for the A and capital A and small a. Then you can easily derive the capital B, capital C, small b and small c. Now look at this one. This is 65 and this is 97. If you do the difference, you will get minus 32. Are you able to understand? Then what this function will return as? This function will return a minus 1. Then what I can say is that, then I can say that the string 2 is greater than string 1. Are you able to understand? Because the first character in the string 1, the first character in the string 2, you have compared. Now see, look at this one. Once these two are not equal, whatever is there in the rest, look at here, even if it is small b, small c, here only capital A and small a is there, still it will say that string 2 is greater than string 1 because it will first identify the unmatched character in both the strings. So here it is unmatched because it is started from like this. So first itself we have identified they are not matching. The ASCII value of this one is 65. ASCII value of string T, which is small a, is 97. So if you do the difference, you will get the minus 32. So this function will return minus 1. Then you can say that string 2 is greater than string 1. Let me discuss counter example for this one. So we have discussed when it will return 0, when it will return minus 1. Now let me discuss, you have A, B, C, you have capital A, small b, small c, and each one ends with a backslash 0. Now this is your string 1, this is your string 2. Just now we have discussed that ASCII value of this one is 97 and ASCII value of capital A is 65. Now again it will compare, here it is 97 is there, here it is 65 is there, then it will find the difference between them. You will get the difference as 32, which is a positive value. Then this function will return a plus 1. Whenever this function will return a plus 1, then you can say that string 1 is greater than string 2. So if this function returns 0, then you can say that both the strings are matching. Otherwise, you can say that one string is greater than another string. I hope you have understood. Okay, let me write here. If it is 0, both the strings are same. If it is minus 1, then you can say that string 2 is greater than string 1. Or a negative value. If it is a plus 1, string 1 is greater than string 2. Okay, let me write it a shortcut as string 1 is greater than string 2. So this is the way the string comparison will work, and you can use the function called strcmp to do that one. It will return an integer value, so you have to store this value in some integer variable. So you are having the value b, so b can get either 0 or minus 1 or plus 1. Okay, so I hope you have understood the string comparison. Now let me discuss how to do the string reverse and how to use the strrev function. I think you know that what is meant by string reverse. Let me discuss for you if you don't know. If you have a string called hello, ends with a backslash 0, you want to reverse the string. Meaning is that don't think that backslash 0 will come. Backslash 0, you should not compare it or you should not use it. It is only for to recognize that end of the string. So you want, if you reverse the string, you will get it as OLLEH, ends with a backslash 0. So this is what you will get as a reverse of a string. Means the last character will come as the first character and last but one will come as first index, like that it will come. I hope you have understood. So how this function strrev will work is that, let's take that you can give the string directly or you can give the name of the array which consists of the string. Okay, any string it can be there, or in our case it is having hello. Then if I mention strreva, then let's take that a is having the string called getcsc. Okay, let's take that get, you have a space csc backslash 0. Then if you reverse the, or if you use the strrev and name of the array as a as a parameter, then what will happen as that, what values will be stored after using this one is, you have a e that will come here, you have a s it will come here, you have a c it will come here, you have a space it will become space as, then a, then t. Oh, this is gate na, sorry for, okay, e t a g, and then you have to write backslash 0. Okay, so this is what the reverse of a, what is the use of the function called strrev, and it will ends with a backslash 0. Okay, it will reverse the string and ends with a backslash 0, because the purpose of backslash 0 is to know or to recognize the end of the string. Okay, I hope you have understood what is string reverse and how to use this strrev function. Now let me discuss about how to convert a string which is having all the characters in the lowercase to uppercase. I hope you have understood this one. Let's take that in the some array A, I have a string called Parnika. In some array A, I have a string called Parnika in small letters. I want to make it in the capital letters. Then I can use this function called strupr. I can give the string directly, or I can give the name of the array also. Then if you use it in the array A, in place of small p, it will do the capital P, A, R, N, I, K, A. So what is the logic it is following? You know the ASCII value of small p and you know the capital P ASCII value. So you know that small p ASCII value will be greater than capital P. Just now we have discussed small a is 97 and capital A is 65. Look at the difference is 32. So if you do minus 32, you will get 65, which is nothing but capital A. So it will do the ASCII value of each character and subtract 32 from it, and you will get a capital letter. So that is what the way the strupr will work, but inside it will work like that, but for you it will give the string in the uppercase. If you want to convert the string which is there in the uppercase to lowercase, then you can use a function called strlwr. If you mention the name of the array as a, let's take that array a is having Parnika in capital letters, then it will convert into lowercase. Okay, are you able to understand? And each string will ends with a backslash 0. Always you need to remember this point. I hope you have understood all these functions. But remember one point. If you want to use these string handling functions in the programs, you have to include a header file called #include string.h. If you use or if you include the string.h header file, then only you can use these functions in the program. Let me declare a character array A. So I am declaring a variable called A with size 50. So it is a character array. Now let me initialize a string called Parnika to this array A. Then you know that in the array A, at the index 0, the character P will be stored. At the index 1, character A will be stored. In the index 2, R, index 3, N, index 4, I, index 5, K, index 6, A. From index 7 to 49, the backslash zeros will be there. Now, already I have discussed that each string will ends with a backslash 0. The backslash 0 will be useful for you to know the end of the string. Now, if someone asks you to find the length of the string, you need to count the number of characters in the string excluding the backslash 0. So, if you do it, you will get the number of characters is 7. So the string length of Parnika is 7. Now you can compute the string length using a function called strlen. This function will take one parameter as an input. Either you can give the string directly, such as Parnika or Parnika tutorials, anything you can give the string directly, or you can give the name of the array. You can give the name of the array which consists of the string. So let me give the name of the array is A. Then this function will count the number of characters in the array A, and then it will display as an output, or it will give the value. So it will return an integer value. So if you want to store the integer value, then you need to declare an integer variable, and then you need to store this value which is returning by this function. So I am assigning the strlen function to this variable L. So then whatever the value it will return, that value will be stored in the variable L. If I display the value which is there in the variable L using the printf function, then I can easily display the length of the string which is there in the array A. So this is the way you can compute the length of the string with the help of strlen. Now let me write the program to find the length of the string using strlen. Then I will discuss without using strlen function, we will write the same program. So let me erase this one so that I can use this space to write the program. So let me include the header file. So I am including stdio.h header file, which is a standard input output header file. Then whenever you want to use any string length functions or string handling functions, then you have to include the header file called string.h. So let me include the string.h header file. Then I will write void main, and I will open the function, and I will declare a character array with some size as 50, and then I will declare a variable called length which is integer. Then what I will do, I will ask the user to enter the string. So printf enter the string. Now whatever the user has entered the string, I want to store it in the array called A. Then I can use the scanf function, or I can use the getS function. But what is the problem with the scanf function is that the space will act as a terminal. If you give the Parnika tutorials, it will only read Parnika, because after Parnika there is a space. So even if the user has given the string has Parnika tutorials, it will only store the Parnika. So that is a problem. So to avoid that one, people have started using the function called getS, and they will give the parameter as the name of the array. So whatever the string the user has entered, it will be stored in the array called A. So for this getS function, the \n will act as a terminal. So once you enter the string, if you press enter, then it will act as a terminal. So whatever the string you are entering, before entering the enter, that string will be considered as an input. Okay. So now I need to compute the length of the string which is there in the array A. So I will write int length is equal to strlen of A, where A is the name of the array. See, this is capital, not capital letter, this is small letter only. This is small, everything is small only. Now you want to display that as an output. So you can write printf the length of the string in the array A, you can write, or simply you can write %d length, and then you can write the getch and close the main function. So whatever the string the user has entered, let's take that user has entered a string called Parnika tutorials. Okay. and it will end with a backslash 0. Is it clear? So now it will compute the length of the string. So what will be the length of the string? It has to compute the number of characters excluding the backslash 0. So count the number of characters. This is 7. Already we know Parnika is 7 characters, and there is a space, so it is 8. And T 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So the length of the string which is Parnika tutorials is 17. So that will be displayed as an output. I hope you have understood how to write a C program to find the length of the string using a function called strlen. If you don't want to use the variable called length, here itself you can write in the printf function itself you can write strlen and name of the array. Is it clear? Now I will write the same program without using any string handling function. Okay. Let me use this same program. I will erase only the string.h because I am not using any string handling function, so I don't need the string.h header file. Now let me discuss the logic behind writing this program. Then I will write the program. Suppose let's take that I have a string called Jagadish. And you know that each string will ends with a backslash 0. It will help you to know the end of the string. Then you need to compute the number of characters in the string. So you will take each character and you will check whether it is backslash 0 or not. If it is not backslash 0, you will increment the length variable or count variable. You can take a count variable or length variable. But initially you have to initialize the length variable as 0. So first you will take the j variable and you will check whether it is equal to backslash 0 or not. If it is not backslash 0, then you will increment the length variable. If it is equal to backslash 0, you will stop it. So I will take a loop which is while loop, and I will take a as the name of the array and length is not equal to backslash 0. Is it clear? If it is not backslash 0, I will increment the length value. Look at it, what will happen. Initially length value is 0. So I am checking a character which is there in the index 0 because length is initially 0. So a of 0. A of 0 is consists of j, which is not backslash 0. So then this condition is true. If this condition is true, what are the statements which are there in the while loop will be executed. As I have mentioned only one statement, so the curly braces are optional, so I did not write the curly braces. So length plus plus. So length is equal to length plus 1. So length value will become 1. Let me write it here. Length value will become 1. Now you are checking a of length, a of 1. So the character which is there in the index 1, which is a, which is not backslash 0. Again the condition is true, you will increment the length value. So now it will become 2. Then you will check the a of 2 which is j, which is not g, which is not backslash 0. Then again length will become 3. Then here it will become 4. It will become 5 here. Then 6. Okay. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 it will happen. 4, 9 it will happen. Is it clear? Then once it becomes 9, you will check a of 9. A of 9 is consists of what? Backslash 0. So backslash 0 is not equal to backslash 0. No, backslash 0 is equal to backslash 0. So this condition is true. Once this condition is true, you will stop executing this one and you will come out from the while loop and you will write a statement called printf %d length. Then it will give you the output which is an integer value. So you can write the getch. So you can easily write the C program to find the length of the string without using string handling function. Only you have to take a loop. Either you can take the for loop or you can take the while loop. You check the condition, the name of the array, and take a variable called length. you initialize it is equal to 0, and you need to check the each character. If it is backslash 0, you will stop. If it is not backslash 0, you will increment the length variable, and finally you will display the variable length. So it will give you the output what is the value is there in the variable called length. So I hope you have understood these two programs. If you still have any doubts related to these two programs, you feel free to ask me in the comment section. I will try to clear your doubts as early as possible. Let me declare a character array A of size some 100. You can store 100 characters in the array A, and I am initializing a string called Parnika. Now I have declared another character array B of size 100. Now what is meant by string copy is that whatever the string is there in the array A, you want to copy it into the array B. If the user has printed the output which is there in the array B, you want the output as Parnika. So to do that one, we have a function called strcpy. Now it will take two parameters. One is the destination, which is B here, and the source. Okay, so this is the destination array name and this is the source array name. So whatever the string is there in the array A will be copied into the array B. Now if you display the string which is there in the array B using put s, you will get the output as Parnika. So that is the purpose of string copy function. So it will take two parameters. One is the destination, another one is the source. Whatever the string is there in the source will be copied into the destination. Now let me write the program to copy the string into another one using strcpy. Then I will discuss the same program without using any function. So let me erase this one and write the program for you. So as I am using a string handling function called strcpy, let me include the header file called string.h. So you need to write hash include string.h, and as we use the printf and scanf functions, we need to include the header file called stdio.h. Then I will write the void main, meaning is that this function will not return any value, and I will take two character arrays of size 100 each. So these two arrays can hold 100 characters. Then I will ask the user to enter the string 1 or enter the string. I am writing \n. Okay, whatever the string the user has entered, I have read it using the function called getS, and I am storing it in the array A. Now whatever the string is there in the array A, I want to copy it into the array B. So I can write strcpy B comma A. So here B is the destination and A is the source. So whatever the string is there in the array A will be copied into the array B. Now you want to display the output. So printf %s, you can write the B, and you can write the getch, and you can close the main function. So this is the program to copy a string into another one using a function called strcpy. Now I want to write the same program without using strcpy. First let me discuss the logic for you, then I will write the program. Let's take that in the array A, you have a string called hi how, and you know that each string will ends with a \0. Is it clear? Now this string you want to get it into the array B. So what you will do is that you will initialize the I value with 0. So you will take A of I, which is H, which is not \0. If it is not \0, you will copy into this one. Then you will take the I. Now it is not \0, you will copy here. Now I value you will increment. It was previously 1, now it will become 2. it was 0, it became 1, and now it became 2. A of 2, which is space, which is not backslash 0, again you will copy here. Then I value you will increment. Then A of 3, which is H, which is not backslash 0, you will copy here. Then O you will copy, W you will copy. Then finally you will get a backslash 0, you will stop, or you can include the backslash 0 also. So this is the way you will copy the string which is there in the array A to the array B. Now let me write the logic for you. Okay, let me erase this one, or let me write here itself. Int I is equal to 0. Okay, I should close this one or erase this one, and even I no need to use the string.h header file. Let me erase this one and let me directly write that stdio.h here. Okay, then void main, you have asked the user to enter the string. Whatever the string is there, you have stored it in the array A, and then you are declaring a variable called I, and you are initializing it to 0. Then you can write while A of I not equal to backslash 0. Okay, then you can write B of I is equal to A of I. Okay, then you can write I plus plus, and you close the while loop, and then you can write B of I is equal to backslash 0, and then you can write printf %s b and write the getch and close the main function. Now look at what will happen. Let's take that in the array A, you have string called hi how. Initially, what is the I value? I value is 0. Now what is the condition they have written? A of I not equal to backslash 0. A of I value is 0. So A of 0 is having the character which is H. Okay, here you will have the backslash 0. So you have the character which is H. H is not equal to backslash 0. So this condition is true. If this condition is true, whatever the statements which are there in the while loop, you need to execute them. So B of I is equal to A of I. So B of 0 is equal to A of 0, which is H. So in the array B, at the index 0, you are copying the character called H. This is the array B. And you have 900 indexes will be there from 0 to 99. Is it clear? Are you able to understand it or not? Now I value you are incrementing. Now the I value will be updated to 1. Then again you are checking the condition. A of 1, which is not equal to backslash 0. Yes, I is not backslash 0. Again this condition is true. So you will copy at the index 1 of the array B as is equal to A of 1, which is I. So I will be copied here. Then I value will become 2. Now A of 2, which is space is not equal to backslash 0. You will copy the space here. Then I value you will increment to 3. Now A of 3, which is H, not equal to backslash 0. So again you will do B of 3 is equal to H. Then I plus plus, you will increment the I value, become 4. Now A of 4, which is O is not equal to backslash 0. Again the condition is true. So you will write B of 4 is equal to A of 4, which is O. Then I value will become 5. Okay, because you have a statement I plus plus. Now A of 5, which is W. W is not equal to backslash 0. Again the condition is true. So B of 5 is equal to W. So that will come here. Is it clear? Now I plus plus. So now I value will become 6. Now look at A of 6, which is backslash 0. Whether backslash 0 is not equal to backslash 0? No, backslash 0 is equal to backslash 0. So this condition will be failed. If this condition is failed, it will come out from the while loop. Then this statement will be executed. Look at what is this statement. B of I is equal to backslash 0, because each string should ends with a backslash 0. So you should get a backslash 0 here. So look at b of I, which is I value 6. So at the index 6, you are copying a backslash 0. So here backslash 0 will come. Now finally you are printing the string, that's why percentage yes I have mentioned because it is a string format. Then I am giving the name of the array which is b. So whatever the string which is there, hi, how, will be displayed as an output. Let's take that you have in the array A, which is a character array, and you did not specify the size, and you have initialized a string called Parnika. And you have another character array B with string called tutorials. Now if you want to combine these two strings, which is Parnika and tutorials, you have to use a function called strcat. Now what is meant by string concatenation? String concatenation is nothing but combining these two strings. So you should get the output as Parnika tutorials combinedly. So that is what we will call it as string concatenation. Now the function you can use it as strcat. It is useful for you to concate two strings. Then it will have two parameters as an input. What are the two parameters is that you will have a destination string, comma you have a source string. So here you can specify the strings directly, or you can specify the name of the arrays. Now let's take that the destination string is A and the source is B. Now what will happen is that whatever the string is there in the array B will be concatenated to the string which is there in the array A, and the total concatenated string will be stored in the array A. So you have Parnika and tutorials. So in the character array A, you will get the output as Parnika tutorials combinedly without any space. Is it clear? It is just combining the two strings called Parnika and tutorials, and the total string now will be stored in the array A. So this is what string concatenation and the usage of strcat function. Now we will write a C program to concat two strings using this function called strcat. Then I will discuss without using strcat function. Now let me erase this one so that I can use this space to write the program. Now whenever you want to use any string handling function, you have to include the header file called string.h string.h. So let me include the header files such as stdio.h standard input output header file and string.h. Okay. Then you have to open the main function with the return type as void. So this function will not return any value. Now I need to declare two character arrays A and B. Okay. And then I need to ask the user to enter the string 1. So printf enter the string 1. Backslash n I am writing. So to read a string, I can use a function called getS. Okay, and the name of the array I am specifying it as A. So whatever the string the user is entering, it will be stored in the array A. Now I will ask the user to enter the string 2. And I am using a escape character called backslash n. I think you know that what is the use of backslash n. Okay. Now I have entered the two strings and I have read them in the array A and array B respectively. Now I want to combine those two strings and display as an output. So I will write the printf %s is the format specified to display the string, and then you can write strcat a comma b. So what will happen is that whatever the string is there in the array B will be concatenated to the array A, and the total string will be stored in the array A. That you are displaying it. Is it clear? So this is the way you can use the strcat function, and this is the destination string and this is the source one. Now you can write the getch and you close the main function. I hope you have understood how to concat two strings using a function called strcat. Now the same program I want to write without using any string dot or string handling function such as strcat. So if you does not want to include the strcat function, you no need to include the header file called string.h also. So let me erase that one also. Whenever you are using any string handling function, then only you need to include the string.h header file. Now let me discuss the logic behind that one, then I will write the program. Let's take that you have hi and you have how. These are the two strings are there in the array A and array B respectively. Now what you need to do, you want the output as HIO, hi and how you want to get like this. Am I right? HI how combinedly, and it should be stored in the array A. Is it clear? Now what you need to do is that you have to take this H and you have to append here in the index 3. How you will say? Because in the array A, the index 0 character H is stored, in the index 1 I is stored. Okay, and you know that after the end of the string \0 will be there, but you want to remove this \0 and keep the element or the character which is there in the index 0 at the array B, you want to copy here. Then at the index 3, you want to copy the character which is there in the index 1, which is not \0. So you will write O here, then you will write W here. Whenever you get the \0, you will stop appending, and finally you will write a \0 excludedly, because each string should end with a \0. So first what you need to do is that you need to compute the length of the string which is there in the array A. Why? Because after the string length, you need to append whatever the character which is there in the B of 0. If it is not \0, then B of 1, B of 2, like that you need to do. So first what you need to do is that you need to compute the length of the string in the array A. So what we can do is that I can declare a variable called I is equal to 0. So I am declaring a variable called I and I am initializing it to 0. Then what I am doing is that while a of I not equal to \0, this is the way we have written the program to find the length of the string which is there in the array A. I will do the I++. So finally I will get the value which will tell me the length of the string. Suppose let's take that the string which is there is hi. Then initially I value will be 0. Then a of 0. A of 0 is h, which is not \0. You need to increment the I value. So I value will become 1. Now a of I, a of 1, which is I. So which is not \0. So again you will do the I++. Now I value will become 2. You know that each string will ends with a \0. Now I value is equal to 2. So a of 2 is having the \0. So \0 is equal to \0. So the condition is failed here. If the condition is failed, it will come out from the while loop. Now what is the I value is there? I value is 2. So what you need to do is that you take another variable called j and initialize it to 0. Then what you will do is that while b of j not equal to \0. Why I am doing this one is that, sorry for it, why I am doing like this is, you need to append each character in the array B till backslash 0, because you know that each string will ends with a backslash 0. So you need to take the first character in the array B and you need to compare whether it is backslash 0 or not. If it is not backslash 0, you need to append to the character array A. So what I will do is that A of I plus j is equal to B of j. Now look at what will happen. You know that I value is currently having the value 2. That is what we got here. Now I want to append this how to the array A. So let's take that this is index 0, this is index 1. Right now in index 2 you have the backslash 0. Is it clear? Now look at this one, B of j. What is the j value? J value is right now is 0. So B of 0 is having h, which is not backslash 0. So this condition is true. If this condition is true, what I am telling to do? A of I plus j. I plus j is nothing but 2 plus 0, which is 2. So A of 2. At the index location 2 in the array A, what I am assigning? B of j, which is B of 0. What is the character is there? B of 0, h. So here you are writing h. I hope you are able to understand. Then what I need to do? I need to increment the j value. Is it clear? So now j value will become 1. Let me close the while loop. Is it clear? Now look at what is the j value? J value is now 1. Now B of 1, which is O, which is not backslash 0. So again this condition is true. If this condition is true, you need to execute these two statements. A of I plus j. What is the I value? 2. J value is 1. So 2 plus 1 is 3. So A of 3 location, what you are asking the user to do? Whatever the character is there in the B of j, B of 1, which is O, you need to copy. So you are getting O here. Okay. Then j value you are incrementing. Now j value will become 2. Once the j value become 2, you will check this condition. B of j not equal to backslash 0. B of j, B of 2, which is W. W is not backslash 0. So this condition is true. You need to execute these two statements. A of I plus j. 2 plus 2 is 4. So at the index 4, whatever the character is there in the B of 2, which is W, you are copying. Now j value you are incrementing. So now j value will become 3. Now look at this one, B of 3, which is backslash 0. Backslash 0 is not equal to backslash 0. No, this condition is false. If this condition is false, it will come out from the while loop. Now you need to append the backslash 0 here, because now you have the HIHOW. But you need to include a backslash 0 because each string ends with a backslash 0. So what you will write it is that A of I plus j is equal to backslash 0. Is it clear? Look at the I value is 2, j value is 3. So A of 5, which is this one only. Am I right? This is index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. In the index 5, you are writing the backslash 0. Then you want to display the output. So write printf percentage yes, because you want to display a string and the name of the array is A. You write that one and then you write a getch and close the main function. So this is the C program to concat two strings without using any string handling function. Does I use any string handling function? No. Suppose let's take that I have a character array A, okay, whose size is 100, and I have initialized with a string called ABC. And I have another character array B of 100, whose one I have initialized with a string called ABC. So I have initialized both the character arrays with a string called ABC. Now what is meant by string comparison? Now I want to check whether these two strings are same or not. Now how the string comparison will work is that it will compare each character by character. Now whatever the character is there in the A of 0 will be compared with B of 0, which is both are A's and they are lowercase, so it is matching. Similarly, next it will compare the character which is there in the a of 1 and b of 1. Look at here, it is small b, it is a small b. Again there is a match, so okay. Now here it is a small c, again small c, matching. And you know that each string will ends with a backslash 0. Once that is a backslash 0, here also it is a backslash 0, so everything is matching. No problem, I can say that both the strings are same. Now let me take another example. If I have taken ABC is a one string, and if I take capital ABC, now I want to compare these two strings. But in English we can say that these two strings are same because we will not worry about the case. But coming to the C language, it is a case sensitive. So these strings we cannot say that they are equal. Am I right? You will say that this is ABC, this is ABC in English. But in C language, how it will work, we will see. Now, as I said earlier, it will check the character by character. So A of 0, here A of B of 0, which are not same. Why? The ASCII value of this one is 97, this one is 65. So as if you find that there is a mismatch, the first mismatch itself it will find. So ASCII value of this one is 97, ASCII value of this one is 65. So you can say that, we can say that these are not same. Okay, are you able to understand? Then it will not consider the remaining characters in both the strings. Once it find a mismatch, then it is done. Now we will discuss a function called strcmp. This function will take two parameters. One is the string 1, another one is string 2, and it will return an integer value. So let me write it as int d is equal to strcmp string 1 comma string 2. So this function will take two arguments or two parameters and it will return an integer value. Now here you can give both the strings directly, or you can give the name of the arrays. Suppose let's take that I am giving the name of the arrays as A and B. Okay, is it clear? Are you able to understand? Now what will be the D value? Suppose let's take that these are ABC and ABC. Let's come to the first case. Both the strings are ABC and ABC. Now they are matching. So in that case, this function will return an integer value which will be equal to 0. If this function returns a value 0, then I can say that both the strings are same or both the strings are matching. Now let me take another case. The first string is ABC, second string is capital A, capital B, capital C. Okay, are you able to understand? Now if I give the string comparison A comma B, what will be the D value? Now look at here. The first character in this one and this one, there is a mismatch. You know that ASCII value of small a is 97, ASCII value of capital A is 65. So we can say that this function will return a value called 1. Okay, is it clear? Then we can say that the string 1 is larger than string 2 because the ASCII value of the first mismatch in the string 1 is more as compared to this one. So it will find the 97 minus 65, which is a positive value. So this function will return a value called 1. Now let me take another case. String 1 is A, B, C, and string 2 is small a, small b, small c. Okay, then if I give this string comparison A comma B, what will happen? Now look at the first character. Here it is A, here it is small a. Now again there is a mismatch. Now if there is a mismatch, you know that ASCII value of capital A is 65 and small a is 97. Now if you find the difference between this ASCII value, you will get a negative value. Then this function will return a -1. Now you can say that, sir, these two BC, BC are same. No, it does not consider them. Once there is a mismatch, it is done. Are you able to understand? So what I want to say is that if both the strings are same, this function will return a value called 0. If the string 1 is greater than string 2, not like length. Are you able to understand? The first mismatch characters, if the string 1 ASCII value is more than the string 2, then this function will return a value called 1. Otherwise, it will return -1. So if it returns 1, then you can say that string 1 is greater than string 2. If it returns 0, you can say that strings are same. If it returns -1, you can say that string 2 is greater than string 1. So I hope you have understood how the string comparison function will work. Now let me write a C program to compare the two strings using the strcmp function. So hash include stdio.h, which is a standard input output header file. Then I need to use the string.h because whenever I am using any string handling functions, I need to use the header file called string.h. Then I will write void main. Okay, I will take two character arrays. Let me take str1 of 100, str of 2 of 100. Then I will take an integer variable called d. Okay, now I will ask the user to enter two strings. So first printf enter string1 \n. I will use the getS function to read the string1 str1. Okay, then I will ask the user to enter string2. Enter string2 \n, then getS str2. So I got the two strings and they have stored in the character array called str1 and str2. Now I will use strcmp function. So int d is equal to, not need to write int, okay, already we have declared it. So d is equal to strcmp str1 comma str2. Okay, now if both the strings are same, then this function will return a value 0. If string 1 is greater than string 2, then it will return a value 1. Else it will return a value called -1. So we need to compare. If d is equal to 0, then we can print both the strings are same. Or I can say, okay, let me write both the strings are same or equal. Let me write anything I can write to display the output. Else if, okay, if d is equal to 1, if this is not matching, and then I will check whether d is equal to 1 or not. If it is so, if it is condition is true, I can say that string 1 is greater than string 2. Am I right or wrong? Is greater than string 2. Then I will check else. What is meant by else? If d is not equal to 0, d is not equal to 1, then what it will be? D is equal to -1. Then I can say that string 2 is greater than string 1. Okay, \n. Then I will write the getch and I will close it. So this is the program to compare two strings using the function called strcmp. This is very easy. If you know the working process of strcmp, you can write this program. But now I want to write the same program without using any string handling function called strcmp. This will be little bit tricky. In interview or in exams, they will ask these kind of questions only. Everyone can write the program using the string handling function. So let me write the program. To do that one, let me erase this one. Okay. Or let me, why to erase it and write it again? Let me use this entire space. See, str, I hope it is visible for you. Let me write it again. Okay, I have vastly erased it. stdio.h. I hope it is visible for you. We no need to use the string.h header file. Okay. Let me take the two strings arrays str1 and str2. Okay, int d is required and enter string 1 \n. This is done. String 2 \n. This is done. So we have taken two character arrays and we have taken an integer variable. Printf enter string 1 get str. These two strings are done. Now what I need to do, I will take a variable called I will write it as I is equal to 0. Now the main logic will come into the picture. We got the two strings. Now we need to do the string comparison character by character. So I will write while str1 of I is equal to str2 of I. If each string, in each string, each character we are comparing, str1 of I is equal to str2 of I. Okay, so first time we are checking when I is equal to 0, we are checking the character which is there in the index 0 in this string and in this string. If they are same, and logical and I am using str1 of I not equal to \0. So it is a logical AND. If it is a logical AND, this is the condition 1, this is condition 2. If both the conditions are true, then we need to execute the statements which are there in the while loop. I'm just writing while is I plus plus. Okay, if this condition is true, I am incrementing the I value. If this condition is fail, I want to come out from the while loop. Let me write the complete logic. Okay, str1 of I is greater than str2 of I. Then I want to printf the string 1 is greater than string 2. This is what the output will be displayed. Else if str1 of I is less than str2 of I, meaning is that if string 1 is less than string 2, then I want to display the output as printf the string 1 is lesser than or less than string 2, or you can write it as string 2 is greater than string 1. Else, okay, I can say that the string 1 is equal to string 2 is equal to string 2, and then you are done. You can write the getch and you can close the main function. That's all. Now let me explain this logic. Okay, we have written the complete program. Let me explain this with an example. Let me take the string 1 as ABC. Okay, string 2 is small a capital B small c. Is it clear? Are you able to understand it or not? I have taken the string 1 as small a small b small c. String 2 is small a capital B small c. Okay, now with your logic till now, you can say that these two strings are not same, and still you can say that string 1 is greater than string 2. Now let's see whether our program will give the output as string 1 is greater than string 2 or not. Till here I no need to explain. Now the main logic is this one. Initially I value is what? I value is 0. Okay, now str1 of 0, which is nothing but small a. str2 of 0, again it is a small a. Small a is equal to small a? Yes, the condition is true. Now look at the condition 2. str1 of 0, which is small a. Small a is not equal to \0. So the condition 2 is true, condition 1 is true, and there is a logical AND. So the entire condition is true. If this condition is true, you need to execute the statement called I plus plus. I plus plus means I value will become 1. Okay, is it clear? Now, once the I value becomes 1, again you will check this condition. str1 of I, which is nothing but str1 of 1, which is small b, and again this one is capital B. Now look at whether small b is equal to capital B. No, they are not equal. And str1 of I, which is small b, which is not equal to backslash 0. So this condition is failed. This condition is true. Then what will happen? As it is a logical AND, the entire condition will be false. So then it will come out from the while loop. Okay, are you able to understand? Once any one of the condition is failed, it will come out from the while loop. Okay, once it comes from the while loop, it will execute the statements which are there after the while loop. Now look at the what is the statement is there after the while loop. If str1 of I, what is the I value currently? 1, which is equal to B, and str2 of 1, which is capital B. Now look at what is the ASCII value of this one. This one will be 98, this will be 66. Am I right? Now look at whether this condition is true or not. 98 is greater than 66. So the condition is true. If this condition is true, it will print the output as the string 1 is greater than string 2. That is what the output I want. If they are equal, let's take that I have taken a string called A and A, that's all. Or to make it happy that it should look like a string, I'm taking it as AB and AB. Now you can say that these two strings are same. Let's see whether our program is giving the output as the strings are same or not. Now initially the I value is 0. Okay, I agree with you. Even you should also agree with me. Okay, str1 of 0, which is small a. Small a is equal to small a here also. This condition is true, and small a is not backslash 0, so this condition is true. If both the conditions are true, it need to be execute the statement which is there in the while block I plus plus. So I will become 1. Okay, now str of 1, which is B, and this is also B, they are equal, and B not equal to backslash 0. So again the condition is true, so you need to increment the I value. I value is 2. Okay, are you able to understand it or not? Now you know that each string ends with a backslash 0. Am I right or wrong? Now look at this one. str1 of 2, which is backslash 0, here also backslash 0. This backslash 0 is equal to backslash 0, so this condition is true. And here this condition is failed because here we have written that backslash 0 not equal to backslash 0. So this condition is true, this is false. As it is a logical AND, entire condition will be false. Once the entire condition is false, it will come out from the while loop. Then it will check str1 of I, which is 2, which is backslash 0. And this is backslash 0. Backslash 0 is greater than backslash 0? No. Either backslash 0 is less than backslash 0? No. So if these two are no, it will execute the else block. It will say that string 1 is equal to string 2. So I hope you have understood how I have written this program. First let me discuss what is string reverse. Suppose let's take that you have a string called hello. Now you want to reverse that string. So you want the output as OLLEH. This is what we will call it as string reverse. Now we will discuss what function we can use to reverse a given string. Suppose let's take that I have a character array A whose size is some 30, and I have initialized a string called Parnika. Now, if I want to reverse the string, we can use a function called strrev, which is useful for you to reverse the string. It will take one parameter as an input. It can take the entire string as an input, or it can take the name of the array. Is it clear? You can specify here the directly string itself, or you can specify the name of the array which consists of the given string. Suppose if I specify the A, then what will happen? So I am specifying the name of the array is A in the function called strrev. In that function, I have a string called Parnika. Then what will happen is that it will store in the reverse order, meaning is that you have initially stored it as Parnika. So in A of 0 location, character P is there because the array index will start from 0 and go up to size -1. So in the index 1, A will be stored. In the index 2, R will be stored. In the index 3, N will be stored. In index 4, I will be stored. Index 5, K. Index 6, A. From index 7 to 29, you will have \0. So the purpose of \0 is to recognize the end of the string. So now I have used a function called strrev. Now what will happen is that it is useful for you to reverse the given string. So in the A of 6, A is there, that will come in the index 0. So you will get it as, let me write the indexes from 0 to 6, as already you know that from 7 to 29 you have \0s. So at the index 0, A will come. In the index 1, K will come. Next, I will come. N, R, A, P. Then from 7 to 49, you will have the \0. So this is the what will happen if you use a string reverse function with specifying the name of the array. So it will reverse the string, and the reverse string will be stored in the same array A. Now if you display the function, display the string which is there in the array A with the help of a function called printf. So you are specifying the format specifier as %s. So you want to print a string. Then you specify the name of the array. Then you will get the output as AKINRAP \0. Automatically it will be there. Is it clear? So this is what you will get it as an output. So I hope you have understood what is meant by string reverse, which function you have to use, and how it will work. Now I will discuss the C program to reverse the string using the string reverse function. Then I will discuss without using string reverse function, how can we reverse a string. So whenever you want to use any string handling functions, you have to include the string.h. So let me write it as #include string.h header file. And you know that you have to include stdio.h, which is the standard input output header file. Okay, then what I will do, I will write void main. So void is the keyword. It specifies that this function will not return any value. Okay, then I will take a character array A of size 50. Okay, then I will ask the user to enter a string. Enter a string. Once the user has entered the string, I need to read the string. So I will use a function called getS. GetS, I will specify the name of the array. So whatever the string you are entering, it will be stored in the array A. Now you want to reverse the string using a function called strrev. So you write the strrev and specify the name of the array. Okay, then you want to display the output. So printf %s A. Then it will display the reverse of the given string, and then you write the getch and close the main function. So this is the C program to reverse a given string using a string handling function called strrev. I hope you have understood. I did not mention anything else. I just used this function and displayed the output. So whatever the string you will take, it will print in the reverse order. I hope you have understood. Now let me do the how to write the same program without using any string reverse function. These kind of programs you should learn, because in an interview or in exams they will ask you to write the programs without using any string handling functions. During that time, lot of students will face to problems to write it. So I request you to watch the complete video. Let me use the same program up to here. I am reversing the string, means I am asking the user to enter the string and I am reading it. I no need to include the string.h header file because once you are not using any string handling functions, then you no need to include the string.h header file. Okay. Then let me declare the variables whatever I will use. Let me take int count is equal to 0. Initially I am initializing the count is equal to 0. Then what I will do is that, please let me discuss the logic for you, then I will discuss the program. Let's take that you have a string called hello, and you know that each string will ends with a backslash 0. Am I right or wrong? Now what you want the output? You want the O to come here, then L to come here, this L2 should come here, then E, then H, like that you want the output. Then what logic I will follow is that, first what I will do is that I will count the number of characters in the string. Okay, so you know that the number of characters in the string is 5. So I will take a variable and I will initialize the count is equal to 0, and I will, what you already know what is the logic behind counting the number of characters in the string, or the how to find the length of the string. Each character you will take and you will compare whether it is backslash 0 or not. If it is not backslash 0, you will increment the count variable. So then initially count was 0, it will become 1 here, it will become 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it clear? And you know that these array indexes will be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then you will take a of 5 because count is equal to 5 right now, because you have keep on incremented and count became 5. Now you will take the array name with the index as 5, which will be backslash 0. So now backslash 0 is equal to backslash 0. So the condition is failed. Am I right? Because you have written the condition as the backslash 0 not equal to backslash 0, but you got the backslash 0 because this increment should happen till you does not occur the backslash 0. Once it has occurred, you need to stop counting. Then what I will do is that I need to take the character which is there in the index 4, but right now my count is 5. So I will do the count minus 1. So I will get the count is equal to 4. Then what I will do is that from here to begin I need to do, because from 4 to 0 I need to copy the each character by character and store it in another array. Let's take that I am taking an array called B. Now what I want, the element which is there in the, let's take that this is array is A. So the element which is there in the A of 4, I want to copy it into the B of 0. Am I right or wrong? So O will come here. Then this value I will increment. Now it will become 1. And this value I will decrement. Now it will become A of 3. So whatever the character which is there in the A of 3, which is L, I want to copy it in the index 1. So it will become L. Now I will increment this 1 to 2 and this one I will decrement. So whatever the character is there at the index 2 in the array A, I want to copy it in the index 2 of the array B. So at the index 2 I will get L. Okay, then I will increment this one, it will become B of 3, and I will decrement this one. Okay, so whatever the character is there in the index 1, which is E, I want to copy here. Then I will increment this one and I will decrement this one. Okay, so whatever the character is there at the index 0, which is H, I need to copy at the index 4 in the array B. Is it clear? Now can I still decrement the value? Because you know that the array index starts from the 0. If you make it minus 1, there will be no character. So you need to stop it, and then you know that each string should end with a backslash 0. So here you need to keep the backslash 0. So at B of 5, you need to keep a backslash 0. This is what the logic behind the reverse of a given string and store it into the another array. If you look at the program, we have taken the help of another array B. So let me initialize or let me declare a character array B of size 50. Okay. Now what I will do is that first I will count the number of characters in the given string. So what logic I need to follow? While a of count not equal to backslash 0, then you need to count the values. This is the logic I have discussed when we are counting the number of characters in the array or finding the string length. Is it clear? I hope you know this logic. Okay, just now I have explained it also. Initially I have taken count is equal to 0 and I have taken the each character in the given array A and I am comparing whether it is backslash 0 or not. If it is not backslash 0, I am incrementing the count value. First time the count value will become 1, then I am checking the index 1, which character is there, so a of 1, and I will check whether it is backslash 0 or not. If it is not backslash 0, I will increment the count value. Now what I need to do, I will take two variables, one is begin and another one is end. What is the purpose of that one, you will understand. Because let's take that you have hello, then count value will become 5. Am I right or wrong? Because the number of characters in the given string other than backslash 0 is 5. HELLO will become 5. Now, but you want the character which is there in the index 4. Because at the index 5 backslash 0 is there. Backslash 0 you don't want to copy. Because you want to copy the A of 4 in the B of 0. So that's why what I will write it is that end is equal to count minus 1. Now end will have the value called 4. Is it clear? End is having the value 4 and I will write a logic here. Look at here. I will use a for loop saying that begin is equal to 0. I am initializing the begin variable because a for loop will have three sections. One is the initialization, condition checking and update section. How far I need to go? I need to go up to the end. Okay. Then what I need to do? I need to begin plus plus. So I need to increment the begin value. Is it clear? Now look at the logic. What you need to do? You want to take the character O and place it in the index 0 of the array B. So you need to take B of 0. So 0 is there in the begin. So you take B of begin is equal to A of end. What is the index value is there in the end? 4. So A of 4 character O will come, that you are storing it in the B of begin, which is B of 0. Let me take the array B here. Okay, with index 0, 1, 2, 3, so on. So in the array A of 4 index, you have the character O is there that you are copying here. Then what you need to do? You need to do the decrement of end value. Okay, already you are incrementing the begin because you need to increment this one and you need to decrement this one. So I am decrementing the end value here and then I am incrementing the begin value. Let me close the for loop. Now look at this one. I will discuss the logic behind the program. Begin is equal to 0. Take the variable begin and initialize the value as 0. Now what is the end value is there? 4. So 0 is less than 4. Yes, the condition is true. If the condition is true, whatever the statements are there in this for loop need to be executed. B of begin, B of 0 is equal to A of end, which is 4. So the character O is copied in the index 0 in the array B and end minus minus. Now end will become 3 and then begin plus plus. So begin value will become 1. Now look at this one. 1 less than 3. yes, 1 is less than 3. Here instead of end, because you are decrementing the end, you should compare it up to count better. Because we are decrementing the end value, we should not do up to there. Okay, so 1 is less than 3. Okay, end value, count value is now what? 5. Okay, are you able to understand it or not? See, count value is 5. So instead of writing up to end, let me write the count, because end value we are decrementing. Then that is not the correct way. I hope you have understood the logic. What is begin value? 1. Count value is 5. 1 is less than 5. Yes, the condition is true. If this condition is true, what you need to do? You need to do these two statements. B of begin. B of begin means B of 1 is equal to A of end, which is A of 3. So L will come here. Okay, end minus minus. Now end will become 2. Begin will become 2. Now 2 less than 5. Yes, the condition is true. If the condition is true, what you need to do? You need to execute the statements. B of begin, B of 2 is equal to A of 2. So L will come here. Okay, are you able to understand? Then end will be subtracted. Now end is becoming 1 and begin is value becoming 3. Okay, are you able to understand it or not? Now, if it is so, look at this one. Begin is 3. 3 is less than 5. Yes, the condition is true. If this condition is true, you need to execute the statements. B of begin, B of 3 is equal to A of end, which is A of 1. So E will come here. Now end will be decremented and it will become 0. Begin will become 4. Okay, are you able to understand it or not? Now begin value is 4, so you will check the comparison. Begin less than count or not? Yes, 4 is less than 5. The condition is true. If this condition is true, you need to execute the statements. B of begin, B of 4 is equal to A of end, which is A of 0. So H will come here. Now end you will decrement, it will become minus 1. Okay, begin you are incrementing, it will become 5. Because previously it was 4, now it will become 5. Now check the comparison. Begin less than count. 5 less than 5? No, 5 is equal to 5. This condition is failed. Once this condition is failed, you will come out from the for loop. We need to do what we can do. Look at here. We have taken the reverse of the string, but you know that each string should end with a backslash 0. So what I will do is that B of begin is equal to backslash 0 I will keep. Let me discuss this point. What is the value is there right now? Begin 5. So B of 5 is equal to backslash 0. At the index 5, I am keeping the backslash 0. Yes, it is correct. After the string is completed, you need to end with the backslash 0. Now, once it is done, I need to print the string which is there in the array B. Okay, and then I need to write the getch and close the main function. So this is the way you have to write the C program to reverse a given string without using any string handling function. Let me discuss what is meant by converting into uppercase. Suppose let's take that I have entered a string called Pernica. If you look at the characters in the string, all are them in the lowercase. See, this is also small p only. Okay, so you have all the characters in the string in the lowercase. Now I want to convert these all the characters in the string into uppercase. So the output I am expecting is Pernica. This is what I want to do if I want to convert a string into an uppercase characters. Now this one we can do using two ways. One is that using the string handling function and without using the string handling function. We have a function called strupr. Okay, now whatever the string you want to convert, suppose let's take that I want to convert Pernica into uppercase, then we can give like this. So strupr Pernica string, or you can initialize this Pernica to an array name A whose size is 100, and you can initialize it to Parnika. Okay, then instead of giving the string, you can give the name of the array strupra. So this is the way you can use the strupr function, which will convert the string, whatever the string is there in this array A, into uppercase. If they are already in the uppercase, suppose let's take that, if you assume that this is a capital P, if it is already in uppercase, it will just make it as an uppercase, means just display as it is. If any character is in the lowercase, that it will convert into uppercase. Okay, now in the similar way we have another function called strlwr, okay, which will convert the characters in the uppercase to lowercase. If I have a string called Parnika, okay, and if I want to convert all the characters in the string into lowercase, then I can use the function called strlwr. Similar way, you can create a character array and you can initialize the string in the capital letters, and even you can give the name of the array strlwra. So these two functions will be useful for you to convert from lowercase to uppercase and uppercase to lowercase respectively. Okay, so now I will write a C program to convert the string which is in the lowercase to an uppercase using the string handling function called strupr. Then I will write the same program without using any string handling function. We have to use the hash include stdio.h, which is standard input output header file. And similarly, as we are using a string handling function called strupr, you need to use the header file called string.h. Okay, hash include string.h. Not only strupr, any string handling function you are using, you have to use the header file called string.h. Then you have to write void main. Okay, then you can create a character array A whose size is 100. Okay, this is the data type, this is the name of the array, and this is the size. Okay, and then you can ask the user to enter a string. Enter a string \n. Okay, once the user has entered the string, you need to read it. So to read the string, we can use the predefined function called getS. It is get string. Okay, where you need to save in the array A, you need to save it. So that is what I have given here. Now once the user has entered the string, you can convert the string into an uppercase. So printf the string in uppercase is see, it is continuity. As to avoid the space, I am writing like this. The string in uppercase is, this is continuity. Okay, %s. Okay, now you can use the function called strupra. Okay, that's all. And then you can use the getch and write it. So this program will be useful for you to convert a string which is in the lowercase to uppercase using the string handling function called strupr. Similarly, if you want to convert a string which is there in the uppercase to lowercase, in this place you will use the strlwr function. Okay, so now I want to write the same program without using any string handling function. Okay, that will be the major task, because anyone can write the program using the string handling function. Okay, now let me write the program. Hash include stdio.h. As I am not using any string handling function, I no need to include the string.h header file. Okay, void main char a of 100. Okay, then int I is equal to 0. Now I will ask the user to enter a string. Printf enter a string \n. Once the user has entered, I need to read the string using the getS function. Okay, Is it clear? Till now it is okay. Now the main task will come is that, suppose let's take that you have Pernica tutorials. Okay, and you know that every string will ends with a \0. So you need to read the each character in the string till you occur a \0. So that's what you will write, while a of I not equal to, okay, not equal to, this is I, a of I not equal to \0. Okay, once you done that, once you identify that it is not equal to \0, then you need to look at if it is a smaller case character or not. So a of I greater than or equal to small a, logical end. Okay, a of I less than or equal to small z. Okay, are you able to understand? This is the main logic behind. So you want to convert each character which is there in the lowercase to uppercase. Okay, so that's what I am checking, if it is greater than or equal to a and less than or equal to z. So if it is there in this one, a to z, which is in the small case. Now remember one thing, what is the ASCII value of small a? 97. What is the ASCII value of capital A? 65. Similarly, if you want to find the ASCII value of small b, which is 98, capital B is 66. Similarly, small c will be 99, capital C will be 67. Like that it will go ahead up to Z. Now if you look at what is the ASCII value difference, 32. 97 minus 65 is 32. Here also 98 minus 66 is 32. 99 minus 67 is 32. So if you have a character small a, if you want to convert into capital A, just you need to subtract 32 from it. Am I right? Then it will be converted into an uppercase. Similarly, if you have a capital A, you want to convert into small a, just you increase the 32 value, means you add the 32, then it will be converted into lowercase. A of I is equal to a of I minus 32. Okay, are you able to understand? A of I is equal to a of I minus 32. Then I need to increase the I value. So let me write I plus plus. So this is about the while loop. Okay, now look at what will happen. Initially it is a small p. Now small a of I, so look at here, I is equal to 0. So I is equal to 0 while a of I not equal to \0. I value is what? 0. So a of 0 is p, small p, which is not equal to \0. So the condition is true. If the condition is true, what are the statements which are there in the while loop? You need to execute them. Okay, so first I have a condition. Now if you look at this condition, a of I greater than or equal to a and a of I less than or equal to z. So it is a logical AND. So if both these conditions are true, look at here, p is greater than a and less than z. So these two conditions are true, then the entire condition will be true. Am I right? This is a logical AND. This condition 1, this is condition 2. If both the conditions are true, then only the entire if condition will be true. If it is a logical OR, any one condition can be true. So we have identified that this condition 1 is true, condition 2 is true, so the entire condition is true. If the entire condition is true, a of I is equal to a of I, ASCII value of p minus 32 will become capital P. That capital P we are storing it in the a of I. So this small p will become capital P. Okay, and it will be stored in the location called a of 0. Is it clear? Because I value is 0. Then I am incrementing the I value. So it will become 1. Now you will check a of 1 is not equal to \0. See, here you have a which is not equal to \0. Again the condition is true. You will convert this small a to capital A. Is it clear? Are you able to understand? Like that you will do for R, for N, for I, for K and A. And if you look at, there is a space here. Okay, now the space, look at here, space is not equal to backslash 0. Am I right or wrong? And this condition will not be satisfied because space is not between the A to Z. Is it clear? So this condition will be failed. So space will be left as space only, and the I value will be incremented. So you will have a space and capital T, capital U, capital O, R, I, A, L, S. Up to here it will happen. Then you will occur to the backslash 0. So now backslash 0 is equal to backslash 0. So this condition will be failed. Once this condition is failed, it will come out from the while loop. Is it clear? Are you able to understand? So this is a simple logic. Now if you want to convert the uppercase to lowercase, what are the things you have to modify? Here you need to write the capital A, here you need to write the capital Z, here you need to add plus 32. So I want everyone to do this program by yourself, converting the uppercase to lowercase without using any string handling function. Okay, now let me complete this program. Once the user has entered that, now I can print the string printf. The string in uppercase is, okay, please write it continuity. Whatever I am writing here is, please write it continuity in a single line, is percentage s, okay, A. Okay, are you able to understand it or not? Percentage s A, so it is a string format specifier and you are printing the A, so whatever the string is there in the array A will be printed as an output. Or instead of this one, you can use the put s also. Put s A also you can use it. Okay, now once it is done, you write the getch and you close the main function. So this is the program. It will convert the lowercase to uppercase in a string, all the characters. I hope you have understood. If you still have any doubts regarding this program, feel free to ask me in the comment section. I will try to clear your doubts as early as possible. Thank you for watching the complete video. Have a nice day.